Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
Hepinize merhaba arkadaşlar. Tier list sıralayacağız matkapla birlikte. Ben Rita bu arada. Bu ismi anmadan önce destur çekeceksiniz.
İlk kartımız Ana geldi. Ano Esports. Ben şöyle yapıştırıyorum ortaya.
Papara Espor. Son performanstan sonra.
İda Espor. Beşiktaş Getso.
Bence Betiyor.
Bence de be.
İlk takımımız Regnum Carya. Direkt S tier. Eleştirmeye gerek yok. Eleştiriye kapalı bir takım.
S2G farklı oynayacaklarını düşünüyorum. O yüzden S tier'e koyuyorum.
XSLAY. B mi?
B.
Hadi B olsun. Betiyor. Yekta kusura bakmasın.
Buraya Espor geldi. Şampiyon oldular zaten. Ama bence A'dır ya.
Bir 6-5 arasında gidip gelirler.
Bana bu takım geldi, ismini söylemiyorum. Bence B.
B, bence de B.
B'ye koydum.
Bana direkt geldi. Yani S'e yapıştırıyorum bunu.
ULF Esports.
Ivy Nereis.
Buraya Spor son elemeyi birinci bittiler, o yüzden A'yı koyuyorum.
ULF Esports, Eren'in katılmasıyla başta biraz kötü gidişat olabilir. Takım uyumu olur büyük ihtimalle. Offline'da da iyi oynayacaklarını düşünüyorum. Onları A tier'e koyuyorum.
TMB Espor.
TMB. Yabancı ekip. Jetier.
Beşiktaş Getso. Finale çıkan her takım A tier'dir ya. B, C tier takım yoktur.
Kara bence S tier.
Jetgo. Bence şampiyonluğa aday her takım S tier takımdır.
Falcon. Direkt S yapıştır.
Falcon.
S.
S yani.
Burada da
S
S.
direkt. S tartışmasız. Adamlar global zaten.
Sırada ULF var.
Aynen.
X8'de de şey yapabilirler. O
Bence de
yüzden
A ile S arası. Şu anki şeylerine göre bence öyle.
koyacağım, evet.
Bana TNB geldi. Bunlarla main fight'ımız var. Sevmiyorum, o yüzden C'ye koyuyorum.
Bana eski takım S2G geldi. Bunları da koyuyorum S'e.
Bana da S2G geldi. Baykuşlar uçmayı seviyor. Tepeye koyalım.
Beşiktaş Getso geldi. Ben oyunlarını iyi buluyorum bu arada da. Bence onlar da A.
Ivy Next Rüya. Bence şu an A'dalar ya.
Evet, Jetgo Esports geldi. Yine aynı Ano'ya koyduğum gibi koyacağım. Çünkü onlar da sonuncu olacağını falan düşünmüyorum yani.
Ama
yine
ilk
X8'e
şeyleri-
girerler. X8'e girmeyi potansiyeli var, o yüzden koyacağım yani. Girebilirler. A da olabilir, B de ikisinin arasında yani.
Asgard Esports ön elemeden geldiler, şu an gayet iyi ilerliyorlar. B'ye koyuyorum.
S2G Espor bilmiyorum daha yani gidişat iyi değil gibi. B'ye koyuyorum.
SuperMassive. Papara.
Fenerbahçe Espor. Ne yapalım?
Nasıl hissettiriyorsun? Bırak beni.
B'ye koydum ya.
Falcons. En tehlikeli takımlardan bir tanesi. S tier'e atalım abi.
Bence B'dir yani.
C.
Bence B'dir.
Fenerbahçe.
TNB geldi. Onları ben
C.
beğenmiyorum hiç. Oynayışlarını.
Buraya Espor. Bence
Koyulabilir
tam ortaya
yani.
koyalım buraya.
İda Esports geldi. İda Esports da yani hem S ve A arasında bir takım. O yüzden onları da S'e koymayacağım ama ikisinin
Sağa doğru
arası
koy
yani.
bence biraz.
Ya da şöyle koyayım.
Aynen,
Evet.
gözükmüyor.
Sup. Supu bence buraya koyalım.
Bana XS geldi.
Ortaya bir yere koyalım.
B'dir. Şuralar.
XS Esports. C'ye koyuyorum. Yani bence X orası.
Sırada Fenerbahçe Esports var. İlk 8'e girebilir yani potansiyeli var o yüzden.
Evet, olabilir. Regnum Carya.
Direkt
Regi S'e koyuyorum.
Direkt
Global zaten yine.
Anoy Espor. Anoy'u B'ye koyuyorum.
Jetgo Esports A'ya koyacağım. Cidden son günü dominasyon yaptılar.
Regnum Carya. Direkt
S,
S
direkt
yani
S,
tartışmaya gerek yok.
Asgard. B ya.
B
bence.
evet bu. S2G.
A'ya koy ya istersen. Ya da ikisinin arasına direkt buraya koyabilirsin.
Şöyle yapsak
Aynen.
olur.
Papara SuperMassive. Papara SuperMassive. Yani Lig aşamasında ikinci yıldızlarını STR'a koyuyorum.
Asgard. Bence onlar da iyi.
IV NRX. Bence offline'larda yine farklı oynayacaklarını düşünüyorum o yüzden STR.
IVNRX. Performansı baz alırsak bence direkt A tier.
Bence de.
Yani IVNRX B'ye düşecek bir takım değil ya.
İda.
İda Espor. Bence direkt S tier. İda yani tartışmaya gerek yok. Anorthosis Esports. Anorthosis Famagusta. Ben direkt C'ye atıyorum.
At abi.
Yani iyi olsalar bile bizim takımlar kadar bir vurucu güçleri yoktu zaten ya izlediğimiz kadarıyla maçları da.
Bana da Carya Esport geldi.
S.
Ama teşekkür ederim.
Bana bura geldi. Sence?
Al.
Bence de.
Bana ULF Esports geldi.
Ivy RX. Abi bana çok sıkıntılı takımlar geldi ya.
IVS'tir ya.
Ivy de S'tir ya. Ivy'dir.
Bana Reg geldi. Hiç konuşmaya gerek.
Kara. Kara en
Kara da
tehlikeli
S
takımlardan bir tanesi. S diye.
Sırada Beşiktaş Espor var. Bence onları B'ye koyalım ya direkt.
B aynen. S2G Esports. S2G'de kararsızım.
Araya koyabilirsin bence. S ve A arasına cevap vereyim.
Esla arasına koyayım.
Tamam öyle koyacağım o zaman.
Fenerbahçe Espor. İlk elemede güzel geçirdiler ama ikincide
İda Espor Eren'in gitmesiyle matkap geldi. İda'nın oturmuş bir oyunu var. Her türlü yine iyi oynarlar bu turnuvayı. A tier.
Papara SuperMassive. Onlar da şu anda iyi gidiyor o yüzden A'ya koyuyorum.
Bana Asgard geldi. Şuralar falan. Şu an
Aynen her şey yapabilirim. Ulf. Ulf'u da S tier atalım. Değerlendirmeye gerek yok.
Jetgo geldi.
A'ya koy ya. Chat koydur. Smash iyidir ya. Smash abimiz.
Sırada biz geldik. Papara SuperMassive.
Bence
A direkt. Ben kendimizi A olarak görüyorum yani. Direkt ben ilk 5 olarak.
Asgard Espor. Asgard.
B'ye
Bence
koyalım.
B'ye koyalım. Yani.
B'ye koyalım. Sırada Carya Esports var. Onları da direkt ben, onları da yine araya koyacağım. Şöyle. S ve A arası.
Sonunda da TMB kaldı.
Şimdi bence C.
TMB bence de C.
C.
C koyalım onları.
TMB. Main fight'ımız var. Direkt C.
Ivy Next Rüya. Onları da A'ya koyuyorum. Şu anda iyi gidiyorlar.
Falcon son şampiyon. Son şampiyonu STR'dan başka hiçbir yere koyamayız. Jetgo.
B gibi geliyor. Vuruş
Bence
güçleri
de.
iyi ama Carya Espor.
İkisinin ortası
Hak
ya.
ediyor değil mi?
Aynen. Biz Beşiktaş Getso. Direkt buraya değil mi?
Bence direkt.
XS. Çünkü onlar da yine A TM'de.
Fenerbahçe.
Bence şampiyonluğa iddiaları var onların da.
Bence de var.
Şampiyonluğa iddiaları.
Evet o yüzden S'e koyduk.
TMB.
Yapma ya. TMB'ye A'ya mı koydun? Bra Espor. Zaten Bra Espor ligi birinci bitirdi o yüzden direkt S'e koyuyorum. Hak ediyorlar.
S2G Esports. Hani bunu da A ile S arasında koyuyorum bence. Bunu ilk defa biz yaptık galiba. Daha önceki videolarda görmedim ama.
Abi Bura Spor.
3 ayda bence çok güzel bir uyum yakalamışlar. Bence A tier.
Abi,
Net
bence
ve S'e doğru gidiyor. Asgard Esports. D yok maalesef.
ULF Esports.
Bence S tier bir takım ya.
Olabilir abi.
Bana ilk ses geldi. Yapacağım bir şey.
Yok o kadar daha bakmıyorum bence. B tiere koyalım. Bana Falcon geldi. Geçen için şampiyonu. Direkt bence STR.
Bana Asgard geldi.
Beşiktaş Getso. Şu anda çok iyi gidemiyorlar bence. O yüzden B'ye koyuyorum.
Biz XSLAY Esports. Yorumsuz ya. Kendimizi C'ye koyuyorum.
Carya Espor. Onları da A'ya koyuyorum.
TMB.
C'ye koy abi.
C. Yalnız kalmayalım.
XS.
C.
Bence de.
Anorthosis.
Onlar A hakkıdır bence.
Evet.
Falcon. S'e koyarım ben.
S. Evet S.
Falcon. Hadi baktırayım ben.
İda Espor. İda Espor. S takım.
Biz
Bizi C'ye at ya.
Evet biz C'yiz. Regnum Carya'nın C'si. Carya'nın C'si.
Anorthosis'i ben B'ye atıyorum.
ULF PMGC çıktıkları için onlar da STR takım bence. STR turnuva oynadılar sonuçta.
Abi Regnum Carya. Konuşmaya gerek yok.
Gerek var mı konuşmaya?
Wolf da güzel uydu. STR.
Papara SuperMassive.
Abi.
Papara SuperMassive A tier.
Abi Falcon.
Ama Falcon'da dünya şampiyonluğu da var.
Abi
S gider ya. Jetgo Esports. Benim şahsi fikrim, ben çok beğeniyorum. Oyuncularını, vurucu gücü.
Carya Espor.
Aile S arasında. Şu şekil koyuyorum.
Bana ult geldi.
Rica ederim. Biz.
Fenerbahçe geldi bana. Fenerbahçe'yi de A mı S mi? Bence A'ya koyalım.
A. Bence de A. Valla bana sup geldi.
Ama Beşiktaş Getso geldi. Onlar da ligde iyilerdi. Ama STR değiller bence.
Fark etmez. Bana Jetgo geldi. B tier olduklarını düşünüyorum.
Tamam koy B'ye koy bitirelim.
Bugün takımları sıralayacağız hep birlikte. Başla istersen direkt Akif sen.
Ben mi başlayayım? Tamam.
Aynen sen başla direkt.
Ivy RX var bende. Ben bunları A tier'e koyacağım. Yani uzun zamandır başarıları yok çünkü.
Bra var. Bu son aşamada güzel oynadılar vallahi, çocukları domine etti. Ben B diyeceğim.
Asgard geldi. Ben de B'ye koyacağım yani. Tecrübeleri olmadığı için B'ye koyuyorum. Yani
Beşiktaş Getso.
Fenerbahçe Espor. Şu an PMSL'de çok iyi gitmiyorlar. Bence B.
Aynen B ya, şu an o kadar iyi değil. XS bence A olur ya. A.
A'ya koy.
Gelecek vaat ediyor.
Regnum Carya. You think they're us?
Bende XX var. B'ye koyacağım.
BGK.
Papara Espor STR'e koyamayacağım ama bence iddialılar şu anlık. O yüzden A'ya koydum.
Carya Esports.
Team Falcon mecbur S diyorum yani.
ULF.
Lige göre mi yapıyoruz şimdi, genel mi?
Başa koysana.
Fenerbahçe.
Bence A'ya.
A'ya koyduk.
My team is Next Rüya. I think they're not an S-tier team.
Anorthosis Famagusta. I guess we can finish. We can fight for a good top and finish between the big teams.
This is ULF Esports. They didn't show their potential good. Even or maybe A for the finals.
And S2G, I think they're going to play good.
Yes. And now the next one is us, the
C.
NoisyBoys.
C directly.
Probably here.
And
or maybe
XS, I think C.
I got Asgard.
B tier? Yeah, B tier. Don't underestimate them.
Carya Espor. Direkt çok sualsiz C'ye koydum.
Asgard Esports. Ben tam ortasına koymak istiyorum. Olur mu?
B de olur, B de bozmaz.
Bozmaz mı?
Bozmaz.
Tamam.
XS Asgard'la eşdeğer şu anlık benim için. Yekta'm yalpaladı.
TMB. Yani aslında pek bir şey söylemeye gerek yok.
Bence de.
S2G. A'ya koyuyorum ben. Zaten ya şu an güncel bir başarıları yok. Ama iyi takımlar bence.
Jetgo. Yine yani tecrübe olmadığı için.
XS. C'ye koyacağım. İnşallah daha da yükselirler yani.
Falcon geldi.
Sen şaka yapıyorsun ya.
S tier'e koyacağım.
Koy baba.
Koysana şunu.
My next team is Wolf. You know what they're capable of. S-tier team.
XS, new roster. They are playing together for a short time. I think they have great players, but they still need more synergy to finish in tier A team.
Fenerbahçe. I mean, they made it to the final, so A tier.
Yeah. Kara.
I mean, A has to be good. What is that?
In the middle.
Between A and B? Not bad.
Sup. Sup şu an gayet güzel oynuyor.
Sup bayağı iyi. S'e bile koyulurdu ama şu an A ya.
Sup'u S'e koyardım ama bence A.
A aynen. Ivy RX, yani B.
B gibi.
diyebiliriz, aynen.
İda Esports. İda ben bayağı beğeniyorum İda'yı. Bütün turnuvaları da iyi oynuyorlar. O yüzden S'ye koyuyorum.
Aynen S.
Şimdi Asgard. Genç yetenekler sürpriz yaratabilir bence.
Yaratabilirler de bir tane oyuncuları oynamıyor diye biliyorum. Bra Espor.
C'ye koyalım bence bize.
Tamam. Öncelik.
Carya Esports.
Kara bence S tier gider.
Ben Karya'yı lig aşamasına göre yorumlamak istemiyorum.
My next team is Jetgo. they won't compete for the championship.
Next one, S2G. For the history and everything, they still a tier A team.
Hakları.
Yani geçen sezon şampiyon oldular Pmsl'de.
İda Esports ne yapacaklar bilmiyorum. Ben şu ana göre sıralama yapıyorum. O yüzden A'ya koyacağım İda'yı.
Bende TMB var. Bunları da B'ye koyacağım. Daha şeyi hak eden bir takım olmadı.
I have Falcons.
The next one is Anorthosis. They play good, to be honest. In league stages, also group stage. They're gonna be in B probably.
Beşiktaş, I think they're going to be in B.
Çünkü Carya. Okay, this is Carya. They are good players, but they are not the. I don't think it's the best. They will be here.
Supermassive, they play very well. I think A.
S2G S tier'e koyacağım.
Beşiktaş Getso.
Regnum Carya çok şanslılar. S tier. Çok konuşmaya gerek yok.
Fenerbahçe.
A bence.
Konuşmaya gerek yok burada.
My next team.
Next team, Bra. They show a so great performance in knockout stage, and they will come out with a good confidence for the finals. So I think they can show something different for the final.
Anorthosis Espor. Bunlar da
Bence C. Carya Esports. Kara beğendiğim bir takım. Vuruş gücü olarak bayağı iyiler.
S ya S. Carya.
S koydum.
TMB Espor. Ya ben çok beğenmiyorum açık söyleyeyim.
Ben de çok
O
beğenmiyorum.
yüzden yani hatta C'nin şey takımı diyebilirim TMB'ye.
S2G Esports. S2G şu anda kötü gidiyor. Bence S ama şu an A.
Şu an aynı.
Regnum Carya.
Ya muhtemelen S.
Direkt gözüm kapalı S yani.
Direkt S. TMB. Abi C'ye koyacağım ben. Neden bilmiyorum ama C yani içimden öyle geçti. C'ye koydum.
Uf geldi. Ama yine A diyeceğim ya. Aynen.
Famagusta. Vallahi çocuklar güzel oynuyor kanka şu an. B'ye diyor.
Sonradılar bir de.
Tamam B'ye koyalım o zaman.
My next team is Carya Esports. They're a really strong team. They have good individual players, but I think they're it's a good spot for them.
My next team is Beşiktaş. I don't really felt like they were. I don't know. I didn't felt their presence in the knockouts in the league. I think they can be a tier B team, but I don't know. They can surprise everyone.
Next team, Papara SuperMassive.
Next Rüya. They're gonna be on B, I guess.
Asgard, B.
Jetgo. Or Jetgo. Maybe the toughest here.
Peki ben de Anorthosis var. A da değil S de değil B diyeceğim ya.
Değil mi?
Ha.
Bende Regnum Carya var. Tartışmasız direkt S tier.
Aynen. Papara SuperMassive. Bunlar da çok iyi oynadık şey yani. S diyemem ama net A'lar.
Bende de Jetgo var. B'ye koyacağım.
Okay.
BGK. I would say B.
Around there. I got TheNoisyBoys.
It's most overplayed. Not good. Papara SuperMassive. They can play very well.
I got XS.
Falcon var. Tecrübe. Ben direkt S koyacağım ya. Her zaman finallerde iş yapıyorlar.
Asgard var. Asgard Esports. Sevkan'ın hatırına araya koyacağım.
Koy bakayım. Fenerbahçe var. Bence o ilk hype'ları yok şu anda kadronun. Asgard gibi aslında tam arası diyorum ben ama.
Bence de tam arası.
O zaman tam şöyle yapıştırdım şuraya koydum.
Bende ULF var. ULF'u direkt ben S'e koyuyorum.
I have Anorthosis
Yeah,
because they play
güzel.
good league stage.
Bende alan ortasına kafa atan takım var. Gösterdikleri performans için buraya koymak zorundayım bunları. Bilet.
Carya.
What you think?
I put S bro, fuck it.
Papara SuperMassive. A diyeceğim. Umut olarak.
Beşiktaş Getso.
Son takım Carya Esports. Bunlar da A.
Asgard Espor. Yani şu anlık bu aşamada öyle yani biraz sallantılıydı.
B koyuyoruz. Bra Esports. Bra da bu aşamayı bayağı iyi oynadı. Bra'yı da beğeniyorum. Güzel oyuncuları var. O yüzden S'ye koyuyorum.
Team Falcons
Yani şu an kötü gidiyor olabilir ama bence S'lik yani takım S.
I think we know they can be somewhere here also. They showed it.
IDA Sports, I think without Eren they can show something good, but at the same time they can be a choke. I think they can be somewhere here.
My next team, Fenerbahçe, still with good individual and experienced player. In knockout stage they didn't do as I expected them to do, but I think in the finals they're gonna be really strong, so I'll put them in the S side.
Second one.
And the Falcon, they are the best.
See. Silas.
BRA, I think they're going to play good. A.
IDA Esports. Probably on A also. One of the goodest team also, to be honest.
Fenerbahçe, I think B.
ULF Esports. ULF şu anda sallantılı gidiyor. Bu aşamayı da kötü geçirdiler ama bence yine A'yı hak ediyor.
Aynen. RG Espor bence yani direkt S yani konuşulacak
Direkt
çok
konuşmaya gerek yok. Jetgo Esports. Bizi nereye koyayım?
Biz koy C'ye ya.
C'ye koyayım.
İda.
Ivy Next Rüya. Adil olmak lazım.
Falcon. STR.
Rauf ya, büyük faktör. Papara SuperMassive. Bence A'ya koyalım.
Regnum Carya.
Oo. Onu da S'e koymamız lazım bence.
STR üçünün yanına yakışır yani. İkisi.
TMB. Bence Asgard'ın yanına koymamız lazım.
Bence de Asgard'ın yanına koyalım.
Asgard'ın bunun olmasının en büyük sebebi offline tecrübelerinin olmaması.
Bir de bir oyuncuları oynamayacakmış diye biliyorum.
Okay.
Okay, we got Bra Esports. I mean, they got top one knockout stage, so just put them A tier.
Yeah, I got IDA Esports.
Nah, like between A and S.
Okay.
Regnum, Carya. They're really good, very consistent. Okay.
I got Next Rüya.
Yeah.
Put them between.
Yeah, same as Ida. Jetgo Esports. Did they win PMNC Turkey? They still played good in PMSL, man. Put them A.
S2G.
Oh, we have no space. Put it there. Yeah. ULF Esports, our friends, our homies.
Yep.
S tier. They played EWC, they did good.
Anorthosis Esports.
The GOAT RGL.
Can I put them here?
Oh yeah, all the way on top.
My last team it's TheNoisyBoys. To be one of the strongest team of the lobby in the finals.
My last team is Asgard, good team also, but I think in the finals I will go next to TMB.
Ben de Next Rüya var. Ben de S'e koyuyorum Next Rüya'yı.
I have Jetgo. I think A. They not so bad.
Ben de Fenerbahçe var. Direkt S'e koyuyorum bunu.
Bra. In between. Let's say here.
Bura.
We got Falcon.
Yeah. Put them here.
They're so bad. They have big ego, man. Come on.
ULF Esports geldi bana da. A tier'e koyacağım.
A iyidir. XS var bende. C koymayalım. C'de bir tek kara olsun.
Tamam.
B koyalım.
Ivy Next Rüya geldi bana da.
Erdem'e respekt.
Beşiktaş Getso geldi. Ya Beşiktaş Getso bence potansiyelini hiç yansıtamayan bir takım ya. Tam bir B takımı.
Anorthosis. Bir Falcon değiller.
Jetgo.
Sup. A tier.
Ivy Next Rüya.
Bir şey diyemiyorum.
Bazen düşündürüyor ama.
ULF Esports. Yani bizim klasik totemlerden şu TRC's koyalım şuraya.
Son olarak IDA Esports.
Oldu yani, adamlar stabil ilerliyor.
Fenerbahçe Espor. C bence. Bizce. Bende İda var. İda'yı da ben direkt S'e koyuyorum. Bende Asgard var. Asgard'ı C'de yer kalmadığı için A'ya koyuyorum.
I have S2G. My favorite team.
Yeah.
S2G bence A.
Ama uyum yakalayacaklarını düşünüyorum yönetimden. Beşiktaş Getso. Ne TMB seviyesi, ne bu seviye yani.
Anorthosis. Kanka Beşiktaş'ın yanına konulur ortaya bence.
Onu oraya koyalım. XS Esports. Tam olarak BTL'e koyalım.
Aynen. Jetgo kaldı. Nedense yine Beşiktaş Getso ile Anorthosis ortasına aynı yere.
Tam buraya yapıştır bence.
Aynen. Takım içi uyumu iyi. Ama bu takımların yanında da şey olduğunu düşünüyorum.
Bana TMB Espor geldi. B'ye koyacağım. Yani
Koy.
B.
Biraz sürpriz bir takım onlardan. Bra Espor bence ilk 5'ine zorlayacak bir takım.
IDA Esports geldi bana da.
Şuraya yapıştır, tam ortaya yapıştır. Aynen. En sona S2G kaldı. A değil mi? Bence de A'ya koyalım.
Hello and welcome back to the PMSL Europe. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We had twists and turns yesterday. We set it all up at the start of the day. Everything was going according to plan. And then the bottom of the tables decided to kick into second gear. We're going to be heading into today's games and hopefully bringing you all the action as well. It is going to be thrilling, I'm sure. And at the end of today, we're going to set that smash rule boundary. So everything's still to play for.
Yeah, it's going very, very quickly. Actually, all things considered, I was very, very surprised by how fast things are going. But going into today should be good. We had, like you said, a lot of upsets yesterday. A lot of interesting teams that weren't doing particularly well suddenly having some good games. S2G turning it on right at the end of the day. Like I said, I think that was a big morale boost for them. Saw them all hugging and cheering, which is necessary, especially when you've had such a terrible groups and knockout stage. I think a little bit of that from the home crowd can do you absolute wonders. But today, like you say, we will be figuring out where that smash zone will be. Right now, ULF looks like they're the closest to be setting it in the future. But with so many different teams stepping up from so many different portions of the tables, kind of hard to predict.
Yeah, absolutely. You imagine that in general, you expect a first place team to be around a 10-point average, which would put you at 120 points at the end of the day. So the expected boundary that I'm thinking about is around that 130 mark. And with Rondo, that could go a lot higher. Obviously, ULF right now on 65. If you double that, that would be 130, and then the boundary would be 140. But it's that sort of number that we're looking at the start of tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see because today's games still need to be played. Of course, there is, as you say, ULF way out in the lead, but Regnum Carya fairly consistent yesterday, able to get a couple of really strangely effective rotations in a couple of those circles, and managing to thread the needle a couple of times. Very strangely interesting stuff. Yeah, well, several times I saw them send through the middle of a few things.
Yeah, there was actually some pretty cool moments from Regnum Carya in terms of their rotations. Like you say, like honestly, getting some of those rotates not easy, but that takes practice. It takes discipline. It takes reading the circle well.
Takes
information gathering. It does take silence. Yeah, I would boil it all down to, ooh, silence, cool. But yes, I think that it's definitely Definitely some cool rotates coming through from Regnum Carya. It felt like, I don't want to say sandbagging in the groups and knockout stages, but this is a very different Regnum Carya to what we saw over yesterday matches.
Yeah, it has been a lot more performant, obviously, and we were looking at consistency over those group stages and sort of wondering about a couple of teams. They have found that first day nice and strong. A first place, 2 second places, a third place as well. Nice record to have, and that second place is well deserved. A team that, when we talk about consistency coming into this one, it was Papara SuperMassive, right? Who were sort of the kings of consistency when it came to their performance both in the league and knockout stages. They did have that massive blast out day back in the league stage to top the tables there, but yesterday not as effective.
Still some good games though. I think overall when you watch Papara SuperMassive, some of their rotates, their positioning, it didn't look terrible. It really did not look terrible. Carya with a big fan base here. Carya, the one that's eclipsing over on S2G side. So you got both sides of the arena. Do you feel sort of bad for the people underneath the flag right now, Joe?
They're just trying to call their mum. They're just having a good time in the audience. They're like, oh, they've covered me up. That's a terrible view. I'm sure it's all in good fun. Maybe they cleared out that area. You can see not all the fans in just yet, although the seats are very, very full now. And of course, with the weekend kicking off, more people are going to be able to get there nice and early for things to begin. And there we go. Finally, they're uncovered. He is actually on the phone. Look at him. He is actually on the phone, and they've just been shaking a flag over his head. What's that about?
Yeah, he had things to do, right? He had things to get up to. Got to call in the troopers. We need more support here for S2G. I also think that honestly, were they like punching the flag there from underneath? Is that how they make that billowing effect?
No, they're just all shaking it like you did in primary school with that big parachute. That was great fun.
I don't think anyone remembers that.
That's a UK core.
That's a UK core memory right there.
Yeah.
We used to have like the done thing in the UK in primary school was some guy brought in a big parachute. I guess it was a big parachute. It was like massive.
Like a big circle of rainbow cloth, right? And you'd all just like shake it, and then you'd all throw it up in the air, and then all climb underneath it, and it'd be like a big tent, and you'd all have a great time. That would be one of our PE lessons. Goodness me.
That's not what we did. So what we did, we played Sharks. Did you ever play Sharks?
Oh, yeah, where one person's underneath. Yeah.
Yeah, and they just drag you under. You get flung, and now you're a shark. Who do you get next? I don't really know what the goal of that game was, because eventually everyone just gets dragged under.
Violence, I think.
You're just waiting to see who gets dragged under next. Which is what we're doing here. We're waiting to see who's going to get dragged under in the leaderboards overall. Look at our tournament format and how things have panned out over the past 3 weeks. It's been a little bit of time, right? But we've had the group stages. We dropped a few teams from there. Then went to knockout stages. Slightly less matches, only 5, so it was a bit of a quicker job. We went down to 20 teams and now down to 16. So every week we dropped 4 teams, and now we're here in the finals, battling out to see who will be taking home that 35 grand.
Absolutely, it is a nice prize, but the bigger prize that sits behind it is, of course, that PMGC gauntlet spot that everybody is salivating at the prospect of. It is much more favorable to going into the gauntlet than it is to the group stages. So even if you're winning your regional point table, which several teams have the opportunity to, you do want to be getting top 3 here. And if you want to get in the top spot, one of the ways you can do that is with the smash rule. After today, we'll be setting our score boundary. So say that it's 120 points for whoever's in first place. Add 10 to that, it would sit at 130. That would be our smash score target. If a team hits the target and after hitting that target, get a chicken dinner, they win. No other extra rules. Doesn't matter if there's anyone with more points than you. If you've hit that target and then you get a chicken dinner after you've hit that target, you win the whole shebang and a gauntlet spot.
And here is our calendar for today. Obviously, yesterday it's exactly the same. We're not changing anything here, keeping things very consistent throughout the entirety of the finals. But we will be starting off on Rondo into 3 Erangels and then capping off the day over on Miramar. And finally, one more, Miramar. Yeah, I think Miramar was a nice one to finish on yesterday because it's a bit of a weird one where, you know, I think that Erangel is nice, does require a lot of strong rotations, but more than ever, I think Miramar, it's a tough map to end on, right? Because it's massive rotations for you to make, interesting little movements you have to go for as things are panning out on such a huge map, especially because we keep having these really southern playing paths, which are tough to work with. Here are our qualified teams for the grand finals, and every single one of them, I would say, have done something here and there. Maybe not IWNRX. I think that's the only one I'd probably count out.
I mean, they had a little bit of a glimmer of hope during the league stages. They were up into 3rd place there, but they really fell from grace during the knockout stages. And yesterday, that story continued, right? 16th place, 19 points. It needs a big revitalization. But I think, yeah, you're right. Everybody else has had those little moments. XSLAY, even with that final afterburn in the league stages to just about make it out into the knockout stages, and now here into the finals as well. I would maybe put Anorthosis Famagusta in the same category as IWNRX, potentially, as a team that hasn't really done anything loud. But during the knockout stages, I suppose they had their moments.
Yeah, I think during the knockout stages, Anorthosis Famagusta are pretty good. Again, I do think that they're struggling a little bit from what IWNRX struggled with last season, where they have one very strong player in default, and then the rest of the team is trying to kind of build around that momentum. I think that's what's tough about it. Still, they are an aggressive team. I don't think mechanically they're terrible. I think that's the good thing about Anorthosis Famagusta. Yes, you have this one really big star player, but overall, I do think that for the boys on Anorthosis, still doing fairly well.
I mean, they're certainly putting up a strong performance, and I think a performance in a place where perhaps teams maybe a little bit less expected than they would. Obviously, Default having a big impact there. Ragnazada as well was doing a couple of tricky maneuvers yesterday, so we'll hopefully look out for more of that, please, today. Coming into it, they do have a little bit of a way to climb, though, because in 13th place, they are fairly close to the bottom of those tables, right? Although it is fairly smooth on the points curve, right? For 28 points in 13th place, you give them 10 more points, they're tied in 4th place with the Falcons, right? So it is very much still a volatile game. It's still a lot to play for, and we still have the majority of our matches left to cover. And if you're going to earn a lot of points, the place to do it is on our first match in Rondo.
We got a lot of points coming through yesterday on Rondo. And I think that it was a lot of points. We were spread across many different teams. We didn't have like a banger of a performance from any one singular team coming through on Rondo. It was Erangel, actually, where we saw the majority of our points coming out from for ULF with 27 points total, with 17 eliminations on that match, which was fairly impressive, to be honest with you, John. Hoping to see more of that today. I think you made a good point yesterday where you were saying that, look, for ULF, maybe it hasn't been the greatest day in the world, but I do think that in terms of having those breakout performances, then just some consistent results throughout the rest of the day, if they can do something similar over day 2, I would have a good hope that they make it into tomorrow. To a high placing, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something they're going to be thinking about, as with all our teams. I think a team that kind of surprises us being up in the top 3 here is Beşiktaş, right? Obviously kicking off with a chicken dinner on Rondo, but maintaining fairly steady point scoring across the day. They did have a couple of dips, but their medium games are pretty powerful, I think, compared to like what we've seen from quite a lot of other teams. And I think that's where tournaments kind of are what can be won or lost, right? Is on your middle performance games. Your middle and low performance games are where it really, really matters in terms of how you're going to be able to extract point value from those games. There's a lot of focus on chicken dinners, right? And obviously they are a big factor. You can earn a lot of points in one go, and in certain situations that might be what you need. But I keep harping on about consistency, about raising the point mark by adding to those middling games.
Yeah, there's certainly, I think for Beşiktaş though, you know, they got 19 points off of their first game of the day, which was on Rondo. So that's 19 points out of their 42. So almost half of their points were earned on that first game. And I think that that's important because that Rondo wasn't too difficult for them to win out. They had chosen the right space on the side of the map. They had so much room to work with. A lot of the teams were battling amidst one another to try and get towards that end game. And for Beşiktaş, that was sort of cleanup. So I think that it's somewhat lucky. And then you have 2 games that they had that day with 0 points. Nothing at all. And then I think the other highest elimination game they had was 6. So that's only a slight worry for me. Which is why I think that when I look at the Team Falcons, for instance, I have higher hopes in them. So 8th place, 4 elims, 4th place, 3 elims, 16th place, 1 elim, so we avoid the 0-point game. 2nd place, 12, 10th with 3, and 10th with 4 again. So it's just getting Team Falcons through towards that end game that might help them out. But yeah, I think that's a much more promising scoreline at 38 points than Team Beşiktaş with 42. But yeah, we'll see.
It's yeah, I would agree that the Falcons demonstrating a lack of 0-point games is real nice stuff. Hey, what are they supposed to be on the stage? What's going on there? They're sitting down with their Infinix GT30s, having a game of PUBG Mobile, relaxing, chilling. Goodness me, looking good in the suits though.
Absolutely. We saw him trying to get away with stealing a trophy earlier, which he tends to do quite often. I'm surprised they keep inviting him back.
Yeah, they need to set a ring around it, a no sandstorm zone around that trophy. It's seems to be a recurring occurrence. There you go, a recurrence even. You know what? Should we play some PUBG Mobile?
Yes, we could do.
I think we should do that because I'm seeing that there's a lobby actually loaded in.
I'm
We'll be taking a look at that fairly soon because we're going to look at the overall rankings first.
I'm doing the hosting now.
I've already done it now. What are you going to do about it?
How dare you?
Oh, dear.
But yeah, ready with the overall rankings. You talk me through it then. Go on.
Oh, well, Ulf at the top. They have 66. Okay, I thought they had 65, but either way, they are having a good time there at the top of the tables. 58 points behind them is Regnum Carya. They're looking to chase them down, and that's what the story will be for me today. Are Ulf going to be able to carry on this massive performance that they had in day one?
Yeah, I mean, Regnum Carya, certainly a really, really strong team. I am putting a lot of backing behind this squad. I think it's a very, very strong squad. I think Silas also genuinely just a nice guy, it seems, from everything we've seen in the past. I mean, even last spring, getting his dad out and them getting emotional about that was quite sweet to see. You like to see some emotions from the players because a lot of times you don't. You either see anger or elation in between losing a game or winning. Jetgo, also interesting team for me right now. Don't know too much about the players personally, but it is cool to see them at 33 points, considering their performances throughout the league stage. And then it was almost a final hurrah in their knockouts to get them into those finals. So very, very cool stuff. XSLAY, 1 chicken dinner with, oh my God, 1 chicken dinner and 10 placement points.
Yeah.
So that's all they've had yesterday is just that 1 chicken dinner for placements. Yeah. Ooh, that's rough.
And most of those elim points came from that game as well. It was a 7 elim chicken dinner, which means that 17 of their 23 points were earned in that one game. So only 6 points earned on the rest of the day. 5 of them were in Rondo as well. So they only got 1 point on our normal maps outside of their chicken dinner.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting. But Rondo should be here shortly. I believe, at least.
Have I been baited by this? Because I did say that it looked like we might have a game ready. Because I'm looking at our map feed, I'm seeing a Rondo with 64 players in it running around right now. And everyone in the crowd is sat down. You can see every seat has a bum. You know, we're sitting everyone. And I'm sure they'll be standing up fairly soon in support of whichever team they so choose. At the moment, I think we're over the Carya zone. of the states of their standings. The stands, there we go. And they will hopefully support their team. Carya, during the course of yesterday, they had like one good game. And then outside of that, really weren't super great. So hopefully they can please their crowd a little bit more today.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious of why Carya has such a abnormally large following.
People like it. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. I think maybe it's an influencer thing, I suppose. Must be. I need to look into it a little bit more. I know this guy's popular. He's with Carya. I remember him from last season. But yeah, perhaps that's the case. Either way, for Carya, like you say, it's not been craziest of turnouts, but it's nice to see they have a massive fan following behind them.
They certainly do. Although the other team with the Wolf logo were able to keep up an average of 8 elims per match, which is very impressive. I mean, when we talk about Ulf, right, they just outperformed everybody yesterday. Obviously, a lot of those elims came from their game 2, 17 elims in one game, which is not on a Rondo, which makes it even more incredible. And then across the rest of the day, their lowest elim game was 3 on game 4, our final Erangel. Other than that, really, really solid stuff. So definitely one to watch out for.
It looks like, well, the lights are coming on. I'd be excited to know if the game is starting. I'll have to wait and see. Okay, I think for Ulf, even if they got 17 elims in that one match, 8 elims average is still very impressive. A better Fireflux, let's say. I don't know, man. It felt like Ketch I think Ketch just hated playing on Fireflux. I think that's what that was.
Maybe. Yeah, he's just got rid of the branding. They've reskinned.
Because he's playing well now again. Because it used to be in the past he just didn't. Right, very beginning of his career, insane player, incredible player.
Yeah, I mean,
stays on Fireflux a little bit longer. In all honesty, he's washed at that point. He was washed.
I think that it could be a case of you sort of get so stuck in a long-term like team situation, and that dynamic, it feels like you just can't change it, right? So you maybe you feel something isn't going right, but it's like, oh, this is what we've been doing for 5 years at this point. Maybe he just needed a breath of fresh air, sort of get some room around and get some perspective on his gameplay.
Yeah,
and bring that sort of talent back.
I think getting Eren in the mix is probably a good injection of talent, because he's one of the younger players, I would say, in terms of Pmsl EU, who has come into this a little bit later than Ketch. But I think that he probably has different ideas about the game that perhaps Ketch has. But there we go. Rondo is our first game of the day, and we are finally here. Excited to get into it. Match number 7 out of 18. And we're almost there, John. 3 more games and we're halfway.
Oh, yeah. We're looking to keep this one rolling, and we're jumping straight in to proceedings here on Rondo. You can see the plane path coming from Jadina up towards Nanchuan on that northwest corner. Of course, the big feature of Rondo, as we talked about so many times, are the recall beacons. Expect hot drops, expect early to mid-game fights, and expect that to lead to messy rotations in towards the middle and late game circles. It has been a nightmare for teams to try and make sense of this one, and we'll see if they've been able to find some sanity.
Jadana City up towards Nanchuan. You know what I really like? I like being able to say the names of all these places. Very fun to say as a commentator. And the couple of times I spent in China, I have learned some pronunciation habits. Not all.
Yeah, well,
but
we are open. We're open to advice. We'll put it that way. Oh dear. Yeah. We'll get around to it. I'm sure. Well, it's new for everyone. Northwest circle there. End of the plane path should be fairly all right. unless there's this embroilment around Stadium. I think ULF wanting to claim that one, but Fenerbahçe may be getting in trouble with it. Also, is that Anorthosis Famagusta as well underneath them? I believe it is around that Stadium area. So far, oh, shots into the sky from Ida. Not going to connect though, just backing it off.
K9 as well. Not ideal for this stage of the game, but you can get some nice little pot shots off early. Circle heads over towards the northwest side, so towards Stadium actually, around test track on that southeast side. So this does mean there can be a huge amount of fighting. There is a lot of recall stations in this area. Madcap with a knife. This is XSLAY, who also has a knife.
Oh dear. Bit of bullfighting going on there. But Darkin, he's being a little bit more reasonable. Madcap, though, back to the knife fight in the tent. Oh, one slash across. And he needs it. Madcap able to get the clock there on Delation, but the rest of XSLAY moving around. A lot of their players going down, but they are taking their toll in response. I think both of these teams at this point want to disengage. I mean, they are right on top of this recall beacon, which means that you do have to fully flee. And going for this early, I mean, I like this. They know that they're going to be looking for weaponry. Not too many sightlines are going to be under control. So getting these players back in now, a solid choice. And Emre can't really look to the skies in this spot.
It's 3 elims. I think Ida wants 3 elims. Players going to be parachuting down. I mean, Emre needs to win this 1v1. Right now, he's taking quite a bit of damage, though. Good crouch underneath the window. Gets across. Neo with a nade. I mean, wouldn't need to do a lot of damage to him, considering he's already quite low, and there it is, yeah.
Able to get that first nade elimination, but there is a second recall beacon being dropped on by Ida, and they're far afield, and they should just be able to pull themselves back up. Madcap will want to disengage here. I wonder if he's got a gun, though, or is he still on the knife?
Yeah, probably still on the knife. Oh no, barrel. Good damage, actually. Very good damage. Instantly traded off, though. But that's delay. And they are kind enough to immediately flush him so they can get better use out of their recall station. That's a lot of players coming for looks.
Okay, he's got the shotgun on the staircase, though. It's not going to work because Spike's got one of his own. And he turns it around. Fenerbahçe losing a player. And a point added for Anorthosis Famagusta. This is over towards this western side, or the southwest side of this next circle. Could be a little bit troublesome. You see these recalls just coming in thick and fast as everybody's bringing their teammates back to life once more. Simple Domac with a little bit of response over to Spike. And doing pretty well with it. Might be a little bit tricky to get to the recall beacon, but that northwest side might be under control. Anorthosis Famagusta, hang on a minute. Have they just been fully wiped? Or are they down to 1?
Down to 1. As indicated by the green pip.
Yeah. And the guy recalling his entire team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the early game is going to be a little bit of action here and there. Regnum Carya coming against Falcons. Now Valo gets taken down by Loxy. There's some really clean shots into another. And this is what Zedwolf's always been known for. Very clean off angles. Redox finds a shot over towards another player from Regnum Carya who are coming in very quickly to help assist Loxy, who is doing the do-si-do around the vehicle. Lived for quite some time and maybe delayed just long enough for Regnum Carya to get over there.
We'll see if they want to, if they do want to get over there, or if they want to disengage and just keep their players alive, get that recall. The Falcons are a little bit the worse for wear on the fight, so we'll see if they can keep it going. But with Silas getting knocked, I think this is time for Regnum Carya to disengage if they can. But Zedwolf and Wild, they're going to keep the pressure up, and Falcons going to be playing on us too. Maybe they also want to disengage from this. Going down early in this situation, really not ideal. And Beşiktaş trying to make that the case for Anorthosis Famagusta as they rock up. Trying to move on in, trying to take ground here.
Beşiktaş winning out yesterday on Rondo. And that is a unbelievably good lineup. Skewers them like a kebab there.
Goodness me. What a spray down there along the side of the building for Falconist. Moving in now to execute on those points. But again, it's still early enough. teams can just get these recalls. You can see the Falcons, they've got their recall. Regnum, Carya, not too sure where they are, but I'm sure that they are looking for a beacon as quickly as possible, one that they can use to bring everyone back to life. Kamikaze taking a knock from Carya. Hang on a minute. Oh, okay, that was the finish onto Spike on the spray down from Falconist, not just a pan elim. Goodness me. I don't think we've seen one of those in a long time. People are much more prone to using the knives in the early game.
I mean, you take a pan, but you can get it. It's good for defensive capabilities as well. A lot of times, now that we get the knife as the initial item of choice, you'll forget that the pan is basically tier 4 armor, completely blocking bullets when shot from the back. I think Regnum Carya heading up towards Ryan. I mean, they already got 4 eliminations off this game. I think they're quite pleased with it. The 3 of them were on to Falcons, and then another 1 over towards BR8. They rotate in a similar fashion, but BR8 went straight past Stadium, head a little bit further over towards that northwest side. And Beşiktaş still playing it very slow. Asgard will get a res off themselves, so back up to 4.
I mean, so far, Blank, we've seen 20 eliminations come on through, and we've only lost 3 players, and they can also be rezzed. This is actually being set to be a really high elimination edition game here, as more and more start to get taken away. Oh, Anorthosis Famagusta might actually be in a spot of bother here. With the 1 player left now, it's imperative that they find a recall beacon to make this game work for them.
It's the second time they've been wiped down to 1 player, so very much not having a good day so far. And that's versus Beşiktaş, who yet again are pumping points here on Rondo. No stopping the train for them. Bit of hovering going on over there. What that was about. And back to this awful area of the map on the northwest side around Nanshuan. Yeah, horrible area. BRA knows to immediately get a move on. But because it's so undecided between the 2 areas, you are somewhat worrying where to play on this one. I think you just have to play the side you're given. Regnum Carya went to Ryan. They got that res off. If I was them, I think I'd just send it direct down towards Nanshuan. Maybe one of the compounds on the outside. The one particularly just off towards the east.
Interesting on the res there for Anorthosis Famagusta. They were able to, obviously with the parachutes, get a lot of ground covered over towards Nantuan. And I think that actually the player who's going to suffer the most is the person who recalled them all. Malaz had to break up towards the north. And are they still on 2? Did they get pinged away in the sky? I think they might have done. I'm not too sure. Brad didn't manage to get any of those points, so maybe not. Not too sure where Sefkan is. Oh, sorry, not Sefkan. The rest of Anorthosis Famagusta. But Real getting spotted. Beşiktaş likely to pick up that point. But there's still so much time on these recall beacons.
I mean, it's still a lot of them up and available for teams to pick up. Especially squads coming in from that western side as well, John, because over in that area, you have an instance where Beşiktaş are coming through. They'll pass by that res beacon. There's plenty of other teams also in that area.
Ooh. Getting mashed up there on the EMP zone as well. This is and I will say this, I will bring this back again. It is a really high elimination game here on Rondo with, I mean, everybody doing so much damage. It looks like we do have our first team fully confirmed. So that's 4 elims locked in as real compared to the rest of our matches. Anorthosis Famagusta as well, going to really struggle to get a recall here. So I imagine that those 3 are going to stick. So out of all of these elims, I think we've seen upwards of 25 now coming on through, and 20 of them at least are going to be fully bonus, and they are really going to impact these standings. With 8 elims for Beşiktaş already, that is a really great start for them. The question is, can they move in right now? Because they are going to be behind the queue on the western side, moving over towards Nantuan on that north edge. ULF as well, with 0 elims so far, get a really strong rockside spot, overlooking Nantuan from this hilltop, overlooking the river crossing to the far side as well.
Yeah, there's an instance right now where for Beşiktaş, it's just another strong game here on Rondo. So specializing on this map, you get a ton of points and then you sort of wither throughout the rest of the day. That's not great, but it will keep you in the running. I think they're very pleased to have that in their wheelhouse. Regnum and Carya really taking their time, and honestly, they could have had that compound that Falcons picked up. And I do massively respect that rollout from Falcons to grab that compound. It's on the outside of Nanshuan. It is not forcing you into a location where you are stuck in the city, and gives you a lot of options going forward, especially if this was going to move back down towards the southwest side, which is where it feels like it starts to lean.
Yeah, it went all the way up to the north, and it was like, oh, I'll definitely go to Nanshuan, and then it went, nah, actually, I think I'll cut you 50-50 and see what happens. Recall beacons still in the zone. I'm looking at the TheNoisyBoys, who've been sat on that recall beacon for a while, although they haven't got stuck into any fights. They haven't got any elims yet. They do have a lot of it under control. You can see the high ground angle they've got over towards Darkin, who's taking a lot of damage, and the spray downs there continue, but Mazzara not quite connecting fully for the points on that one. In the meantime, Falcons are defending their pitch over towards Jetgo.
Fair enough as well. I think for the Falcons, this is a very good staging area for them. And seriously necessary. They want to win out this game. But it's not going well for Jetgo right now, Sean.
They have one player left, and he is in a spot where he can very easily get these reses. And you say it's not going well for Jetgo. Redox is actually left alone as well. Can Regnum Carya wrest control of this? As actually Jetgo are going to be able to get back to 3 here fairly convincingly with XSLAY rolling in. That's going to preoccupy Redox. He can't take those maneuvers. Scarface has brilliant oversight on this. He's very, very split off. A nade in though. Redox cooking. Can he get it through? Can he land it? Bounces, not quite connecting.
Yeah, this is a tough nade to hit as well, and they're constantly moving. You get a little bit of chip damage, but not much more than that for Redox. You can see here, there's plenty of areas where the boys from Jetgo can just hide out. Surprised it went so badly for the Falcons there, and you wonder if it was a case of Redox just wasn't in the fight and not ready to take those shots with the rest of the team. They're a little bit further away. And Jetgo do go for these mad dashes quite often. Throw caution to the wind, make it happen. And this is how that they've been still building on some kind of points despite, you know, maybe not being the most fearsome squad in the lobby.
Jeez, I just had a train horn go right outside my window. That's crazy, sorry. I'm back in though. Loxy, however, not so lucky, getting knocked and flushed by XSLAY on the off angle. The approach to this fight, as it may conclude fairly soon. Redox wants to hold his nerve, has one nade, a Molotov on the door frame. That's going to slow Jetgo down, force them in through the one opening. And he's got the shotgun, trained, ready to execute here. Needs to step out, no. Backs off, plays the angle, has a nade in hand, he's cooking. The door gets shut. Jetgo do not want to let this one go. Open the door, no, he shuts it in his face. Almost takes himself down there. That could have been disastrous. But XSLAY still not getting stuck in. They're already with Regnum Carya on the outside, who are down to 3. Those recall beacons will be shot off fairly soon now, Blank. So it is time to make your move if you want to get back to 4. Jetgo get the res, but Redox steps out for another, and he goes blow for blow with it, and will not take a lick of damage in response. Symphony are not able to land, opens the door. Can Redox find what he's looking for? Merciless on a sliver of HP, but no, it will not be good enough. Redox with a valiant hold, but the Falcons fall.
The fact that Merciless doesn't go down there actually ruins Redox's push. I think if he was a tiny bit lower, very different story. Very, very different story. Very well played, Redox there. XSLAY being very annoying for Regnum Carya at the moment. Constantly hovering around this third party, I guess, over towards Jetgo as well as the boys over on the Falcons, but never really fully committing to it. So Regnum Carya couldn't also get stuck in. I would be pretty upset if I was Regnum Carya. You were expecting XSLAY to go for something there. Instead, they just send off into the distance and just get exploded by ULF.
I mean, that's what happens when you try and crash onto ULF on their really incredible rockside position. You know, we saw them in it earlier. They had been a little bit quiet. They've just been delivered a couple of elims, a little resupply. That's very nice to be able to add those ones to the tally. And they're in a really dominant spot. But speaking of being dominant, Beşiktaş on 11 elims, Blank. At 16 minutes in, they've been able to farm this western side. But have they finally gone a step too far? Have they kept themselves overexposed for just that little bit too long? They've lost a player now, with Boran getting claimed by the play zone. They're down to 3 players.
Okay, last remaining. I never really thought about that, but the explosive bow actually is really good at creating impromptu cover. You know, a lot of times people are expending grenades to make that happen, but actually the bow does it very quick. I wonder...
And a lot more targeted as well.
Yeah.
Because with a nade, it could bounce. You're like, oh, I missed through it. The explosive bow's like, bang, there's a hole. Have your divot.
That's like kind of meta. Ulf's still going crazy as Regnum Carya struggles to get in. I actually am kind of frustrated with XSLAY there. Me personally, no. Let's put it that way. For Regnum Carya, I would be really annoyed though with XSLAY. Because they essentially protect Jetgo, and I'm sure there's no collusion involved right now. I'm 100% sure there isn't. But it's because they're so afraid to take that fight, they essentially act as a blockade between Regnum Carya and actually going for the third party, which is what XSLAY should have been doing there. They absolutely should have gone for the third party, but they act as a blockade and then just go kill themselves. It's like,
yeah,
all you've done is just ruin our game and your own.
It's like, my job here is done. Swishes the cape and immediately walks into the cupboard.
The lobby needs me.
Goodness me. Carya trying to defend, playing off against IWNRX. IWNRX, no elims so far. Definitely needing to rack up those numbers as fast as possible. Carya wanting to put on a show for their home crowd advantage as well. With an aid from CEO. To find Frozen, but goes a little bit wide on that. They're blasting them back, playing around that deployable cover as well that we've been seeing being so impactful in these middle to late game scenarios. And hopefully they can use it to their advantage. IWNRX take a knock, and that is outside the blue with it closing in about 30 seconds. They need this res to come fast.
Frozen swinging off to the right side here. Nade goes through. Good damage on top. No Molotov to finish the job though, and no more nades on Lewis. Marceau just tries to go for the rundown, or at least identify where he's playing. But Beşiktaş up high, they're still not done. Still pumping those points. 13 eliminations now. This is a ginormous game for them. And absolutely fair. If you want to get all your points on Rondo, there's one way to do it. And I think that it is also helpful, John, that this is a very, very similar position of the map where Beşiktaş won yesterday. They know how they like to play this.
There's a chance there for the nade on the flush, and it will take... No, it's actually the spray down from Ketch. Ulf, I mean, this high ground position for Ulf, they established it early. The circle has helped them out on this, and it's shifted again up towards them. I feel like this is going to be an Ulf chicken dinner, right? This feels like the time. Unless Beşiktaş are able to keep their pace and feeling real hot right now with 3 players, are going to be able to do so much, but with Ulf's position, with their overlook, with their dominance of the area around them, I just don't think there's any way that they get taken down here.
It is... I mean, I think it's still too early to tell, though, because you have this instance right now where the circle could hard shift southwest. I think if we're playing the odds game, I think you'd be right, but I don't think you can say this with certainty. Who's going to win on this one, just because of the way the river cuts through the middle of this one. So tough. Zeptimus, I don't know, headers that nade. Smoke everywhere, shrapnel all over the place. Man's made of metal, doesn't take a lick of damage.
He became one with the rock. He was basically Dwayne at that point. He just didn't take any damage from that
stone form.
Lovely little stone form, exactly. Beşiktaş, they're still on the fight. They are going to clash with Papara SuperMassive right now. Of course, with 3 players alive, it's a little bit harder. Ulf may be able to take shots out this way. It's just a bit out of range, potentially, for the majority of Ulf, so could be isolated. Beşiktaş now crunched a little bit. On this hilltop, they've had a lot of power. Obviously, they've been afforded a lot by their position. Nades over the top, looking for Papara SuperMassive, and an answer with a nade. Falcons doesn't go down, but the info's gathered, and he has to back off the angle. Papara SuperMassive, charge him down.
I mean, Nico sending out that he knows that Beşiktaş is on the back foot, starting to push away. But Papara SuperMassive, again, this is what I'm talking about. They're consistently into these late games, no matter what. I'm just waiting for them to get one of those massive games coming through. Rookie on this rock is very hard to deal with here, John. The fact that he has oversight down the hill towards IWNRX, but that is a great shot from Kakali and a very much needed one. Nico preparing to make this push.
I don't think that IWNRX can move up here with Carya on this oversight. They are going to be the ones feeling the brunt of the pain here. One player from Carya has gone down. This is potentially going to give Beşiktaş a chance to get this res and see what they can do here. But Carya go down to an off angle from Eren on ULF across the way. It helps, and the circle blank, it shifts out to the west side, and maybe ULF have to move. The res potential here for Beşiktaş and Papara SuperMassive tentative on their push. They don't know who's there, and the nade from Falcons brings Beşiktaş up to 16 elims blank. IWNRX are exploded in the valley.
Yeah, that's a nuts nade from Beşiktaş. I think that the little shoe-in that ULF makes there might be their undoing, just because it gives a general idea of the locale that that team is coming from. So now Papara SuperMassive and Beşiktaş can both go prepare for that. The saving grace is that ULF does have a player on that southwest side. That is a sad nade that comes through, catches him as he's running away, falls flat on his face in the dust.
This is very, very difficult for ULF. You're right that they will struggle here. And the nades keep going through. They're really struggling against the two players from Regnum Carya who might be able to get this res. And because they were playing so split blank, they do not have the ability to get these reses as fast as they would like. A good nade, not quite on target, but the spray down certainly is. Scarface isn't going to let that one phase them. And now the reses can come through. In the meantime, Beşiktaş looking to try and stay alive, but Papara SuperMassive may have been clued into the fact that they are only 3. Now with Zeptimus down, there's only 2. And I don't think they've got any more nades left in the pocket here. Zeptimus flushed away. Is this the end of their run? Because ULF are starting to gain steam with 10 elims themselves.
Yeah, they still have to wrap down over towards TMB. Last player from BRA. Playing as 3. They just have to hope that their spy on the other side of the map can live long enough to let this one go through. Darkin gets taken out. Very, very tough here now.
This is the second rondo. This is the second rondo that we've had on this river, right? With 2 opposing massive high grounds on this cut valley. It's so difficult, and these teams are going to hate it.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's very hard to predict. You don't really know where it's going to go. It's going to take raw skill and action to make this happen. I like this split from Papara SuperMassive, covering both angles right now. It's slightly dangerous in case Beşiktaş pushes, but I think that Papara SuperMassive are fairly confident that Beşiktaş aren't going to make a move like that. Still, 16 eliminations is lovely. Eren has been a terror on these long-range shots, though.
He's kind of nothing compared to Falcons right now. Look at what this man has done. 8 of their elims come from him. He is half the team on his own right now. The TheNoisyBoys, they stayed quiet for so long. They held their recall beacon, playing the good game, but that's all for naught, as they will go down in 7th place, it seems, fairly soon. Well, not just yet, but with ULF on the hunt, you've got to imagine that this is going to be, dangerous. 3 and a 4 in a vehicle? No, 3 in a vehicle, and they're rolling up to the TheNoisyBoys. Could be dangerous if a nade hits them. The spray down of the vehicle goes too far. Ooh, no, the TheNoisyBoys get taken out. But I think ULF have been separated.
It's still okay, though. They can play this out fairly comfortably. Try and take the wheels off the car. It's hard to do. Nico goes down to Ketch off in the distance. These shots have been disgusting. It's nice to see Ketch still taking these shots as well, hitting them at long range. Like I said, the guy had been somewhat struggling over the past year and a half or so, compared to his debut almost 3 years ago, where he shocked the world and wowed everyone with an unbelievably strong performance. Sadly, will go down as he skirts down the cliff face. Yeah. This job's pretty much done at 16 elims total. And this is Scarface's playground.
Absolutely. He's opening up with a 6x on the AUG. It's a beautiful spray down opportunity. Ketch does get flushed, and they're playing on his 3, and they're up to 16 elims blank. They saw Beşiktaş chasing them down. They were like, guys, we're actually the first place team. We're doing 16 elims as well. That's just what we've got to do. And they are probably in one of the better spots here. Papara SuperMassive, the only team that can change the tune, and they're making their move now. Falcon is making the dash. Papara SuperMassive will turn over the hilltop, and that will be the end of Beşiktaş. But they still get a huge game. A 5th place and 16 elims. That is monstrous on those point scoring totals. I would not be too surprised to see them try and keep this one going as well. But ULF, now the team to beat. Papara SuperMassive in the drink.
Yeah, dropping down. I mean, a lot of bullets coming through. It's from Solus, who have been playing this off angle, well prepared for a maneuver like this from Papara SuperMassive. ULF has absolutely everything covered right now. Papara able to get underneath. 18 eliminations on the game. And like I said, Scarface, widely known as one of the best long-range players in the game, still making it work. 19 eliminations now, looking for the 20 bomb.
They could get up to 22 here, and Kamikaze is on the menu. Will be found as well. 2-0. They have guaranteed a 30-point chicken dinner if they can convert. Of course, there's 2 players still for them to contend with, but I'm expecting denial here. I'm expecting Papara SuperMassive to move out. Oh, maybe not. Okay, they're stepping up. Lost and Tron B trying to scale this cliff. Solus breaking out wide. I think they know that this off angle's a danger. Will get spotted. Sprayed down for 1. Eren peeks over the top. They're too worried about the off angle. They do not realize that the thrust of the spear comes from Eren. And there is that spray down on the off angle. A 22-point chicken dinner. They have got 32 points to kick off the day. Blank. They almost get half of yesterday's points in one match. And ULF are terrifyingly competent.
That's going to shoot ULF into the stratosphere in terms of points off that game. What a match from them. On the complete wrong end of the circle as well, the majority of that game. So cool, though, to see Scarface in his element. Like, that is where he shines. Eren didn't let anyone get close to him either in that close combat scenario. You just had this nice tandem between both those players. Scarface taking care of anyone at distance. Eren, nobody could get close to this guy. And on the monolith they go.
The first team to double up as well. You could see just on the bottom left of where they placed the new placard. It is their repeated chicken dinner. The first team to find 2. But they don't need that tiebreaker, Blank, because they are going to be so far ahead. They're nearly at 100 points now, just off of that game.
Yeah, it's very, very wild stuff. I think for ULF, very promising team. It's nice to see as well, because I think that I kept talking about them in knockout stages, saying that I expected much, much more from this squad, yet it never seemed to come to pass. Finally feel a little bit of vindication now here in the finals, at least, which is nice. It is nice. But I think it will be hard to catch up to this squad now. I think that sets them far ahead. Anyone else? Regnum Carya still get a good shooting on that game, though. Beşiktaş also with the 16 elims. It's a strong match from them. It's just strange, though. I think Beşiktaş sort of gets... I don't want to say lucky, but it is their wheelhouse of a game there in their quadrant of the map. So it does make life easier, especially when it's such a large map anyway.
Yeah, it's... I feel like even like Beşiktaş's game was a little bit overshadowed by ULF in this scenario, but they did do phenomenally well to fight out and win. They were stuck in some real nasty spots. And of course, that big nade over to IWNRX was a real highlight. And the MVP is Scarface, going up to 8 elims, 1,132 damage. I feel like it might be pretty close between him and Falconist. I'm not sure who was able to get more done in that game, but I think the damage did just eke out for Scarface. Could have been survival time as well. Obviously, ULF lasting right until the end, and that long-range hunt was on for Scarface. He did the work. The rest of the team beautifully syncopated with him.
Take a look at the match statistics from that game, because honestly, I'm imagining every single player there was doing fairly good work, because Solus even is able to get more damage than Scarface that match. Very, very interested to look at the team stats from ULF after this one. Falcons with 4 grenades. We saw a lot of those come through after that massive elimination and wipe over to IWNRX, who are inside the ditch. One well-placed grenade was all it would take. But again, it's the first time I actually quite like to see the distance covered. And it is from Tron B on Papara SuperMassive. And I think that it's very important to take a look at that, because Papara SuperMassive on pretty much every single game throughout yesterday, after I think the first two, were just getting towards those end circles. And it's not, I mean, goodness me. It's not because they're getting lucky. They're taking very, very long treks to get there. But what is this? A 4K damage game is unbelievable.
That's 4,219 damage inflicted on the rest of the lobby. Blank, that might have broken all records that I've seen before. That is absolutely insane. It's so close. Can you imagine if every single player had 1,000 damage? That would be absolutely incredible, but it's just not quite. However, that kind of doesn't matter, right? Over 1,000 average damage across the team. Nobody was slacking. Everybody pulling their weight here. And that is just... that is monstrous.
Yeah, very good decision making from them early on. Understanding that's where they were going to get the most points from, right, on that side of the map. And I think the interesting thing about it is that I think that's again, it's a nice parallel to make with XSLAY. XSLAY, who's too afraid to even go for a third party onto Jetgo as well as the Falcons, effectively holding Regnum Carya out for more time than they can handle. They wanted to squeeze through at some point, but there was never a moment where the traffic jam wasn't in effect. Compared to ULF, who understands that location, they're going to have to battle. They're going to have to get some real grit going there. And they are going to be in a cage match with every other team in the lobby if they want to even begin to think to survive in that spot. But they made it happen because they trusted themselves and they had confidence. And I think that spot does require you to puff out your chest a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be hotly contested now. What's interesting, based on what happened from that last game, I was just thinking about points totals now. For ULF, if they're able to keep up pace now with their average point scoring, the smash boundary is going to be out of reach for everybody else, right, at the start of tomorrow. And it will severely reduce the probability that, first of all, we'll see a smash victory. And second of all, that ULF could be taken down from it, right? It would be such a massive gap that we'll see there. And I think that could be an interesting dynamic depending on what ULF can do for the rest of the day. Because my big question was, can they keep their performance rolling into today? I feel like it's a resounding answer that they've given me right at the start. And
it is.
I've greatly enjoyed it, but my goodness me.
It's also funny the way they do it as well. It's almost to spite you a little bit. Yeah. In a way, though, we'll head back to the stage and we'll be back soon. So we'll catch you after this.
Güz finallerinde heyecan nasıl gidiyor arkadaşlar? Hangi takım daha iddialı? Duyamadım. Arkadaşlar dün akşam S2G'nin geri dönüşüyle gerçekten çok büyük heyecan duyduk. Açıkça kendi adıma söyleyeyim. Ama bütün takımlar da büyük şampiyona ciddi derecede kök söktürüyorlar. ULF'e de açıkçası hayran kaldık. Onlara da kocaman bir alkış alalım. Bir Beşiktaş taraftarı olarak da onların da iyi gittiğini söyleyebilirim. Carya da süper gidiyor. Davut'la birlikteyiz. Arkadaşlar 5 tane mousepad'imiz var. 5 mousepad ama öyle böyle değil arkadaşlar. Bakın muhteşem, olağanüstü Infinix'ten hediye olarak sizlere geliyor. 5 mousepad kim istiyor arkadaşlar? Görelim. Bir dakika, en yüksek sesi çıkaran tarafa doğru verin.
Okay. So,
duyamadım.
Okay.
I can't hear them.
Okay, so all I know is we have 5 mouse pads and I have to choose 5 people and then we'll have our lovely staff reach out to you and give you the mouse pads. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick 1 person from that side, 1 person from that side, and then 3 from here, okay? I'm gonna try and give everyone an opportunity. So, let's see who I'm gonna choose. I'm gonna start from over there. Who's gonna follow me? Let's go. Come on. Okay, over here. First one. First one. Let's go. Okay, so I'm not sure who to choose. I want to see if we have any supporters from All the teams. Okay, you know what? You, black jacket, yes, that's our first one right there. And we'll go back to this side. Let's have a look-see. Alrighty. Okay, you know what? Since Ulf did very, very well in the first game, I mean, you were talking 32 points. No, Ulf fans, where are you? And Ulf, where? Did they all leave? Okay, fine. You, that's a, okay, I love that shirt. So, number 2, mousepad number 2 over here. Number 3, I'll choose you. I like it, yeah. Number 3, right here. Number 4, make some noise, come on, make some noise. Yeah, okay, I like your energy. I like that. Number 4, right there, S2G jersey. Row number 2. And our last one, let's have a look-see. Okay, you know what, fine. Final one for you, there we go. All right, that's our 5 mouse pads. I'll have our lovely staff reach out to you and then hopefully we'll get our rewards. Don't worry, there's more. Now, we have wheel spins.
Arkadaşlar çok teşekkür ediyoruz Davut'a. Bana iş bırakmadığı 5 tane arkadaşımızı çarçabuk bir şekilde seçtiği için kendisine çok teşekkür ediyoruz. And very thank you because you chose very fast.
I have to make it quick. I mean, look, we have games. We have games to go through.
Thank
and
you,
also,
my
we
friend.
have wheels to spin.
Let's time. Now we are... Ben niye İngilizce konuşuyorum ki?
Turkish is yours, English is mine.
Biz şimdi çarkı çevireceğiz. Spin wheel'la birlikte hediyeleri sizlere dağıtacağız. Hazır mısınız arkadaşlar? Kim için dağıtacağız? Hanımefendiyi
Okay, you
seçiyorum.
have to choose.
Hanımefendiyi seçiyorum. Hanımefendiyi seçtik. Bir kameraman arkadaşımız gösterebilir mi? Hanımefendi için geliyor. İşte burada hanımefendi için çeviriyoruz. Acaba ne çıkacak? Merak ediyorum. Penguin, benim için çevirir misin?
Yes, perfect. Yeah. Give it a spin. Wait, what does she want to win? What does she want?
Ne istiyorsun? Ne istiyorsun? Ne çıksın istersin? T-shirt.
Okay. Wait.
T-shirt.
T-shirt. Okay, we have a
Geldi
T-shirt.
işte.
That's our first
Gerçekten
one.
hiçbir hilesiz tişört kazandı.
Two more.
Okay. 2 tane daha istiyoruz. Kim olsun? Kim istiyorsun? Kim istiyor? Arkadaşımıza veriyoruz. Hemen buradaki arkadaşımıza. Ne istiyorsun? T-shirt istiyor.
T-shirt as
Bakalım
well.
gelecek mi t-shirt?
Penguin, por favor. Don't know why we went with Spanish on that one.
Evet, önümüzdeki zaman diliminde update geliyor Penguin'le ilgili. Çılgın tavuk dansı dün nasıldı, iyi miydi? Ben çok beğendim. Pas. İşte tişört geldi. Tişört geldi arkadaşımıza.
One more, final one. I think we need to go there.
Bir arkadaşımız
Yellow shirt. Yes, you. What do you want? What present? T-shirt. Everyone wants a T-shirt. I love it.
Herkes tişört istiyor. Bir atkı isteyen yok mu arkadaşlar? Atkılar bana kalacak bak. Atkı da çok güzel. Atkı da çok güzel.
T-shirt. Okay. Penguin, please. Oh, wow. Belgian just stole that one. I wanted to spin, but okay.
Ne gelirse, tamam mı? Var mıyız? Ne gelirse. Pas gelirse de pas, tamam mı? Yapma.
Çanta?
Bere geldi, bere
Çanta?
galiba. Bere. Bere geldi. Arkadaşımıza yeşil tişörtlü bereyi armağan ediyoruz.
That's it. 3 spins, done. 5 mouse pads given out. And don't worry, we have more spins, I believe, after match number 4. So don't go anywhere. And now we have match number 2 waiting.
Bir misafirimiz var. Vezir Bey burada mı? Fenerbahçe'den Vezir Bey burada mı? Fenerbahçe'den Vezir Bey'i davet etmek istiyorum.
No more.
Tamam.
We have
Bir
more after
sonraki
game 4.
zamanda misafir edeceğiz arkadaşlar. Şimdi birazdan ikinci maç başlayacak. Günün ikinci maçı. Çok heyecanlı bir durumdayız. Kim kazanacak, kim kaybedecek bilmiyoruz ama analiz masasında heyecan farklı bir noktaya gidebilir. Ve burada yarın Smash ile alakalı kuralı biliyorsunuz. Smash kuralı nasıl arkadaşlar? Gerçekten çok heyecan verici. Yarın bakalım ne olacak, bugün ne olacak? Çok büyük bir heyecan içindeyiz. Özellikle...
Okay, you know what? Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've had a lot of fun, but I think it's time for us to get back to the games because I think the players are more than ready.
Herkes çok heyecanlı. Şimdi analiz masasına gidiyoruz ve arkasından maçlar devam edecek arkadaşlar.
There we go. A lovely look at that lovely wheel that always dishes out the best prizes that everybody seems to always get what they want. It's a very curious wheel, that one. And of course, big fan of the penguin mascot. Always good to have that one thrown on in there. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more gifts and prizes being given out. And unfortunately, it's only for the people in the venue, guys. So if you didn't have a ticket, it's too bad. Maybe next season you could end up there and be grabbing some of those prizes for yourselves. So we'll be getting on, hopefully, fairly soon with our next match. Of course, we finished our Rondo. It was absolutely crazy. If you didn't watch it, wait until the end of the show and then go back and watch it because it was absolutely insane. Two teams getting, 16 elims for Beşiktaş. We were like, whoa, these guys are crazy. How's anyone going to beat them? And then ULF just went around and said, you know what? Hold my chicken dinner. Actually, no, we'll take it back because they absolutely nailed it with a 22 elim chicken dinner. My goodness me. I mean, that is insane. And also third place team, Papara SuperMassive, or second place in placement, you know what I mean, 11 points as well. This is really high point scoring. You can see that 3 point stretches all the way down to 13th place with Jetgo, and only Asgard didn't get anything off of this match. TheNoisyBoys as well, able to get a point from just finishing not in the bottom 8 of the lobby. But still, even though those 32 points were earned, the rest of the lobby still was able to do not awfully.
Yes, I think for XSLAY as well, 4 points down here. It's just crazy that TMV is still able to get one elimination over in the 15th place. ULF at 98 points, almost breaking 100 points total on game 1 of day 2. That is some crazy stuff. Regnum Carya at 65 points there. Beşiktaş over on 61. Regnum Carya's keep it up, I guess.
I mean, you know what's absolutely crazy? They'd be first place on elims alone for ULF right now. They have 70 elims.
Wait,
they have 70
what?
elims, and if you took away everything else, they are still in first place. How incredible is that? I mean, you know, you add 22 elims to a tally, and that's kind of just what happens. But my goodness me, that is, I mean, that really puts it into perspective how dominant that has been. And now 33 points behind is second place. At this point, it's a race for second and third.
It really is. I mean, it's going to be hard to catch up to any of these squads. And it is so incredibly tight towards the bottom of the rankings. And you know what I think is respectable is that IWNRX is on 22 points. We have seen teams before in the past in 16th place on like 4 points come day 2. So I do think it's not a terrible thing that teams are still pushing, even on the second page here.
Yeah, that's... Sorry, I'm still reeling from the from the 70 elim points. Goodness me. Next Rüya still languishing, unfortunately. Eating a nade from Beşiktaş, who were able to profit nicely off of their game. And still, yet to turn up here in these finals. Not ideal for them. We'll see if they can change their tune. But for now, they're starting to slip down with the likes of XSLAY and Next Rüya.
I mean, Next Rüya, I think they are I don't think they're going to make it, honestly, at this point. But for the head-to-head, 13 total score here for Loxy, Nico over on 6. I think Lost realistically is the player that is actually putting in a lot of work in for Papara SuperMassive, but I think Lost has kind of dropped off a little bit now for them. Again, I do need to see a little bit more out of Papara SuperMassive. And even that last game had good positioning, but just couldn't quite contend with the firepower coming through from ULF at the moment. And I think that's the big difference maker. Again, 70 elim, unheard of.
Yeah, that's insane. Over 7 matches, 10 elims average. We were exalting them for 8 average elims at the start of the day. That was, we had a big fancy graphic for it and everything. And they just gone and, upped that by 2. What more do you want? Are you not entertained? These guys are putting on a show, and I'm absolutely loving it. I was just taking also a quick look at PMGC points. And of course, the points that you earn in the finals are what count towards your PMGC points, which means that ULF, very likely to be top of the tables for Turkey. But if they're also top of the tables here, that's going to slip down. So potentially the team behind them could be in the running there. Ida, S2G, Carya, Regnum, Carya, all in with a chance of taking that spot. Papara SuperMassive as well. I mean, there's a lot of contests for Turkey. Unfortunately, for the other regions, there's really not that much. It's basically Falcons are lock for Western Europe, and for Eastern Europe, it depends what the TheNoisyBoys are able to do here to surpass the Boars, who are on 105. So if the TheNoisyBoys get more than 105, they could be able to make it. And the best way for them to do that is to use their Infinix GT30 to the best of their ability. Of course, with 120 FPS, these guys are going to only have the best performance here, and hopefully they won't crack in their pursuit of greatness in these finals here at the Pmsl Europe full season. With 6 Rs on the hashtag, that's carry at the end, and that's what they're going to be looking to do for themselves on those points tables. Still, an outside chance for the TheNoisyBoys.
Do you know what I really like? I like all day 120 FPS. I like it when I get to the nighttime and I don't drop down.
I'm dreaming in 120 FPS now. What the hell?
Yeah. Oh, that would be nice. That would be nice. Clarity of the clairvoyant visions that come to my dreams about ULF winning this whole tournament. But yeah, it could be the case.
Could be.
I mean, to be fair, with my track record yesterday in terms of predictions, maybe not. But I didn't dream very well the other night. Okay.
No. Yeah, maybe, just keep your dreams to the Infinix GT30. And I think that's a much more achievable dream, certainly. Of course, anyone with one, congratulations. Anyone without one, I'm sure you'd love to have one. And if you want to be able to use one, maybe you should have qualified to the PMSL Europe finals, What are you doing? You're slacking. You could just go out and buy one, though.
Yeah, you could do. You could do, or you could just qualify.
Or just qualify.
Just qualify, guys. I mean, to be fair, I think that even though I am just saying just qualify, I would highly recommend that if you're very interested in the competitive scene of PUBG Mobile, there's a lot of spots open, and there's plenty of players who have come in very late into the scene in this tournament in particular, who are doing really, really well and continue to put up fantastic performances. So I think that there is certainly a case to be made that just go participate in PMCO. If you have a group of friends, or you can find someone that you can scrim with, find a team that you can scrim with, and they like you, get on board. You never know. You might make it to the finals of PMSL EU4.
I think what the interesting thing about, the move towards a more structured and more quote-unquote professional style of play is so much to do with team dynamics and so little to do with in-game mechanics, right? As much as you do need some in-game mechanical skill, the major talent comes from being able to work as a team, to be part of a unit that moves forwards, like we saw ULF doing, right? They were all performing their roles seamlessly together. It was a well-oiled machine that they were able to find in that last match. And that is potentially, if you want to be on the road to the PMSL finals in your future, that's something that you definitely need to be learning from. But for now, we're going to have another Erangel for you to learn from. Of course, we're heading into match number 8, as we are going to kick off match 8 with a plane path from Novo up towards Georgia Pole.
Yeah, I mean, for this map in particular, it's a little bit tricky to get towards that east side. It's not too bad though. I think this is one of the worst playing pass in the world. If it was slightly further off towards the right, I think people would be happier. But this particular playing path is fine. I think most teams are pretty okay with it. Moving off towards the eastern side, it's BRA, who are jumping over towards Milta right now. Anorthosis out early alongside with TMB, John, though, on Sosnovka is an interesting prospect.
Yeah, it could be a little scrap on the military base. And as I was talking about before, right, the Eastern Europe region is technically up for grabs here for the TheNoisyBoys. What they need to do is aim for more than 105 points on these finals, and they would get the Eastern Europe qualification spot on points. That is a fairly achievable goal. On 18 matches, that is something that you could definitely be setting your sights on, right? It's not the tallest of orders, and they've already managed to get 31 points in the first day. Only the 1 point at the start of today, so not a great result to keep up the pace there. But they definitely are on track to potentially find those averages. Because over 18 matches, if you get a 6-point average per match, you're qualifying into the league stages of global finals.
No, it's not a ridiculous scoreline. And again, if ULF continues to perform the way they're currently doing, you are squashing points requirement a lot. Because you're going to be stealing a lot of those points away from everyone else. Even the knockout stages, I would say that we had a bit of a points vacuum, which made it very volatile towards the bottom. It's actually the only thing that really allowed Jetgo to get in right in those final moments. So I think that it would be... I'll be very curious to see where that top 6 lies at the end of all of this. Not considering the smash ruling. Because again, ULF could come out on day 3 swinging. They get themselves a ton of points. They win the smash ruling. There is a world where second place is in the double digits.
That's true, yeah. The earlier you close it down, the less point scoring opportunity there is for the rest of the lobby to earn those PMGC points. That's very interesting. I'd consider that dynamic. That's something that people would be very, very worried about. But I would say that would require ULF to, as you say, really come out the gate swinging, which we've seen they absolutely can do, right? With that last game. I feel like even on Rondo, that might have been an anomalous performance. Was it? I think it was tied with the highest elim count we saw on a Rondo from knockout stage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
We came through with a 22 elim game. I feel like they deserved a 23 just so that they could have the record there. But you know what? The numbers don't lie. They were only able to get 22, and they couldn't break that 100-point barrier. A lot of early fighting going on here, as Anorthosis Famagusta and the TheNoisyBoys do indeed clash.
I think that TMB has been so used to having Sosnovka all to themselves. This comes as a little bit of a shock to them, honestly. A tiny bit of a shock. But TMB is just heading out. Getso's gone. Ida loses that player early on to a bodged drop on a vehicle. But a very, very fine circle on this one. I think most teams are pretty pleased with how this one's going down. No one's too worried about it. Papara SuperMassive fairly close to the center, but you know who else is fairly close to the center? It's ULF. Down south Rozhok way.
This is Regnum Carya. What they tend to do is very early leave Rozhok, right? We saw that happen yesterday, and they may have regretted it slightly, moving back over to Rozhok a little bit later on with the circle, but it's what they've done time and time again on circles that sort of contain this area. They break out east very, very quickly within the first 5 minutes of the game, and they really get their scouting done very fast. ULF filled that vacuum over towards Rozhok last time. The circle was a little bit further north, so that dynamic could continue. But we are on board with Regnum Carya, who are doing just that now. They have moved out to actually quite far southeast of Rozhok now.
Goodness me. I mean, BRA, I think BRA is definitely the team that I was the most disappointed in over the entirety of this finals, though, John. I think the fact that BRA are only down on 26 points does lead me to believe that a lot of the massive performance they were able to come out of in the knockout stages were exactly how I assumed it was going, where it was a lot of luck, a lot of early fighting, a lot of high elimination games that came from some fortunate circumstances. It's not to say that BRA is a bad team. I think it was a little bit of a strange few days for that squad.
Carya looking to try and defend their pitch here. And as one of the teams that sort of had high hopes coming into this this phase of the tournament, I thought maybe they could outperform themselves, because they have had these little glimmers, these little moments that we've seen from them over the course of the two previous stages, but they're really not bringing it on the stages on this stage, unfortunately, and hopefully they can open up faster. Of course, the Rondo effect at the start of day two, right? And I don't blame teams for not really... well, maybe I mean, it is definitely still their fault, but I don't blame them for necessarily being super strong on Rondo strategy at the moment. This is the first season it's been implemented in this region, certainly, and across the world generally. It is still a fairly new trodden path, and I think that making those early adjustments are what teams are going to really look for in terms of earning super huge amount of excess points on Rondo. And I don't know if we've reached the final form of strategy on Rondo yet. I don't imagine we have. I'm sure there's a long way to go, especially when you consider the recall beacons.
Yeah, I think that we have like seen quite a bit of it so far, and at least in my assessment, it's a case of for Rondo, you have to just go with the flow sometimes. You're going to get more eliminations just based off the recall system anyway. But I have been preferring teams that, at least when the circle comes to them, they prioritize getting a central position. They try and clear out teams around them while still having a backup recall that's close towards the center, so they don't give up center after that. So it is a map that sort of forces you to play between edge and center, depending on how close you are to recall beacons, how close you are to the center of the circle when it pops. It's all quite interesting. But I also find that you are going to get those games where you are just lucky. You are just lucky. The stars align. You get tons of points off the back of it. And it's not something you can replicate. Where I think that on Erangel, you get 3 of them a day. I think it's highly likely that you replicate a 17-point or a 15-point game frequently if you are good enough.
Well, yeah, that is the big caveat, though, if you are good enough. And I think that teams will start to read into that. And obviously, I mean, at this level, certainly, everybody's going away and crunching every single game after these matches happen and trying to develop, trying to be ahead of the curve. And we'll just have to wait and see how it all changes. A big migration now on a northeast shift. Blank, we're going up to the northeast side. Regnum, Carya trying to move back into the west edge of Yas Fields, but Beşiktaş are already there. ULF might crash into them, though. On that middle side, you've got Ida as well, just north of this. That west side migration is looking tricky, but around Potato Hill, there's also close conflict.
A lot of damage going through. Lewis will get himself first drop. But yeah, I think over towards Yas, it is a little bit stressful here that you got Yas Fields in play. Now, I am slightly disappointed in Regnum Carya because this is the first time we don't see them take West Yas compound. Very frustrating for me to see that happen after there's been so much stock over the past multiple games where they look over towards the north side of Roswell Bridge, they pick up West Yas compound and play from there. I mean, they still get an okay spot down towards that south side. And I think they can be fairly pleased with this position. This is where Silas won out PMGC all that time ago when they're back on S2G.
Yeah, it's a
historical place for Turkey.
Yeah. I mean, if seeing that repeated would be brilliant. Maybe for S2G, maybe for Silas. We'll have to wait. You know, Regnum Carya would be glad of it, but
one of
so the S2G fans.
Most successful players in the world, honestly. And I don't think I count Powerboy in that.
I think the most successful player in the world, no?
Yeah, well, not on a technical basis, because Paraboy and Order are probably the most successful players in the world when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports.
You think?
Yes, absolutely. They won twice in a row, PMGC, right? Hard to beat that. No one's beaten that. But I think on a more vibes level, you'd be right. You'd absolutely be right to say that Silas is probably one of the most successful player in the world.
I think that the early back-to-back has a bit of an asterisk next to it.
Well,
right?
that's what I'm saying. Absolutely. On a technicality, they are the most successful.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay,
but,
yeah. Okay, yeah.
But if we take out the technical side of it, then yeah, they're not, because it's when the game was first forming. It's when we didn't have all the powerhouses in. We hadn't fully explored all the talent in the world in terms of players. But I think Silas now just needs to get one more PMGC, and then my man can retire.
I feel like the other player that I would bring into conversation is King. In terms of most successful player in the world, he has a pretty incredible track record. Certainly in the PEL, right? So I think that if you're talking about who can face Silas as the most successful PUBG Mobile player or decent league player, I think King has to be in that conversation. I think that's the only person I would accept someone having the opinion of that Silas isn't the best, is putting King in that pedestal.
Yeah. Again, it's I think PC Pro Elite League is very, very different beast altogether as well. Like a lot of times they're playing a very different game to us. Ulf though going crazy once again. EMB takes 2 knocks, but no flushes just yet. And Ulf would tally to 100 here if they're able to clean this out. And Scarface looks like he wants to get it done. A 1v4 might be a bit bold. Luckily, he has backup.
Yeah, he's got the boys. They're rolling in a nice little assault onto it. There's no defense here, and catches them, slacking. Mazzaro does find the retribution, maybe looking for a flush here. They lose catch, but it will not matter. 102 points now on the tally for Ulf. They are over into the triple digits, and that has got to feel real terrifying. Everybody in the lobby will see that elimination feed lighting up and go, I think they might have just done it. We're beans. Second or third place race it is, boys. Let's see. Big news as well for the TheNoisyBoys on their chase towards the Boars PMGC points total. They go down with 2 points again, so only 3 points today.
Yeah, it's bad. It's very, very bad. I'm kind of interested. I'm kind of interested by Ulf right now and how they play that out, because I think they thought they were still playing on Rondo, sending all the players in. So you don't care in the world, but you pass by. They're almost 40 points ahead is ridiculous from second place. Day 2, match 2. We haven't even concluded match 2 yet. I think that's what's even wilder. Yeah, I think for Ulf, they're chilling now, but it looks like they're not taking the foot off the gas just yet. They claim a nice little bit of space over towards the southwest side. But this is definitely an uncomfortable circle. A lot of areas to manage, maintain. Asgard have I think probably one of my more favored spots in the circle, which is on the south side of Yaz, out looking towards the field, and gives you plenty of time to work with. Slight struggle when you have to leave, but I think it's a very cozy spot up until that point.
Everybody trying to find their slice. Oh, a bit of an east shift, I think. That's a real hard east shift over towards... Oh, my goodness. They look at Papara SuperMassive in Heaven Compound right there. They're playing the 2-2 split. This could get dangerous. I'm thinking Regnum Carya are crashing right now. They're already in the vehicles. They're heading that way. I feel like this might be a North Point Papara SuperMassive being cut in 2.
Well, that depends if Papara SuperMassive are able to hold on. What is this? And why has it happened? And they are blocking them all in. This is like a shepherd with the sheep. And Falcons are not getting out of this.
Oh, no.
I think he might have actually cut their entire path in half with that, with the hovercraft. And so they couldn't move anymore. That is disgusting.
Oh, the Falcons are going to hate it. With one simple trick. Falcons hate him. Goodness me. S2G actually beat Regnum Carya to the punch to getting up to the foothills of the Papara SuperMassive compound. But it's not going to matter. Papara SuperMassive going into half either way. I don't imagine that the the south point rather, the higher end of this compound is going to be holdable. But Icy up the staircase, careens on in for S2G. But as a solo, I don't think he's going to be able to hold this against Regnum Carya when they decide to get stuck into this.
It's pretty clean, though. Pretty damn clean.
I mean, they lose
from
3.
Icy. Yeah. I wasn't talking about that. That was messy. But for Icy, very clean.
Oh, yeah.
Will Molotov out Spike from Anorthosis. I think Regnum Carya's push gets cut short. So funny when you get to higher levels of PUBG Mobile. Sometimes these kind of rotates become extremely messy. They become messier rather than cleaner because everyone knows exactly where the winning position is. So they're all just making a dart for it. So very, very interesting stuff. But this is a cool ending. It's very open, very tough to play. Vehicles are very necessary. I think hovercrafts here actually hold a lot of weight in terms of value, just because setting up actual compounds via vehicles is going to be a big deal later on.
I have a sneaking suspicion. And it's more of like a gut rumbly kind of suspicion that whoever is in heaven isn't going to win this match. I feel like whilst, technically, I mean, sort of far and away the strongest spot, I feel like whoever controls the south open slopes might have a better opportunity here. I'm looking right now to see if Carya can beat that team, because they are doing pretty well on that south edge in terms of control. If they can get rid of IWNRX, but by all accounts seems to be going quite well, as Aaron spins out for ULF on the cross. Last player alive for him. Backs it into Park. Seems like. Not on a double yellow. Good to Park there, mate.
So the thing is with Heaven, right, is that it is the winning position. And I think you'd also be right to say that, it's slightly different. It's a case of whoever remains in Heaven is likely going to win the match. It's hard to hold on to it. I think that even if you're talking about Carya right now, if this moves north, they will end up in Heaven at some point.
I think you're right. I mean, it's the sensible pick is whoever controls Heaven should win the game. Right now, though, it's kind of no one, because you've got Icy.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think I'm just trying to extrapolate on the point of
yeah.
You're right in the sense that this is not an amazing spot right now for Papara SuperMassive because they're getting assaulted massively. Now, though, as it moves over towards the western side, absolutely terrible.
Ooh. Okay. All right. So Beşiktaş in a pretty good spot, but the teams at their back are going to make their life really, really hard. It's a question of who wins on that western edge. IWNRX, again, it's pretty dire for them. I feel like they've lost hope here. It's just been nothing after nothing. A string of nothings on their scorecard, and you can't let that go. Fenerbahçe going to look to depart from that western side. Actually, Beşiktaş, have they crossed the road? No, I think they haven't. I think that's just a mini-map offset that isn't quite right there. They are still on the western side of that road, playing the bank. As Papara SuperMassive lose their final player, looks like that assault will continue, but they have to leave from the high ground.
There's a lot of players heading over right now. XSLAY finally decided they want to actually take a fight for once. Move over towards the remnants of the players in Heaven. Sending nades in to no avail versus Ida right now, John.
They do have the surround, though, and I think if you can corral these teams in, you've got to force them to have to move, right? This is stage 5 blue. It's going to do more than tickle. And they will have to make that dash. Beşiktaş taking shots out to the western side to stop anyone from moving in. And they do need to maintain their ground here. Again, they are still on the west side of that road. Don't be deceived. The Falcons get spotted, and Asgard may have got an opening there. Meanwhile, still trying to leave Heaven. A little crash down for XSLAY there. I think he might have been trying to go over and onto the roof, but goes a little bit long. Icy still.
What are we doing?
You can't challenge him on that staircase. Nobody's learning the lesson. And he's got a little bit more to go. 7 rounds. He's only going to need the 2 to be able to put that one down. Picks up 3 more. Is he going to find some ammunition in the box? Just managed to get it on board. Has 2 more upstairs as well to refresh on.
Ida have to push out. I think they realized that their time was coming to an end. But XSLAY, what are we playing at? As IC gets up to 5 eliminations, one of the highest score counts in the lobby, barring Carya with 8. Like you say, controlling down towards those south slopes. Regnum Carya's been fairly quiet. And IC, I think, gets a little bit too big for his boots there, John.
I mean, they got 5 elims, and a lot of them were from IC, so a little bit of an eco check there may be necessary to stop him getting too big-headed. Hopefully S2G can keep things going, because they also are potentially in contest for a point spot qualification. ULF do go down. Regnum Carya, though, in the lead as it stands on the Turkey regional points. But if they're in first, second, or third, then that's going to get bumped down to S2G again, potentially. I'm thinking a little bit too much about point 6. I should be focusing on this roll-up as Regnum Carya tests straight through the middle of Asgard. And it is going to be Ragnarok sent their way. Goodness me, Regnum Carya trundling on over.
Yeah, I mean, for Regnum Carya, smoke's down. They did lose Wild, which doesn't bode well for him, considering Wild being alive is like a lucky blessing to your survival time. Loxy's going to wrap back, though. Predicting that teams are going to wrap that way. Early warning system available for the team. Yeah, I think Regnum Carya, Beşiktaş, Ida, main teams that count. Carya, with the support of the entire crowd right now.
I feel like Carya potentially in one of the strongest spots here. If they can get rid of Ida on that northeast flank, right? That descent from heaven is still out in the blue zone. Carya have a little bit of terrain to play around, these long open slopes. Depending on what sort of vehicle cover they can find, could go well for them. The rooftops for Jetgo, not quite connecting on Merciless, and they haven't really got anything done so far this match. But on the north side, they're a major threat to Beşiktaş.
Emre from Ida. Not enough of a scout. I think a lot of teams really struggling to figure out where to play right now. There's not a lot of space that is exactly wonderful to drop into. Dead Wolf corners. It's getting as much information as possible. It's just small dips, defilés to work with right now, rocks. A bit of hard cover. Yeah, not easy.
I think Regnum Carya know that they can't really make progress on the west side of the road here, so making inroads to the east edge, probably a better bet for them. And Loxy launching nades in, going to soften Ida up. And Carya going to the other side of that compression, and Ida going to squirt out the side there. Unfortunately, get picked up there. Mopped up with a spray down from CEO, from Regnum Carya as well, but Loxy gets a little bit too bold. Jetgo do get traded on towards, so that should temper their aggression somewhat. But now it's all up to Emre. The Muscles himself, see what he can do.
Lewis looking to cut Regnum Carya. Loxy does go down, as does Ida here. Carya still getting a lot done, but it's mostly Marso with 6 elims on side. A really succinct little roll up over towards Falcons. Simple Domak is under fire by everyone and is literally set ablaze upon a bonfire.
Not the ideal place to be. That's the Guy Fawkes treatment. It's a bad time.
It really is.
Beşiktaş, they've been hunkering down here for a while. They did lose Zeptimus, but they are still slap bang in the middle. Next circle will reveal itself in 4 seconds. 1 second. It's actually going to be right now. As we go up north, Regnum Carya get a bit of luck there on a hard northeast shift.
They needed it. I mean, they've been struggling for a while now, but still at 3 players technically. I think teams know that they are struggling. They look like the weakened team, but that will give them a lot of time to work with. But like I said, it's really barren land. Zed Wolf does have a medkit to work with, but you can see there, it's practically all he's got. Luckily does have a big reset on both the helmets as well as the vests from the loot crate, which will provide some cover to the team.
Just a touch. Just a touch of cover. And that sometimes can be the difference maker. Can be a big difference maker. All of these teams looking to put pedal to metal. The fact that both Regnum, Carya and Beşiktaş are alive here, Blank, is kind of bad news for the rest of the lobby, right? There's a 13-point drop between Beşiktaş in 3rd place and Papara SuperMassive in 4th. That's only going to extend with placements. Carya looking to try and chase that down, and finding a chicken dinner here would be a great way to do that. But the more that boundary separates, the more likely it is that they're not going to be able to catch up. Bra wants to put points on the board as well, and he's going to light up for 2 on the spray down. And they are going to find a little bit of an answer, and in come the rest of Bra for the backup. Regnum, Carya want to find the side angle shots, the third-party situation. Storm hops out with a vehicle now at his back, plays on the hay bale, will survive for a little bit longer, but Quantum not so lucky. And now it's a one-man Storm trying to make something happen, but he's under a hail of bullets, and I don't think he's going to last too much longer. It's Poser to put him down.
I mean, everyone else in the lobby just wants to pick up as many eliminations as possible. BRA sort of took the wrong time to be going for that one. Beşiktaş have lived for quite some time here. Carya now investing the nades in. Slightly too much leaning to the right-hand side. A little bit of information, though, and now they know it's on target. It's going to be a barrage of utility, and Beşiktaş should be going down here off the back of that. Rookie sends wide. They have to scatter.
I mean, this long open play has worked well for Carya. They've had so much control from the south flank. Nades over the top now to Beşiktaş. And I love this flex out over to the west side of the road from Marso. He's got to get pushed in, but he's done so much work against Beşiktaş because of this angle. Covered off from Regnum, Carya, drops another smoke. He knows where his bread is buttered on that one. Having a good time of it. And he looks for Jetgo in the distance. He can fade away from this one as well. Has the tree to cover the crossing.
I mean, for Regnum, Carya, this will be a real test for them. This is the 4-man squad of Carya. And this is where we'll know whether Regnum, Carya still has it in them to get towards those grand finals. I think this is not an easy game, but there's certainly a possibility. They have to remove Carya from the equation, though. That's their only option. Beşiktaş down, and time is running out as now Jetgo's the only other distraction between them and Regnum, Carya.
Oh, Marso again with the pace on that road crossing. Beautiful stuff. Bringing control back over towards Regnum, Carya's side. If they didn't send that flank out, Regnum, Carya move up to the roadside for free. But now they've got control over the high ground. They've got that open roadside undercover. And the nades from Regnum, Carya, they're going to be a little bit tempered.
Nice.
Marso even getting shots up range. He does fall back with the rest of the team, though, and I feel like that might have been a misplay here. Gives Regnum, Carya an opening.
I mean, the fact that Loxy hits that headshot over towards Lewis as they come through is crazy. They really do not have much utility to work with, and that might be their undoing in this game. Sticky bomb sent out. It has to be a real long throw on that bad boy. Now just 2 teams remain. Jetgo did exit stage left. These will have to be some very quick shots coming through from Regnum, Carya. There is still smokes coming through as they come out. Poser is already down, finding one off the rip. Like you say, CEO over towards Zedwolf. He goes down, 2v2 now.
2 across the road from one another. Zedwolf potentially resable here, but it's a long time commitment, and the zone is coming. I don't think you can commit here. It's up to Silas and Loxy. Silas leading from the front with 5 elims for the team, but Marso on a tear with 9, down on his belly, on the belt buckle, looking to try and stand up against Silas, and Loxy will not find it there. Poser flushed away. Loxy making sure that those points are added to their tally. It's 13 elims for Regnum, Carya and 14 for Carya. Loxy steps up, can't connect on the spray, and it is Carya to be able to win the first trade. They find Silas down in the dirt, but he's good for 1. He's taken on Marso, and Silas brings it back into a 1 versus 1. Goes for the spray, but Lewis is able to take him down, right down to the wire. It was nail-biting stuff, but Carya pleased the crowd and are able to take down Regnum, Carya.
I mean, for Loxy, that is a little bit of a misplay there. Silas isn't available to help him with that one. And I think they almost ruin their own chances because they cause problems in the Carya camp. As soon as they take out, I believe it was CEO who was knocked over towards Zedwolf's side. What I think is going through Carya's head there is, oh, they're going for the res. They're looking for the res that we need to speed things up. I don't think Loxy was expecting such an aggressive push coming through from the guys on Carya, but it's a smart decision to go for right there. They knew that I think a lesser team would have got scared and doubled back, giving maybe time to get Z-Wolf back up. But Carya realizes we have to go now. It's not ideal, but we just have to take the fight. They send the buggy up, get out early, and that was the tiny bit of cover that sat in between Lewis as well as Silas in that endgame. Very well done. Regnum Carya still get a big game off the back of that one, except Carya come out swinging.
And they add the second wolf portrait to the table, side by side, looking at one another here. Look at that. Hey, get out of the way. We don't look at that. Oh, okay. We're going to be facing off. I feel like that is pretty cool. It's right in the middle. Having a good time with that. Beautiful stuff, and what a crowd pleaser as well to finish it off. Big elim games from both of these two teams. I liked as well that Regnum Carya had that discipline to go for those flushes, right? In that scenario, they were able to pick up those points, make sure they were up to 13 elims in second place. Still a very good game overall for them in terms of their point scoring, and they shouldn't be too displeased with that. I'll be interested to see where that lands Carya, though, in respect to Beşiktaş, who were in third place.
Yeah, I will be interested to see where it does play. So I think for Carya, it's a nice increase of points total for the team. But for Regnum Carya, they were catching up. They're definitely catching up. It's consistent game after consistent game here for Regnum Carya. I think that it's getting to the point now where it's no longer a case of, oh, Regnum Carya is in the conversation. They are being very loud right now. They're not exactly taking over the entirety of the talks, but they are always there as a voice in the room. And I think ULF is definitely the leader right now. They're the one doing the TED Talk. But I do think that the Regnum Carya consistently being in like a top 5 game after game after game after game is impressive stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that I think in general, Carya played a very impressive game. That game, particularly, they played that open terrain. Look, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I did bring them up when I was talking about who was going to win. You know, just adding to my prediction record. Check that one off. John did really well. And I do need the praise for that because it's something that I would dearly very much like. And I'll give it to myself. Self-congratulatory as ever. But that was really great stuff from Carya, who I will praise even more than I'm praising myself right now, for being able to navigate that open ground. I think Marso obviously particularly strong across all of that game. I did feel like Silas might have had that one. But in the end, no. It's going to be Marso, right? On the MVP, 10 elims in the end of the match, 1,231 damage. This guy was a major factor into why they were able to win this.
Yeah, I think for Marso, the immediate switchbacks between side to side was really good. 10 elims, like, cannot understate how good that is of a game here on Erangel. I think Marso, without him, it would have been definitely a situation where they would have got overwhelmed because they wouldn't have control on both sides of the road quick enough. And he was instantly back and forth, constantly using his vehicle as cover, constantly putting his vehicle in positions where it wasn't going to get destroyed as well, which is super important for him to maintain maneuverability on the map. So yeah, really cool stuff from Marcel that game.
Absolutely. It's top of the tables on all fronts there, on all the fighting statistics. He is on top. 2 nade elims there, 279 distance. It's a close range game there. Sub 300 as the longest range distance elim. You don't see that too often. And it just goes to show how close everyone had to fight, right? And I think a lot of that is to do with the fact that the Heaven compound was such a heavy focal point.
Yeah, I mean, especially in that location as well, where it's dips into areas where you want to crawl up, have a little bit of cover. Most of the time when you're fighting, you're right up in each other's faces because you're using smokes to deny sight lines. You're doing everything you can to make sure that by the time you start fighting, you're probably in nade range, so you're not taking shots anyway.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case. I mean, you create this sort of weird buffer zone around such a high ground dominant position in the situations where people are getting those 300 to 400 meter elims, right? And it is much more difficult to go for it. Taking a look at the chicken dinner stats here, you can see Lewis being a little bit of a silent partner there to Marso with 940 damage, but only the 2 elims to be shown for it. Maybe some of those were, some of that damage was sunk away to other teams' elim counts, but in general, still very, very strong. And Marso definitely the star of the show.
Yeah, 100%. Again, it's a very respectable damage count. We're almost reaching 3K on that game, I believe. I think it's very close, at least. Look, I think they might have just breached it by like maybe.
I think you're just shy.
Single
maybe.
digits, maybe.
You're right on the boundary. It's somewhere in there. I haven't done the maths. I pulled out my calculator last time for the massive.
Give me the calculations.
Oh no, I'm going to lose it because the graphic's going to go. I'm going to not have it.
No,
1, 2,
keep
3,
this up.
1
Keep this up. Keep
plus
this up. Keep this up.
940. Remember the last two numbers. 662 plus
120. 120.
Oh no, it's 2,953. It is so close.
It was close. Very
so
shy.
close to that 3K.
Very shy. Yeah.
Still, very impressive stuff coming through from Carya. And again, I think their open ground play was impeccable. I think that I have no faults on it.
Yeah, I think just shy of 3K is still damn good on Erangel. Not always easy to hit that marker. Something you more see on maybe like a Sandhawk, which is now dead. RIP. RIP Sandhawk. But I think that if we see more games like we have just seen over in Erangel and Rondo today, this is going to be a very, very exciting day of PUBG Mobile. Extremely exciting. I can't believe just how much has come through right now in terms of point scoring, in terms of critical teams towards the top side of the lobby. ULF did fairly well that game. I do think they didn't do fairly well. What I mean to say is that they were still looking very confident, but I do want them to not get too big for their boots because that game felt like they saw TMB, they're like, we're just gonna roll them. We're rolling. And they did, but they lost a player off it. And I don't think they had to lose catch there. I think they could have really suffocated TMB inside that building and then slowly picked their way through them before having to make a move. Because immediately after that, they were like, oh, we're going to go for a crazy move over towards heaven.
Yeah, I mean, that seemed to be the next launching point. I think it's I think it's interesting to think about what they were trying to achieve with it, right? Like, are they just trying to get that fight? Like, you can choke out that position, right, on TMB's compound, but is it going to be impeding in their future plans if they take all that time? Well, we'll never know, unfortunately, because they did go for it, and we are going to be heading to the stage. We'll see you guys in a minute.
We did have a lot of questions as we stand with Kager, one of the S2G super fans, and of course one of our WoW map designers. Now, as one of the world famous map designers in WoW, I want to ask you, what inspired you to start designing maps in World of Wonder?
Diyor ki ünlü bir WoW harita tasarımcısı olarak diyor, seni buna yönlendiren neydi? WoW haritalarını tasarlamaya nasıl başladın? Seni ne motive etti diye soruyor.
Aslında ben zaten küçükken tasarımlarla çok fazla ilgileniyordum. Sevdiğim bir oyuna da bu özellik eklenmesiyle beraber daha çok motive oldum. Daha çok tasarım yapmaya başladım. Aynı zamanda zaten 2 kere dünyanın en iyi WoW tasarımcısı seçildim.
So, from my understanding of Turkish so far, he's been a designer for a very long time, ever since he was a kid. And when World of Wonder came out as well, he just found the way to kind of fuel that creativity, and he was just constantly diving in, creating maps, one right after the other. Now, when it comes to the way that you express your support for S2G, how do you manage to do that? And when it comes to it, how do you design maps when it comes to S2G and showcasing their capabilities throughout your designs?
Davut diye şöyle soruyor. Tabii bütün dünyanın merak ettiği sorular bunlar. O da sadece Türkiye'de değil, dünyanın her yerinde izlendiğimiz için İngilizce olarak da o merak edenlere çevirisini yapıyor Davut. Şu şekilde sordu. S2G'ye olan desteğini harita tasarımıyla göstermeye nasıl karar verdin? Bu fikir ilk aklına nasıl geldi diye sordu.
Öncelikle S2G çok büyük bir kulüp. Aynı zamanda çok büyük bir taraftar kitlesine sahip. Ve bildiğiniz üzere Türkiye'deki tek dünya şampiyonu S2G Esports.
From my understanding, it's just from his love and from his support for the organization, for the players. That's kind of what's been driving him to constantly create those maps and again showcasing in the designs of the maps. I want to say glimmers of S2G around the map, which is honestly, it's incredible to see. Now, among all the maps that you've designed,
World champion S2G he said.
oh, of course. They have been the champions before, and I'm curious, can they do it again? We'll find out in this tournament. Now, when it comes to all the maps that you've designed for S2G, which one do you consider to be the most unique, or your favorite maybe, from the ones that you've created so far?
S2G için tasarladığın tüm haritalar arasında sence hangisi takım ruhunu en iyi yansıtan, yani senin için en özel olan hangisiydi diyor.
Bir harita tasarlamıştık. Şu an 400 bine yakın oynanması var hatta. Orada oyuncular oynayarak, oyuncak ördekleri vurarak reflekslerini geliştirebiliyorlardı. Hatta eminim ki sadece S2G taraftarı değil, çoğu taraftar o haritayı oynamıştır. Benim için en özel olan harita muhtemelen odur.
Alkış yok mu?
He said he doesn't do it just for the organization, he does it for the fans. He doesn't see like there's one unique one specifically. He's a fan of a lot of his own creations. Now when it comes to the maps that you've had the chance to create, have any of the S2G players or the fans had an opportunity to try out the maps that you have created?
Tasarladığın haritaları, S2G oyunları ya da hani hayranlarını deneme fırsatı nasıl buldu diyor. Yani diyor ki tasarladığın haritaları, S2G oyuncuları ya da hayranları deneme fırsatı buldu mu? Yani bunu soruyor. Bir de en çok aklında kalan yani comeback, geri dönüş şey neydi diyor. Yani en çok aklında kalan geri dönüş neydi diyor.
Buna da aynı cevabı vereceğim. Az önce bahsetmiş olduğum o ördek vurmaca haritası dediğim gibi 400 bin kişi tarafından oynandı. Ve son derece olumlu yorum aldı. Yaklaşık olarak 5 üzerinden 4.6 yıldızı vardı onun.
So a lot of people, from the numbers that I've seen, and I've heard it's around 400,000 plus people had the opportunity to try out the maps, which is kind of crazy and just goes to show how massive a fan base that S2G has, how massive a fan base that PUBG Mobile has, not just in Turkey, but also around the world. Now, being an S2G fan, what has that taught you? Whether it's creativity, persistence, or something else entirely. What have you learned being a fan of S2G?
Bir S2G hayranı olmak sana sabır, azim, yaratıcılık veya başka konularda ne öğretti? Yani sana ne öğretti?
Ya şimdi şöyle, az önce de söyledim. Türkiye'deki tek dünya şampiyonu S2G. Benim de bu takıma layık bir WoW tasarımcısı olmam gerekiyordu. Bu sebepten dolayı tabii ki S2G'yi seçecektim. Başka seçeceğim takım olduğunu düşünmüyorum.
I mean, you're talking about the only organization in Turkey to be crowned a world champion. This is what S2G's legacy has been so far, and being a fan of them has just made me push myself to the limits, and I want to be enough for them. I want to be as good as they have been on the international stage and in previous competitions. And you know what? I like that. And now S2G, they still have an opportunity to come out on top and maybe even make it to PMGC. Now, if S2G wins the championship, what kind of map design would you make to celebrate that moment for the organization? It's not going to be easy, but I want to see what the overall leaderboard looks like. But they still do have a chance.
I understand, Toki.
If I understand true, şöyle bir şey soruyor. Diyor ki eğer S2G bu yıl şampiyon olursa bu zaferi kutlamak için nasıl bir harita tasarlamak isterdin? Right?
Aslında bu sürpriz olacaktı ama bir ipucu verecek olursam bütün oyuncularımız, bütün e-sporcularımızın portrelerini oyun içerisinde tasarlayarak orada kendileri oyuna girdiğinde kendi portrelerini görüp oyun oynayabilecekler.
Wow. I like that. He said It's gonna be a surprise, but I'll give you a hint. I would want to see, you know, using the images of the players all around the map and just showcasing them. And you know, I absolutely love that. Thank you very much, Kaiger, for joining us.
And I want my photo also.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Can you put me in Bilky hand as well, please? Okay, that'd be perfect.
If you put my photo, I will be very happy, my friend. Okay? Please try this.
Okay, we're gonna have a conversation about that.
Neden olmasın abi? Yeter ki S2G şampiyon olsun.
Arkadaşlar, herkese başarılar diliyorum. Gerçekten S2G dünya şampiyonu olarak bizim ülkemizi çok iyi temsil ettiği için onlarla da gurur duyuyoruz. İnşallah bakalım, ama her zaman söylediğimiz gibi en çok hak edenin kazanacağı 2025 Avrupa Şampiyonası'nın içindeyiz. Hak eden kazansın diyoruz. Hepsiyle gurur duyuyoruz. Dünya şampiyonluğu için emir adımlarla giden takımlarımıza başarılar diliyoruz.
Son bir şey söyleyeceğim abi. Benim buraya gelmemde bu taraftarın payı çok büyük. Onlara buradan çok ama çok teşekkür ediyorum.
If I came here for these fans, he says.
You know what? I love every single one of the fans that we have here in the complex arena. Kaiger, thank you very much for joining us. We're now going to head on over back to the analyst desk and get ourselves started with our third match of the day. See you there.
And welcome back. Thank you very much to the stage, to that interview. We are going to be heading ever forwards towards our terminal destination here at these finals. Of course, with the Smash ruling, that could be any time in day 3. We'll have to wait and see. But it seems like ULF are still going to be atop the pack. With that last game, though, I feel like Carya may have made their mark on the tables and might be in with a chance of jumping up towards one of those podiums. A couple of the highlights from that last game, and it was some high elim games from both Carya and Regnum Carya.
It was indeed. I mean, there definitely was some pretty big highlights from this game for one player in particular here, and it is Marso, who is dominating the highlight clip reel right now after an incredible performance from himself. Lewis as well was doing some great work, a lot of damage from him, but not a huge conversion rate on their side. Icy also single-handedly holding out 2 teams, which is kind of crazy overall. Regnum Carya were doing their best. I think Regnum Carya didn't have the greatest of spots on the map, but they held their own regardless.
Yeah, their scout out back to the east to flex out towards Ida, I think was really strong and obviously showed great leadership from Silas and great execution from the rest of his team. Excellent communication is the key to that one. And I really did feel like Silas might have had it there in the end, but the buggy cover turned out to be too strong to defend from it. Match rankings here, 27 points at the top for Carya. A really needed infusion of points to add to their tally. And Regnum Carya should be clearing away ahead of Beşiktaş, who got 6 points, which is respectable, but apparently we're on a big game day today. So there you go.
Yeah. 27 points seems to be the magic Turkish number right now for these teams. A big 27 yesterday for ULF in match 2. And a big 27 for Carya here in match 2 today as well, which is super interesting to see. But I think for Regnum Carya, getting 19 points is fairly significant considering our third place team only walked away with just 6 total. So we're starting to see a real small amount of teams pulling away from the crowd now. Whereas the rest of the teams just cannot quite keep up.
I mean, it's with these big games, right? That's why this is happening. We saw ULF with now having the 2 biggest games, in fact, tied second place biggest game, right? Overall, with 27 points on that match 2 yesterday, and obviously 32 points at the start of today. They have passed that 100-point barrier. Regnum Carya up in 84 points. Look at that drop-off still. And Beşiktaş just about holding on to third place because Carya are knocking on the door of grabbing one of those gauntlet spots.
Yeah, hot on the heels here. And I think for ULF as well, being on 102 down to 84 for Regnum Carya, last game, it was only a 40-point difference. I was going to say only for a second. Then, what am I talking about? But yeah, it was a gigantic 40-point difference between those squads. And it felt insurmountable. But Regnum Carya, I think this is the worrying thing for ULF, is that ULF is able to get these big games, big window games, where you can see they have 74 elims. They absolutely go crazy on some of these matches. But the difference is that Regnum Carya, it feels like they're not really running out of breath here. They are constantly catching up in the distance. No matter what kind of big sprints Ulf's making, Regnum Carya is just got a steady jog on at the moment. Carya taking up the rear right now with 60 points. They are getting closer and closer to the target. Beşiktaş Getso, again, it is just like some decent games here and there, but I don't think there's been any kind of like amazing moments.
Yeah, it's something that does need to be there, apparently, if you want to be in those top three. Down towards the bottom of these tables, 24 points for IW Next Rüya. They're playing badly, blank. That is what we have, what we've divined over the course of these games. And maybe I'll bring it up once a match. We'll see. S2G on 41 points here, trying to break into the top of the tables. And again, they are still in contention for qualification, not necessarily through the gauntlet, to the gauntlet spots at the top, but through the Turkey region points, right? Because they are contesting directly with ULF and Regnum Carya. Sure, they're quite far behind both of those two teams, but given the fact that ULF and Regnum Carya are not unlikely to be getting gauntlet spots directly, S2G are now competing with Ida, with Carya, with Papara SuperMassive, and these are the four teams that are really looking to try and contest on those Turkey points. So S2G fans out there, all is not lost. They still have a chance. It's the question of, can they out-earn Ida? And well, after that game, they might struggle to out-earn Carya, because you can see the top four gunslingers. Well, this table has been adapted to the performance on Rondo.
Yeah, I mean, for 3 players coming through from ULF, all in the top 4 gunslingers, and Loxy only just really making it in there. 74 damage to 77 from Scarface. But yeah, it is incredible to see 3 players from ULF all on the top 4 gunslingers of this page. More so Aaron with 4.8k damage. That's going to be hard to keep up with. I don't know, maybe like 3.25k damage, which is very, very close. But Loxy just about is able to grab that 4th place spot. Keeping Regnum Carya in the running.
Absolutely. They're still, being repped. And it kind of goes to what you were talking about before, right? That sort of that steady, interminable pace that they are seemingly able to keep up as we spot our S2G fans. They're not that hard to spot. They're all in bright purple and white shirts and big flags. Carya, sure, they've got a darker shirt color to them, but they are making themselves known, and their fan base happy with that last match.
Yeah. Again, I think for S2G, there's just not enough happening right now. And that's the issue for them, is that there is some moments where you look at them and like, that was a good play. That was a good move. But there is not enough. It's the key word is there is some moments. And I think that for S2G, it's not consistent enough to keep going forward. When you look at, for instance, Regnum Carya, where you just cannot keep this team down, that's what's going to really assist that squad when you move through to, for instance, PMGC Gauntlet. A team that is just indomitable in terms of point scoring. They are not falling behind, because every single game, top 5, top 6, top 3, top 2, chicken dinner, it's happening eventually. Going to come through. I also do really like the one thing I'm seeing a lot now recently, John, which is that the boys on that team are starting to invest a little bit more into Zedwolf's signature playstyle, which is taking those really long off angles and going for some insane shots. I don't think that was the case before, and I think that whoever made that decision on the team coming into today is a very smart cookie. Because I think if you're going to get Zedwolf on the team, you have to take advantage of his strengths. You can't slot him in, expect him to play like Sarah did. You can't expect him to play like Toshbik did. You have to let him play to his own strengths, which that absolutely is. So does the rest of the team have to mold around that a little bit? Sure, but you are getting a big positive out the back of it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that Zedwolf has seemingly, they found that little something that they needed, and it seemed to be, just allow him to do what he what he enjoys doing. And what's interesting is he's not necessarily being this sort of bright burning front runner on the team because he's doing that. He's giving opportunity to the rest of his team rather than being the one that needs to get all of those points as well as breaking those opportunities open, which is the power that he's found in response to what Regnum Carya are utilizing him for. He's able to utilize them to really have an impact on the rest of the team's performance. And I think that is the exact synergy that we've been talking about for Zedwolf, missing and wanting for a while now. Can he keep going, though? Can Regnum Carya make their way up to the highest heights to match, go blow for blow with ULF? Well, they'll have an opportunity to do so here as we are reaching our halfway point match blank. It is match 3 on the day, match 9 on the set, and we'll see where the chips fall. A hard Southern Plain path.
You're right, John. This is where we break the halfway point for all these teams. Tough playing path, honestly, very, very tough playing path down towards the south side. Makes getting it towards Severny really difficult, but more importantly, makes a lot of these vehicle pickups very, very tough. It's likely we'll see Anorthosis as well as TMB clash in terms of trying to get vehicles early on. There'll be teams fighting over farm, but for Regnum Carya, there is a scary portion for ULF here where they match them in points performance if ULF cannot have another good game, because again, it does come straight back to yesterday where ULF has like these breakout performances, but they don't have them all the time. Their points come in big checks. In between those big checks, very little is going into the points bank account.
Yeah, it's going to need to be topped up. Hopefully they got some savings. Pop that one through. Ooh, we saw a very similar circle to this before blank, and this was the TheNoisyBoys win, right? On a circle like this where they played up towards Observatory. It's generally fairly unlikely, again, that it will head to military. That time it did. And it really favored the TheNoisyBoys, who played a blinder, all things considered, and actually earned a lot of their points on that match. So we'll see if they can try and repeat that. I don't imagine we're going to get 2 military games off this circle, but you know what? I spoke too soon last time, so I'm not going to make that prediction fully. I'm stepping back from it. I'm not committing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unlikely that we get a Sosnovka finish on this one. It doesn't encompass the entirety of it, but it absolutely could move down that way. It is just the stage 2 decision, right? If we get a southern shift on the circle, I think at that point, it is statistically likely that it's going to be a Sosnovka finish. So we're really just waiting for the stage 2 circle to come through. And I think that most teams would actually prefer to see a Sosnovka finish on this one. It is going to be a bit of a crunch playing over towards farm, over towards Milta. Teams having to play around shelter is always a little bit uncomfortable.
Certainly can be. If you get into a sticky spot. I mean, so far, we saw Anorthosis Famagusta at the start of last game clashing with the TheNoisyBoys. This time around, I think there's less impetus to get on the road fast, which is why we're not seeing that clash early on the military island. Teams seem to have settled now. Regnum Carya actually getting into the east portion of Roshok fairly late. They are now at 3 minutes or so and just about starting to get their looting phase on. I think the same story is going to be true for a few of our teams here, though. But they may be the last to be in position as it stands. Papara SuperMassive maybe also a bit slow there, but they're closer to the center.
I think we are just waiting for stage 2 of this. That's our only thing we can do here, really, whilst we wait for teams to get looted up. And I think most teams really, at this point in the finals, they studied the rotations from yesterday. Like you said, we've had a very similar circle in the past, so teams know roughly where other teams are going to be. I think we're going to have a little bit of a quiet early game here. Very clear front runners right now in Carya, Beşiktaş, Regnum Carya, as well as ULF, Regnum Carya, and Carya. I'm surprised we didn't get confused on the last game while saying that, but I'm going to try and ignore that and pretend I never said that.
I think it's because I'm so used to Regnum Carya as a thing You know, they've been around for so long as an organization.
Yeah.
It didn't even cross my mind. But now you've polluted our minds with a potential
I know,
misstep.
right? Root cause problems.
You really have.
I guess I'd also potentially throw Papara SuperMassive into the mix there.
Okay.
And it is, we really are just looking at the top 6 right now. And if we were to close out the top 6 right now, I think that's not a terrible top 6. I think it would be a shame if the Falcons don't go through to PMGC.
I mean, they're getting the points qualification almost guaranteed from Western Europe. They have a 136-point head start against Anorthosis Famagusta, who's the other team that could potentially make it. So it's it will almost certainly be seeing them in the league stages, in the group stages of PMGC. But yeah, it certainly would still be a bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, I meant more in the sense of going through to the gauntlet, because then you have like your big potential to just immediately shift through to the finals off the back of that. But yeah, I think off points scoring alone, they are very, very safe in that sense. But that being said, I think that they would much prefer to look to get a top 5 in this tournament, if not just for confidence sake.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that will weigh on their mind, right? That they'll be thinking about in terms of moving forwards. They do have a lot of global experience, and of course the global lobby is a different game, right? Like you play, you have to play very differently when you bring in all the flavors from around the world of different IGLing styles, different rotational paths that are sort of more meta in various different regions. And as well, when you bring in teams from the PEL as well, who are a much more insularized gameplay set. It can really change things up. So maybe they'll have a better chance there. But if PMWC is anything to go by, it's still not looking good for the Falcons.
I will say this, though, and it's completely unbiased, by the way. Like, actually unbiased. Looking at all the other PMSL fall splits, I think PMSL EU actually has one of the most difficult rosters to play against. We have, I think, barring maybe 4 teams here in the finals, I think a lot of these teams could play at an international level and do fairly decently. And I wouldn't put that past any of these squads. I think it is really, really tough for a lot of teams. And again, we bash on S2G, but they are playing against ridiculously difficult teams. I mean, Regnum Carya is a super squad in of itself. ULF right now, another super squad. Papara SuperMassive coming out from nowhere. EDA all have really good players on board. I think EDA's a very interesting one where, you know, they lost Aaron Shaw. You pick up Matcap, who honestly was putting Fireflux on his back last season. But you also have Darkin on that team. And I think Darkin is a very underrated player who was outshone by Aaron a lot of times, despite doing really, really well in a lot of the games.
Yeah, it's seemingly this mid-season shuffle has had quite a big impact across the board on a lot of our rosters. Some better than others, it has to be said, but for now, there have been some real standout pickups, and obviously Aaron, like you highlighted there, one of the most impactful onto the Fireflux roster. S2G losing a lot of power though. That's got to feel like a little bit of a sting. Emre spray down out into the open. A lot of road combat going on right now. Oh, Darkin spotted. Yakta able to clock it from XSLAY, breaking out into the blue to try and get that off angle with Emre. Darkin very exposed. Yeah, they're just descending. They're confirming the point here. No reason not to. Too far off in the distance for the rest of EDA. They're not losing the player because of it.
And we move up. So Norris does not finish up towards farm side and shelter. I think it moving over towards the west here does help out a lot of teams that don't want to play around shelter, play around prison split, which is rough. But there is only a few really nice compounds. Sadly, it's not west enough that you have some of those prominent positions like east side of Pachinki. The compound just the west side of Falcons there is very nice, but how likely is it going to be? How likely is it going to be in the next circle? I don't think very high.
It's going to be Really tricky. S2G adding some points, and Ida kind of, they've been out of one combat zone into another, and Solk's got to waste no time in confirming that. Ida having a real rough time here, and S2G happy to get the point. Hey, look at that. They're on the front page now. A big jump. But you could see there's a massive tiebreaker in the middle of the table. 7, 8, 9, all on 42 points. And this middle glut is very, very tightly packed here, right? Still, you've got Ida up on 48 points now, and that's gainable by, I mean, even down to like 13th place, right?
Yeah, I think Carya's kind of the breakout point for a lot of teams. If you get past 4th place, then suddenly you're in the running with the big boys of the lobby, with Beşiktaş, Regnum, Carya, and ULF. Arguably Carya now, but again, you have to consider that Carya just came off a 27-point game, so other than that, they have been fairly low on the leaderboards.
Yeah.
But Papara SuperMassive definitely looking for something a little bit stronger. Anorthosis Famagusta, what an easy camp for them on the bridge over towards TMB.
Yeah,
I feel like these guys should have expected this.
I mean, they know that they dropped there. They know that they're on that rotational path. Sure, that maybe not expecting them to be holding out, maybe thinking, okay, we'll get further over. But this is another bad game for the TheNoisyBoys, and their chances of points qualification starting to slip now. They will need to bring out some big games, which we have seen from them, but they did have a lot of circle luck to help them last time that happened. They were given the observatory game and did profit well off it, but they'll be praying for another one of those. Unfortunately, don't think it's going to be this time. There's S2G, spot IWNRX, and potentially some easy prey here. A soft target.
Just getting away as fast as possible. And Swain really did open himself up to be knocked there. Lucky to get away with his life. Circle shifts down towards farm. And Regnum Carya is absolutely blasting their way down there. Nitrous propelled into action. But they don't go too far. I think they spot IWNRX walking their way through. They opt to sit on the north side, potentially lock out some teams from that northwest. Falcons were very slow to the punch. They have been in this position for quite some time, and I think they're still considering their next move. It's a little bit of a hesitant decision that they're making.
Yes, potential to have allowed teams to move in there before them and can make their lives a little bit more difficult at the moment. I mean, IWNRX right in the middle. Unfortunately, they've got only 3 players to be playing around, but a lot of the area around them is going to be very well protected by the high ground angles on the buildings, from that farm, from that Milta angle. Could be very difficult to try and push on towards them. And you can see they are in that wizard tower, and Carya do have full surround on it, which means that anybody rolling up are going to be taking heavy punishment from Carya in the meantime.
A quick stock of the surrounding ground. IWNRX did make their way towards center circle, but they lost a player for it, and I think that kind of play is not worth it, personally. BRA dropping down to 14th. We talked about them before, and they're still continuing to hemorrhage players here, down to 3. I think XSLAY probably the team that I think that they're just the worst out of the group. It is unfortunate to see. I think the difference between them and IWNRX, considering like IWNRX is technically doing worse than them. However, IWNRX is consistently trying to make plays, whereas I think XSLAY, on the other hand, they're picking up scraps. Like, they're not playing to win points.
I think I'd agree with that assessment. I think that IWNRX are fumbling the things that they're trying to do, whereas it's just passive losses coming through from XSLAY. Which is, I've just repeated what you've just said there, which is good for me.
No, you just kind of like reworded it, that's fine.
Yeah, I like it. ULF with a challenge from S2G, wrapping around behind, but ULF wanting to get further forwards in, probably not wanting to stick around too long on that northwestern side. They'll crunch a little bit closer to Regnum Carya, a little bit further southeast, and closer to it. Bra, with their split across the road, you can see they're on 2-2 right now. Have Beşiktaş in Milta. A little bit up against the ropes here with the blue zone just out to their east side. And a lovely spray down from Quantum over to Boran to find him through the window.
Circle off towards the southwest. Falcons actually, although it was a hesitant decision, it took a little while to make, and I think that that's more a case of Ralph being worried on his decision-making on his scout, whether it was good or not. They do make it to a very, very strong position on the map now. Regnum, on the other hand, I think that they're making a straight shot for the beachhead. I think it's a smart play to go for. They're going to get behind Anorthosis Famagusta. They can play from this position quite some time. Good stuff. Very, very good stuff. Papara SuperMassive have similar ideas, though, on their eastern side. Asgard moved down towards Sharkfin. They'll have a pretty decent go at it from there. Unfortunately, they are locked out from the action for quite some time. You're not going to be getting too much information from that area either, but it is safe, and that is a big bonus.
Absolutely. You will take safety if that is what is on offer here. And Papara SuperMassive, unfortunately, ending their game again. Having a bit of a rough day so far. I mean, they were able to do a bit over the course of it, and 14 points to be fair in the first 2 matches, but going 0 on this game is far from ideal. Yekta trying to challenge, but that's not going to happen. Ulfa peeking out the windows left and right and every which way, and they'll add a second point to their tally. That will put them up to 104 there, right at the top of the table.
I'm a bit skeptical. Come on. You have to take the shots here. He was sat inside the vehicle.
Oh, no.
Easy pickup. Airburst on the nade. Goes a little bit far. Does a good amount of damage, but for S2G, this is seriously slow gameplay. Solkay takes a big hit. They're playing underneath. Narvalo has a nade. One's primed in the hands of Icy, though. Good nade towards the backside. Will find Solkay. Delayed slightly, but the bounce is good. And Icy hits the deck. One final player inside is Hamzy G. Not usually the last alive for S2G, but he will be the last to fall here versus the Falcons.
But Jetgo are not third-partying this, which I find incredible here. They are standing on the outside and waiting for this to finish. Koa will put the final round through, but it's only Narvalo down, and Jetgo seemingly wasting an opportunity there where they could have found an opening. Finally, S2G are fully eliminated and out of the running, and Falcons in with a solid compound on the northwest side. I do think that was a misplay from Jetgo to not go in there, but still, they'll stay alive, and maybe that's what they were hoping to do more.
Off the distance. I mean, they're trying to get involved, and they have to get involved from that position as well. Don't have much choice. Regnum Carya slowly getting their players back up to a healthy position after they lost some players, and once again another player is down, immediately laid low. That's from Fenerbahçe throwing nades over the top. Another player down and out, and that's a 2-2 split they've got going on. The only way they get those 2 players back up now is if Zed Wolf as well as Silas head across. It'll be a bold move. They are making the cross now.
Yeah, it's a chance to maybe get on through. I'm not seeing big elimination feeds here, but Regnum Carya having a tough time still on those reses. Still looking for it. Fenerbahçe close to the circle. We're going back up north, and Carya in prime location here, Blank. They are going to have a real big opportunity to convert off another big game. But can they earn the points they need here? Beşiktaş will be on their southeast flank with 4 players alive, and they've already started to turn up the heat a little bit underneath on the south side.
Ralph. We'll look downwards. This is a nasty circle for most teams, honestly. Moving over towards the northeast here. Another knock over towards Regnum Carya as they try and assault the building that Falcons have been playing in. So far, this has been a pretty damn good match for the Falcons. Holding out multiple teams. Yes, they've lost a player, but that comes with the business that they are in right now, which is holding on to this compound, onto this fortress. Setting up like sentries.
They will have to try and keep that oversight. Try and keep it under control. When you're next door, Carya and ULF, it's a pretty gnarly situation to want to get involved in there. So we'll see if anyone can make it through on that south boundary. And Beşiktaş are getting plinked away by Brat, who are playing as 3. But the approach from Beşiktaş, yeah, I think this is a maybe done deal for them. I don't think this approach is going to work out for them. Another one falls, another one flushed. And the points are being divvied amongst the opponents that they see around them. The Falcons aren't done just yet either, though. On the northwest side, they are now up to 6 elims blank and playing pretty well here. Jetgo with 4 players alive. Have 3 players to deal with on their south, but they're much closer to the edge.
I mean, Anorthosis just had to leave from this awkward compound on the southwest. I think they would have been better off like trying to angle around the beachhead. But even then, the sightlines are still there for them. Solar's getting taken down by Simple Domak from Fenerbahçe. ULF have got fairly decently far into this game. But yeah, Jetgo's been a bit passive here on that north side. Not really gone for too many third parties. Hasn't really tried to have a say in over towards the Falcons either. Who are suffering for utility and supplies, that's to be sure.
It's crazy that ULF have managed to get into another central position here. They found a defilade, they found the ditch, and they're playing around it. Surviving, 9 teams remaining, and it's unlikely that they're going to be within the next few to fall, especially with the Falcons' angle onto Anorthosis Famagusta here. Jetgo putting pressure on that northwestern side, that 3-point fight on the west. Definitely going to be dangerous. Brat with a little bit more respite, and the high rooftops that they're able to play around as well. Could be good. Oh, Asgard find a shot over towards Marso. I wonder if he's going to be resable. He might have been quite far away from the rest of the roster, but I'm sure they'll put enough effort in to bring that one back up. And as if they needed more help. Carya, again, central. ULF as well, staying in their defilade.
Asgard down towards the southeast. I'm going to push out over towards Carya, who might be on for a back-to-back here, John, honestly, with the position they have. Hasn't been the most allowed of games, but why push the boat out too far when you have a position like this? I think Falcons will certainly struggle to get anywhere from their position. But 7 elims, it's been a good game regardless.
Yeah, it's something that they can be happy with, right? Finding those middle games. Kind of a Falcon specialty, seemingly, over the course of this tournament. Maybe a little bit less so in the last few, but we'll keep up the pace. We'll see if they can keep things going. Because, I mean, they started the day on 38 points, right? And they're up to 49 already, including these points. So only 4 points in the first 2, which isn't great, but we're going to try and make up for that here. At an 8th point? Maybe. Looks for a 9th as well, and they'll find it. Spray down, and Anorthosis Famagusta are eliminated. Placement points now starting to kick in, and our teams will be happy to see them.
It's a pretty wild wrap there from the Falcons. And getting 9 points off the back of that is really good, because they should have been down and out on making this push. So for the Falcons to be able to get that done, very, very well done. They get a little bit of health back as well. I mean, they are running on fumes at the moment, John. There's not much left in the tank, but they are taking it as far as it will go.
It's something they'll try their best to do.
Okay.
A knockout to Scarface. There you go. Oh dear. Look what Aaron's got his hands on. That's nasty. Add an airdrop into the middle of ULF. Why not? You know? That seems fair. Give them the Lynx AMR.
1 shot, 1 elim. They do finish off Scarface. And Aaron with a really well-placed grenade at distance will clean out another. Yes, I'm trying to hold the line underneath the Falcons at 10 elims. This is... I don't even really care if they go down right now. This has been a very cool match from the Falcons. Finally, Jetgo start to get involved. It's a late entrance to the circle, or late entrance to the party.
And they could have done it earlier, but Jetgo do finally take down the Falcons now, and they are playing on as 4, so maybe it was the right call after all to stick on the outside of that one, not get too involved. IWNRX have been surviving, they've got 2 elims, but now they're burning and they're dying. It's going bad as they take a turn on the northern side.
In the Wizard Tower, really needing to cast heal on themselves right now.
That's not a wizard spell. What are you talking about? That's druids, clerics, bards even, but never a wizard.
A wizard can cast heal?
No. Never.
Yeah.
Nah, definitely not.
What do you mean?
That's illegal. They got a multi-class to do that.
No.
Oh yeah, good point. Hadn't thought of that.
A wizard is a user of magic.
Okay.
Healing encompasses magic.
So are doctors wizards?
Do
Basically.
doctors use magic?
I don't know, but they do heal. Over on the northwest side, we do get a shift a little bit away from the Carya ULF counterposing points that we've seen so far. Last player from IWNRX a little bit more sticky than the rest of the roster in their tower of unknown origin. Jetgo playing on the ground floor. Haven't been able to deal with him just yet. Carya just taking a look at this and thinking, what are you guys even doing in there? Symphony hops out for another, and we'll be able to finally take down the last player as IWNRX do fall. We're down to 5 teams remaining. Bra with 1 player, and I believe they're kind of out of the sticks right now. Are going to have a real tough time of things. Asgard on the south edge, trying to push past ULF. And I say trying, because Aaron's there.
I mean, Aaron has been super pinpointing his nades, and there goes another. If he hits this third one, that'll be 3 in a row. Or he could just take the shots with a shotgun instead,
Ooh.
but he's cleaned up finally. I mean, Aaron was really putting the work in. Molotov goes through, Soul stepping up, side strafing. Mars takes a lot of damage. Jetgo will finish the job, and both ULF and Asgard will go down in the midst of all that.
ULF go down in 4th there as well, so they do get that extra placement. They ladder up a little bit higher. Carya looking to go back-to-back here, though, Blank, on their games, on Erangel's here in match 9. And start off their campaign towards the gauntlet spots. Very worried about their north flank right now. And we'll see if they could spot the final player for Bra out and off in the distance, who has actually now made himself a lot more known. It's Storm here with a nade, trying to cook it around the corner. Poser backs off, spots the breakout. CEO sees him break out wide, but Storm's playing safe. He strafes back in. The circle moves away from the compound, so they're going to have to think about how they want to make this one work. Poser in danger of a nade, and the bounce. Bobble is good. Over the top, there is an answer, but they can res. What do Jetgo do, though? Do they waste time like they did before, or do they go in?
Looks like they are playing so cautiously, so safe. And that is Jetgo to a T. They have really not taken any chances on this game, but it has sat them with 9 elims on the match, so it's not been unprofitable, right? You know, they've definitely held their cards more than they've played them, but that is still coming away with a big pot at the end of it. Carya attempting to leave, likely not a back-to-back at this point with the amount of ground that's controlled by Jetgo. There would have to be an incredible breakout here from Carya. They'd need vehicles to swing around the side and potentially take out a couple of players on the backside of the circle and break up this line that Jetgo have. But I don't think they have the vehicles to do this.
Their wall right now is just about in the next zone, I believe. And they were waiting for this off angle to have to move in further before they could make their move. Now they're establishing their smoke line. They spotted that rotation. There is still a player on that north side who will be taking the shots out, but the smoke train is working. And Carya, for now, have managed to make their first steps into the field.
They're really just giving them a lot of ground here to work with.
5 nades.
I mean, it's close. It's very close to him. They do get unlucky there. They need to wait slightly longer before throwing these nades. They need a knock or two to get this one to work. They have this slight little lip to work with, which is the big thing. Actually, maybe those nades were good. It backed Jetgo off, prevented them from moving too far up, The idea is to keep them so their backs are to the edge of the blue. So when they finally have to peek out, it's not into hard cover. This is actually quite intelligent from Carya. But he does rely on gun skill now.
Merciless could have a big nade opportunity here. They take Freedom down, but they're all grouped up now on the peak. Doesn't quite connect. They were waiting for Freedom to have to move. They knew he was going to be first up. Poser dashing away from the nade there, will not take the damage, and they're all still alive. 3 versus 3 now on the open ground, and Jetgo have given them this opening, this opportunity. Lewis folding the buggy back into the rest of the team, gearing up to potentially take more ground. Jetgo laying down a smoke cover as well, and that might give Lewis the chance he needs. Oh, that nade. So close.
Yeah, they're running out of nades right now, so they need Carya to move forward. They need Lewis to scout out exactly where they are. That's why he's in the buggy. He provides the highest point you can be in the vehicle whilst getting the most amount of vision off the back of it. That's why they're saying about the buggy. They do miss the nades now. So he returns back to the fold. They have to rely on gun skill alone. He's still giving across information. Those early nades to keep Jetgo from preventing them from moving up towards the trees, preventing them from using that hard cover for themselves. Super intelligent play coming through from Carya. Now he's just going to go for the rundown. He gets one. He's likely going to go down for this. He's able to hit it off the back. I don't believe what I'm seeing.
Poser now with a chance to take it down. Last player down in the dirt, and Carya make their way out into the open fields of farm and will destroy their opponents. No wall will hold them. They are unleashed here in a back-to-back chicken dinner, and what a glorious ascent they're making up the tables now.
I mean, for Jetgo, that is some DBS at the end there. I would be really upset when it comes to that. Lewis just gets sick of the scouting and just rocks straight past, gets out, is able to hit the shotgun pellets, does a lot of damage. I don't think he knocked the second guy with the DPS, but he did 90% of the HP before the rest of the team was able to come in. And he provided such a distraction. There was so much ground covered by Carya. And that is, like you say, the first back-to-back for any team inside the lobby. What a way to end our halfway point.
That is incredible stuff. The elim count, not huge, but I think what they might have got 9 towards the end there, something in that region. A 19-point chicken dinner off of their already huge game last game as well, to be able to find a really, really solid points total. That is something special for Carya. I think they're potentially in second place. They might have an opportunity to be pretty close to ULF after this, actually.
Yeah, I think that they're likely in third or second place now after that game, because that sets them up to, it's probably like 90 points or something. Very, very close to 90 points. Very well played to Carya, though. Yeah, wow. Really good stuff.
I mean, yeah, great opening into the field. But it came back to Jetgo, right? It was a misplay by them, I think, that opened the door for this. Whereas in the last match, I feel like Carya really, played well and generated their own opportunity. This was an opportunity that was given to them by Jetgo, and they successfully took it and played it very well. Yeah. But it was exactly what Jetgo did before, right? On that fight that they could have third-partied between Falcons and S2G, they stood back. They were like, you know what? We're just going to chill and see what happens here. And then they give so much area to that hard cover that you talked about that Carya were just like, oh, well, thank you very much. We'll take those 10 points and your extra 3 elims. It's great. Sure. Feels a little bit lackluster from Jetgo, but as you say, plays into their characteristic.
Yeah, I think, again, you're absolutely right, where because Jetgo do not push for more ground, for more space, by the time it gets to that end game, Carya is set up in such a way that they can effectively hold out Jetgo in a really miserable and uncomfortable way. And it's funny because I initially thought those nades weren't great coming out from Jetgo because they were nowhere near being able to get those shots. But in the meantime, we're going to go to a quick break. I'll be back soon. See you later.
Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
Welcome back to the PMSL Europe. We are, of course, at our halfway mark. We have just had a back-to-back chicken dinner from Carya that followed up from an amazing 32-point game from ULF at the start of today. It has been a great day two, and the stories getting told right now are very, very exciting stuff. Unfortunately for a lot of the lobby, though, those stories involve a lot of points being earned, and that makes it so much harder to think about getting towards the top.
I think that right now there is some clear teams that are pulling ahead, which typically happens at the halfway mark, but not quite like this, because I think throughout knockout stage, group stage, it has been relatively even, let's put it that way. But now we're getting into the finals. It definitely feels like we have some teams who have just decided that, hey, man, we're getting into that top 3 whether you like it or not. Those teams being Carya, ULF, Regnum, Carya. 3 teams that are all doing very, very well. Team Falcons have yet to give up just yet either. I think Team Falcons just don't quite have that oomph behind them right now to make it work, but they are still making very good decisions throughout the entirety of the game. I am still very impressed by that, and I think Ralph is a great leader for the squad. But yeah, it's just some moments where I'm like, well, I think you had to be slightly more aggressive there, or I think that this requires a little bit more. I mean, even in that position where Redox is on the roof, S2G rolls up, I think it might be Fenerbahçe, and he just doesn't take the shot. That confidence is slightly lacking.
Yeah, it's maybe something that they do need to address, do need to work on. As I said before, it's fairly guaranteed that they are going to at least the group stages of PMGC through the Western Europe points bracket. Their only contest at the moment, Anorthosis Famagusta, who are way behind. They also, for Falcons, have 136 points as a head start from the spring season finals, obviously winning the entire thing back there. But this is not the look of a defending champion team, right? This is the look of what we saw at PMWC from the Falcons. It's a little bit lack of confidence.
Yeah, a tiny bit, but I still think that there's still a good chance for them to get into at least the top 4. We'll see where they end up, because I mean, last season they won it all at the end, but I felt like that was a lot of happy coincidences where some teams were falling behind, some teams weren't able to keep up the consistency, whereas Team Falcons, one thing that they're very good at is just chugging along. And you're right, John, like you talked about earlier, 6 points a game might not seem a lot, but when some teams are earning 27 points in one match and then 0 points for the rest of the day, that's when you can start to pull ahead by just hitting 6 or 7 points every single game without fail. And I think that that's the difference between a lot of teams and Team Falcon. Unfortunately, now we have Carya, who has been quite consistent today in terms of high placements. Regnum Carya, who's getting on average like 10 points a game. It's tough to keep up with. That's very, very tough to keep up with.
Yeah, there's not much really that can prepare you for that. And that, of course, is the variance that comes with not consistency, but playing these high-scoring gameplay styles. And in general, it's very difficult to keep up with teams that are just outperforming everybody else. A little bit of a jersey swap here between 2 of our players on stage. And a bunch of flowers. How nice.
Oh, it's very sweet. Very, very sweet indeed. You got Carya there. Oh, Ida loves Carya. That's quite nice. That's quite nice. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's nice from the Turkish teams who are all working together. I mean, I think they're all quite good friends as well, which is good to see. And I mean, for a region that is dominated by mainly Turkish teams, let's be honest, it makes sense that they have quite a tight-knit community.
Yeah, I'm glad to see it. I'm glad that there's good spirits there. And Ida are in contest with them as well for that point spot, even if they don't make the top 3 in the PMGC points. And it is going to be so interesting to see how those all unfold. You can see in these final moments here, Carya, in these last 2 games, they have had these final 2 circles under control. And the MVP, well, that's going to go to Poser. 6 elims, 595 damage. Not as big as the last 2 games we've seen. I feel like we've kind of been spoiled by those. Still, a good performance.
Yeah, I think that for Poser, he did very well. I think Carya understood what they needed to do in those final moments. And again, I was talking before we went to break, but it was a case of just Jetgo not understanding the importance of their position on the map, where they thought because they had the lineup, they were going to win. But because Carya's able to force them out to the edge of that blue for so long, they were able to gain ground over them. And I think Jetgo mishandled that moment. They need to start sending nades a lot earlier. And even for me in that instance, that's one of those moments where even I'm surprised as an analyst that they were throwing those nades there and didn't quite understand for the first like 3 seconds. And I'm like, oh wait, this is actually insane play. Yes, you're losing a lot of utility damage, but they didn't really have much choice in that instance. They had to use the nades as a zoning tool as opposed to a damage tool, which is equally as effective. So yeah, very well played. It did require them to have confidence in their ability to finish the game, but they had a buggy, a lot of good scanning capability. Now Valo with 750 damage there, nice to see from Team Falcons.
Absolutely. You do want to see that representation on there, even if they are putting in these middling games. That's going to still be very important for them and doing the damage to maintain their position. Well, that's how championship scoring is done. However, there are teams that are far outstripping them, and two of them right now today are on this page. Of course, Eren with ULF, who has been absolutely a maniac on all fronts, on the elims, on the damage counts. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's still going to be top gunslinger, sort of, no matter what, for a good long while. As we take a look at our chicken dinner stats, of course, fairly even across the board. Marceau went down a lot earlier, so it was mostly Lewis Poser, CEO, as3, who were able to close down this match, which is a great counterpoint to the previous game, right, where Marceau was doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, again, always doing heavy lifting was Marceau, but it's nice that does get taken back over by the likes of Poser and Lewis, who are both able to do good work on this side. And Marceau gets to relax a little bit after his big shift over on the first Erangel of the day. We do have one more Erangel coming up shortly, which we'll be heading over to soon. And then we'll be heading back over towards Miramar.
That's what we'll be looking for. It's going to be interesting to see how the second half of the day unfolds, right? Given how dynamic for the tables specifically today's games have been so far, especially considering ULF and Carya, the two big standouts here. You've also had strong performances from Regnum, Carya, from Beşiktaş, who have been sort of earning these small point games, and well, and in a lot of the rest of them, these big point games that you would hope for a top contesting team. We're going to be taking a look at some of the highlights from that last game as well, as we are going to recap what just happened. Was that this? Oh yeah, that was that rooftop that Redox, what you were saying, was a little bit too timid on against S2G.
Yeah, I felt like he could have maybe pushed it a little bit more there. Unfortunately, it's not the case. I think for Redox, he just kind of backs off when I felt like he should have pushed. Navallo taking some good shots this game, but it really was all eyes over towards Carya. PRA somewhat lost this game, weren't really sure where they were meant to be and why, which is sad to see, honestly. This is Jetgo going to. I want to watch that. Oh, I wanted to see if he hits the DBS shot, because I'm pretty sure he took it down to 90%. It wasn't an instant flush.
I'm not sure. Well, have to go and review the footage later, unfortunately. Carya with 20 elims, 20 points on that game, rather. 10 elims there. A huge back-to-back for them, able to go and add huge amounts of points to their tally so far today. ULF still getting 10 there, Blank. Still in the double digits on the match. Beşiktaş with only 3, and Regnum Carya with 1. Those spots might be within reach of Carya, and I feel like they may have just taken second place here, with ULF still stretching their legs a little bit.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the overall rankings coming through. Should be on our screens shortly. But yeah, I think mostly a pretty messy game for most teams. No real true winners. Falcons with 11, ULF at 10, BRA at 8, and Asgard at 7. I think the only real big winners here were Jetgo as well as Carya. But we'll take a look at the overall rankings very shortly. We have to see exactly where people line up. Because again, it's another good game from ULF. For Regnum Carya dropping down at 1 point, they weren't able to profit too much off this match.
And there are the overalls. Regnum Carya holding on to second place there. ULF still, though, very clearly in the lead on 110. And Carya joining ULF with 2 chicken dinners on that tally. Beşiktaş pushed aside, now 10 points behind Carya. And that drop-off is massive down towards Jetgo with 57 in 5th.
Yeah, massively. 57 down to 53 points from Team Falcons. It does drop down a lot. Beşiktaş Getso still at 70 points. They have been clinging on from those 2 rondos, John. Those 2 rondos have done a lot for them. Put it that way. But yeah, Regnum Carya, I am surprised that they are still in second place here. Another good game is definitely required. I don't think they had a terrible rotate on that map. I don't think anyone really had too many good positions to play in. Yeah, the second page is looking fairly dire here, John, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's having a bad time towards the bottom, especially. Not good. I think the TheNoisyBoys is probably the most interesting for me. Obviously, the only competitor playing right now in the East Europe points earning region for the PMGC points. And so far today, they've been cut short time and time again. And the Boars are very happy about this because they currently would be earning that Eastern Europe spot, even though they didn't qualify for these finals. And based on the points, they would be getting that spot. The TheNoisyBoys, the only team that could take them down a peg. S2G as well, having a tough time still on the second page.
Here's our top 4 Grenadiers. Aaron with 5, Falcons with 5, Wild at 4, Wild at 4. I think it's very, very typical for most teams right now to run about 5 total as we go through all of our tournaments. But it is crazy to see. And again, I think actually Aaron picked up a lot of those last match, in fact, because he was going crazy on the nets.
Yeah, he's just up on the tables on all fronts. As we take a look at a head-to-head, 2 of our players who are going to be trying to duke it out with the best of them. Fairly closely matched here, but Marso with a significant lead on the elims there, 17-12 against Redox from the Falcons.
I mean, for Redox, still doing pretty decently. I mean, 3k damage is actually quite significant over the entirety of the tournament, especially because we've not seen Falcons quite pick themselves up a chicken dinner just yet, John. So 3k damage overall is very nice. And I think that the important thing to look at here is the survival time. Marso with an average survival time of 2 hours and 46. That's with 2 chicken dinners. But Redox making it smoothly to 2 hours 43 is quite impressive for the Falcons. They have been consistently towards these late games, but have been suffering because it's around about a 6th or a 5th place where they're going out maybe around 20 minutes, but not really earning too much placement points off the back of it.
Yeah, it's something that potentially could be a. I mean, obviously, Carya just far and away outperforming mostly on today's games. It has to be said. They have really bolstered their metrics based on purely today, whereas the Falcons have been able to accrue those over a longer term. And that's what we talk about with consistency. And the Carya fans in the crowd very happy about this. I think yesterday. The Carya fans, they saw they're being represented here, and the rest of them have joined, and they've really infused Carya with something special so far. So I have an opportunity to maybe go triple on the Erangels of the day, as our next match is just around the corner.
That is. We're just getting it prepped and ready to go right now. And this would lead me to believe that it's very soon to be on our screens.
Oh. We have no idea.
And we are leaving teams in the dust now a little bit. I think that as we get towards the, let's say, I think the 12th match, right? I think usually 12th match is when you can start to see the clear front runners and who's going to be the ones that are striking out for those positions at the top side of the table. That's when we can start to really call stuff, which is likely going to be at the last game today going into tomorrow. But we'll set the stakes as we finish those final games. If anything drastic happens, though, then we'll obviously talk about it before then. Drastic for me would mean something like ULF now in the next 2 games getting a total of 20 points each, in which case, shut it down. 35 grand is theirs.
Yeah, that would be a pretty solid chunk. It would also mean that the Smash victory is a lot harder for a lot of teams, and in general would be less likely to be seeing that overall. Of course, ULF could claim it, but the fewer teams with the potential to do it, the less chance there is of one occurring, which means that more teams are going to have more games to play overall and increase those PMGC points totals as well.
Yeah. So top 3 teams will be going through to the gauntlet from Pmsl EU. So again, you're trying to get towards that top 3 because the gauntlet is unreal, right? That's how most teams are going to be getting through to the final stage and bypassing a lot of the nitty gritty in between. of PMGC. I don't think it's going to be the case. There is a slight ruling in here, but I don't think it's going to be a case for any of our teams at the top, which is if a team makes it through to the PMGC gauntlet stage through their position here in PMSL EU Fall, then their group stage slot will be given to the next best non-group stage qualified team in the tournament. So I think that would be the case for the Falcons. So Falcons came third, they would go to the gauntlet, and then fourth place would go through to the group stages instead of them.
I'm not entirely sure on that. It might be regional based. We'll have to double check actually on how it's all transferring down to make sure that we are clued in for tomorrow, because there's a lot of moving parts. A lot of teams can make a difference here, and they will have a chance to do so in our double-digit kickoff game. We are into match number 10, our final Erangel of day 2, and potentially... Oh, wait, no. We have to see at least one more Erangel. I was going to say potentially our final Erangel of the tournament, but assuming that someone breaks that smash boundary in match 1, we will have to see an Erangel, and then see it 1. Potentially our penultimate Erangel. There you go. Yeah. Match 10.
I believe that is how it works, though, John. The group stage slot, I mean, the rule book says their group stage slot will be transferred to the next best non-group stage qualified team. So I imagine it doesn't matter about those regional points. So it would just be, for instance, if that team came third or first or second, it would just go to the fourth place team in this tournament.
Okay. That's that does seem to be accurate based on what we're reading, but we'll double check. We'll get the lawyers on it, you know? We don't want to make any...
in the rule book?
Any presumptions. Well, it could be that it'll only, like, next highest PMSL 4 rankings team based
but that's what
on
I'm
their
saying.
region.
Like,
It's it could be
next
unsaid.
best non-group stage qualified. So non-group stage qualified. So that would mean they didn't qualify. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's a little bit murky, and I will definitely want clarification before we go ahead and make any claims. Are we going to see more hot drops? No, because Anorthosis Famagusta back up to Kameshki split. They will be on the north side. Circle goes out to the west, so no military island shenanigans here, and no bridge camping from Anorthosis at least. Maybe from IWNRX against the south team of the TheNoisyBoys.
Western Circle, though. It's a nice change of pace for a lot of teams. I think we've seen a lot of Eastern Circles so far. A lot of teams having to play down towards Sosnovka too. So there's definitely a nice bit of new scenery for the teams to play in. But it does mean new rotations to contend with. Might cause some problems for some of our squads. You'd hope not.
I mean, if it's causing problems, then they shouldn't be here, really, frankly. Maybe anything that's newly developed could, but generally, everyone's played this map thousands of times. Some tens of thousands of times, I'm sure. And they will be familiar with this area. You'd hope, anyway. You'd hope. But someone's got to win it in the end. ULF certainly winning right now on the tables. Breaking fast, and they normally dropping down towards the south side of Rozhok, playing around that school apartment sort of area. Looks like they're going to continue to do so. Grabbing the loot, grabbing the vehicles as we reach our 3rd minute.
Regnum Carya, this is a big game for them, I would say, to catch back up to ULF, because there's no reason why ULF can't get another good game here. And the way things are going, they're on a 10+ average point per game at the moment, which is fairly significant. I mean, if we're to be exact,
I mean, if you include this game,
it's 11.
11.2.
Yeah. Which is nice. And I think that for Regnum Carya, though, that means that they're going to need to somewhat profit like 20 points in the next few games. Really pump up that point scoring to sit even with them. Because there are now teams hot on their heels. Remember, it's the top 3 that's going to go through to the gauntlet. So I think that you're slightly worried now. But I do think the big 3 is probably ULF, Regnum Carya, and Carya, right?
Yes, it would seem so. I think the Falcons are maybe that outside chance, but you're talking about a 30-point drop there. Beşiktaş, I think, would be a bit of a turn-up if they were able to get up into the top 3 here, right? I don't think it was expected that they would be in contention coming into this tournament. They've obviously got some strong players on board, but the fact that they are in 4th and within striking distance of any of the second and third place teams, I think Beşiktaş are this outside chance here, but the drop-offs beneath that are going to start to get more and more daunting as time goes on. It's going to need big games. It might need the start of tomorrow's Rondo to add on up and change things around.
Back in Zaki once again for Fenerbahçe.
Great. Love that for them. I hope they're having a good time in Zaki.
I mean, BRA, I just don't know what happened to this team. It has been rough for them. S2G down towards Pmsl, attempted to get over towards that north side. Very much a Gaka-focused circle right now. Regnum Carya playing in pursuit on that northeast edge coming out from Watertown. Ulf's going to be late to the circle this time around, though. It's one of the first times in a while we've seen Ulf not close towards the center of the circle early.
I mean, the center of the circle here is Gatka Fields, though, which isn't necessarily the nicest area to play around. There's something to be said for waiting for Zone 2 on this one, to be making a little bit more of an inroad in with more certainty as to where you're going to need to go. If you send into one of those positions in the middle of Gatka Fields, then it's going to be so hard with everybody crunching in around you as well to make your next move. So could potentially be wise, but we'll see if it pans out for them. Compounds are starting to get full.
And I think there's a lot of comfortable areas in this circle, though. Most players want to play central at the moment because you want to confirm down towards fielded area. And it's frustrating to have to play on the south here because if you want to take one of the strong compounds on the south and it moves north, it means you are pushing through the field very, very quickly. Everyone knows that moving through fields is basically a shooting gallery for a lot of other teams. So not typically what you want to do here. So I do respect that a lot of teams decided to go central on this one. Up towards the top of Everest, you have Asgard.
That's the wrong mythology. What's going on there? It's supposed to be the Greek gods up top there, not the Norse ones.
That's Mount Olympus.
Yeah, exactly. They're at the top of the mountain.
This is Everest.
Yeah, look, I know that. They're different. They're different mountains with different names. But I'm talking about the mountain is the key part here.
Be
not the name.
correct.
Oh my days.
Be realistic, John.
Oh dear.
Don't tell me they're up the wrong mountain, and then you don't even say the right mountain.
What are you talking about?
It's just rude.
Okay, all right, fine. Either way, Asgard not at the top of a mountain, so still not the right place. What are you doing?
Well, they are at the top of the mountain right now.
No, they are, but Asgard isn't. You know, no, like Asgard is on top of the mountain, but Asgard isn't on a mountain.
Yeah.
Beşiktaş are on a mountain, though. They definitely are. They're putting two of their players up the top to try and contest at range along the spine of the thing. Not getting too close to one another, and no real huge push for other teams to get involved with it just yet either. So unless one of them finds a pick, I don't imagine this to be changing fair anytime super quickly.
Optimus taking shots. But nothing found just yet. I think it's a difficult circle to really call right now because there are so many prominent areas that it could go to and where it causes a problem. I mean, this is not enjoyable for most squads. I mean, the fact that it doesn't go down towards the southwest side means that you can't really confirm over towards Quarry anymore. So you're going to have an even worse time of it. You're playing around the fields mostly, trying to get towards chopsticks. This is going to be a fairly choppy game indeed for a lot of our squads.
I mean, you're already seeing a lot of knocks coming up in that Elim feed on the left-hand side of the screen there. 2 players down, a further knocked, and it looks like S2G are going to be able to confirm that. Solke picking up a second point for themselves, able to extract value from 2 teams. They drive on by. You once more, there's a Zell potentially under danger, and Solke finds it. Goodness me. Another down and out in the open.
Solke. I have to hit the deck. BRA. Zell gets knocked. I don't know. Where is he going? He's left his squad to deal with Ida.
For sure.
Please, guys, listen to my ideas. They're good ideas.
Yusuf has to hop out the window. He's burning. And Rookie is going to get taken down in response. And Yusuf actually hopping out. Did save his life there. Beşiktaş really struggling on their descent.
Okay.
But an aid in for Boran. Gives them a little bit of breathing room. However, that is not going to be super long lasted. As the rest of XSLAY moving in. 3 players now in operation against him. Yusuf up on the balcony. A nade up high from beyond the grave. Is he finding it? No, of course he's not. And XSLAY stay alive. Is anyone else around to maybe take this to task? I don't think so. Asgard may be next in the queue, but Regnum Carya are now in a scrap.
Getting this place on lock early, very nice. You typically want to take this building. The fact that they can get behind Ida right now, start doing a lot of damage over towards that team is really big news. You remove this from Ida, you can play comfortably with S2G in front of you. Yes, this isn't the best of positions for yourself, but it will work out, and you can assault S2G later, considering that Solke has just completely abandoned the team. Finally, he came towards him, he backed off. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, Matcap spotted by ULF across the way. You can see their high ground has oversight on this fight. Kelsey also taking shots in through the crossfire. The rest of S2G as well. Very, very central around Gatka. And they are going to be able to keep this under control for a long, long while. The question is who's going to be able to take this more central compound, because Ida are getting pushed against the wall time and time again. Regnum Carya corralling them in, and actually forcing them to take just the one building now remaining as they take the bottom of Chopsticks.
A lot of players down already. Circle moves further towards the southwest, again encompassing more of that field. There is a good compound actually on the northeast side of Quarry that Jetgo look to be going to take right now. Fenerbahçe also close. S2G, Solke still scouting towards that south side, has yet to re-involve himself with the team. I think he is heading back towards them now. It's just so dangerous what he's doing.
It's on a secret mission. Trying to isolate, secure some random off-angle elims, you know? Why not? Well, because it's so dangerous, that's why not. But for now, circles are still helping. A lot of players lining up in those chopsticks now. I think we've got 3 teams in residence, or, well, Ida just above them. So not really playing in the gutters like the rest of them, but having their trials and tribulations even so. So 2 teams playing that western chopstick now with Regnum Carya. Fending off Papara SuperMassive still on that north side. More central to the circle. I mean, this is a chance for S2G. This is a chance for Falcons as well in the middle of this circle to start to open up, add some elims to their tallies.
Yeah, you are somewhat locked in at this point.
Cool.
Yo. Good shot around the side. I think he's living this versus TMB. Sliver of HP tries to finish one last one off. TMB will finish that fight, and Carya get away with that one with 3 elims. It's not a terrible result, but is it going to keep you in the top 3? Yeah, Beşiktaş is out. Jetgo is going to have to chase a long way, so all things considered, Carya is now fine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a 30-point game for Falcons? I don't think so. With 3 players, they are in the middle, sure, but yeah, even if they get a chicken dinner here, I don't think it's possible. So their 3rd place should be fairly secure. Beşiktaş in 4th, a little bit less secure, but would require some big games from the 3 teams beneath them. I think the big thing here is Regnum Carya and their pursuit of ULF at the top of the tables, right? 85 points up to 112. It's a big gap. But if Regnum Carya put a big dent in it, They'll have a good time. However, ULF is very central, and they have 3 players alive. So, you know, it's a tough task, even at the best of times.
I don't really know how ULF is still alive. I imagine they're going to be going down at some point. I mean, it's not been the easiest approach for them in towards the circle right now. I was also very surprised, probably just as surprised you were, that XSLAY got away with that full squad wipe and then resetting Gatka. I think everyone else was way more concerned with getting to any kind of position on the map, but Gatka wouldn't have been a bad spot to pick up. It will be now, though, as we head far down towards the south. And that compound I was talking about earlier that Jetgo was picking up now becomes a really prominent position. A lot of teams would like that purely because it gives you a huge amount of control over towards your eastern side. Your back is covered by the mountainside. You don't really have to worry about that. And this 180 in front of you has so much vision to all the teams coming in from the east.
This is real tricky circle for a lot of our teams on the north side, and fights are going to have to conclude. ULF, hey, they've still got 3 players alive. They haven't got an Elim yet, but that might change as Fenerbahçe trying to bear down upon them, or rather getting forced away from bearing down upon them. Savian not just yet in, but the nades to open the bidding. Not going to find anything just yet. Healing needing to come through from ULF, so they're not responding for the moment. S2G, though, from the north side. Here comes Solke, poking his nose in, giving them a scouting angle. Goodness me. Papara SuperMassive tried to transition. It goes terribly.
Yeah, I mean, I am somewhat sad about Papara SuperMassive's performance here in the finals. They looked so good in the knockout stages. Some really clean fights as well. I think that was the main thing that I was impressed by, is that their mechanical skill and just the way that they played off one another was really good. I think they just haven't had that same confidence coming into today, sadly, or coming into the finals in general. But a lot of teams having to make some crazy moves down south. XSLAY almost gets ahead of Regnum Carya on their rotate and is forced to chase.
Eren down, and Fenerbahçe continue their siege of the ULF building. There are some off angles here, and IWNRX could jump on in, but Eren gets flushed, and actually that's ULF eliminated, 112. So Regnum Carya with a chance here to gain a huge amount of ground, but their position is not super favorable to it, and they're in a fight themselves right now. You can see Storm with 3 players on Bra alive, Regnum Carya right next to them. They've actually managed to make their way into the building, but they are right outside with danger knocking at the door. It's a tough position to play. The Falcons moving over, maneuvering towards Bra, might slow things down here.
Yeah, it's a ridiculously quick cleanup on the side of ULF. That is a sad angle. Through the window, BRA are across the way from them. I imagine they will use a lot of utilities just to get towards this position, though, so I think Regnum Carya is okay for now. But with ULF out, Carya out, Beşiktaş out, this is a really good game for Regnum Carya to start picking up points from. Good nade from Narvalo.
Moving in. Thought he could hop in the window. No, there's fire on the other side. Need to be more careful than that. But he steps up and he will pick up that point either way. Regnum Carya just waiting. And they have managed to get a lot of healing on board. They did take a knock. I think they've res that now. S2G thinking about how to get in as well. They've been going this way, that way on the north side. And we'll see where they opt to try and crash in towards. Because at the moment, the Jetgo compound, I mean, it's a good position, but oh my God, that south shift is harsh to everybody.
Yep, no one's enjoying this. I think Asgard actually have a really good chance at this game, just purely because they'll be able to control a lot of this high ground on looking over towards so many teams. For Regnum Carya, at this point, they somewhat want to split. But because Mars is already set up on this northwest side, they have to wait. This S2G is going to make the mad dash first. Solke immediately moving over towards Mars' spot, hoping that there isn't any team here, but Asgard have been forced out onto the edge for such a long time, and now this works out for them.
S2G trying to find a way in. They're still playing as 4, but they are really out in the cold right now. They're going to push in towards Asgard. They're going to go for the wide sweep. Koa going to challenge and see what they can find, but Sulke's already down. Regnum Carya, all in one car, all in one vehicle, are getting out of there. No one's challenging them. Nobody's shooting at the blank. They're making it all the way to the hill.
I don't know how that's possible. Actually, I do know why that's possible. It's because Asgard is preoccupied with S2G right now.
Wow.
So Regnum Carya is able to just squeeze on in, and everyone else is taking their own fights. Everyone else is currently preoccupied. Anorthosis can't take shots. They have no sight lines. Papara SuperMassive can't see this. Jetgo couldn't see this happen. That is an insanely tight rotate you have to make, and they pick Central off the back of it. They had to have heard fighting on the western side, and they had to assume there was only one team that was daring enough to be on this western side in the first place, because it was not a great spot up until this point. So they just had to make the gamble. They just assumed that there was one team on that western side, the only team there. If they're fighting, we can make the wrap. Incredible.
That is unbelievable, really. And Asgard have lost a lot of power here as well, because they've been bogged down in this fight with S2G and allowed Regnum Carya miraculously to get on through. The fact that they all did it in one vehicle as well, I mean, I hate it. I hate it so much. And congratulations to them for making it. But goodness me, that was dangerous to the max.
I mean, technically it was dangerous, but I think when they, all things considered, it wasn't that bad for them. Honestly, I think that they had thought about all the risks. Yes, this one team sees them, but in that instance, there is no sight lines that can look at them. It's a brave move. Asgard now looking down towards Regnum Carya right now, and they do need to start taking shots at a couple other teams. They lost one player and they tried to cut off Asgard on this southwest side, which is definitely an interesting approach from Regnum Carya, now down to just 2. They give up a lot of their presence off the back of that.
Yeah, they moved, I think, 3 players out to the west side there. They had a central position. They were like, oh, let's just stop Asgard rotating. But they got caught. And now they're down to 2 players, and they are both out on this western side. So instead of being in the middle, that's where IWNRX find themselves. And they now have to fend off against 4 players from Asgard, who are bearing down upon them, and Falcons to the north as well.
Yeah, I think for Regnum Carya, the thought process is that it's likely a fight like that on the northwest side. It's not clean for either team. But for Regnum Carya, they are out and done. Asgard does a marvelous job to hold out S2G the way they did, and then instantly wrap down towards that south side.
It will be a bit of a downer on that miraculous rotation, really, for Regnum Carya, because that felt really cool. That felt like, you know, big point earning kind of rotation, but now it's been marred quite heavily, which is unfortunate. You don't love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand the thought process, though. It's under the assumption that Asgard's going to be a weakened team at 3 or 2 players. It's under the assumption that Fenerbahçe's not going to be taking random shots at you without little information on anyone else in the circle. But that's Regnum Carya to a T. Everything they do is based off assumptions coming through from Silas. And usually his assumptions are very good, but his assumptions can only go so far when teams start making plays that lie outside of the norm, right?
Yeah, it can be excusable once in a while. Sometimes Silas has a misfire.
Yeah. It's like when there's only 110 left in the pack of cards and you're playing blackjack and you hit it on 17. You don't think that 10 is going to turn up, but it does. Unfortunately, you go bust in those situations. But in reality, it is the correct thing to do, right? You just get ruined by a little bit of bad luck.
Yeah, well, yeah. In the end, they do go down. So no gain on ULF. It was a pretty golden opportunity for them to put a huge dent in that first place barrier, that boundary. But opportunity will not be afforded to them now. So who's on the cards to try and make their ascension here? I mean, Asgard, they've been doing pretty well. Falcons also needed an opportunity here. And with a lot of the heavy hitters already eliminated here, Blank, this is a chance to earn a lot of points on a match.
Well, hopefully for some teams, I think the difficulty is because this has been such a gruesome circle for so many squads. You can see that it's quite evenly spread between teams in terms of the eliminations. I mean, all the way down to TMB with 2, IWNRX have got 4. Teams have gone up like Fenerbahçe with 5 points already, XSLAY at 7. But yeah.
Ooh. Redox nearly able to dispatch Asgard in whole, but they will remain, and not just in part, but they will stay as 4. With 10 eliminations now. On the west side, they've run through plenty of teams. I mean, S2G delivered them a whole free load of loot. And then they had that good fight with Regnum Carya to take a whole bunch of them. And now the Falcons have fallen before them. So who will be able to take on Asgard itself on this western edge? IWNRX? I mean, they're basically where Regnum Carya would have been.
Yeah, I mean, IWNRX make they go for a bit more of a passive play. Understandable, considering their points. They know they need a chicken dinner here if they want any chance of catching up towards the top of the lobby. And even then, it would require ULF not to get the smash ruling up until... and basically, it would just require them not to get the smash ruling full stop. They'd have to go to match 6 and give plenty of time for teams to catch up. Yeah, I think... I don't blame IWNRX for going for this and not trying to be too aggressive. They don't want to miss out on those 10 points.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's a difficult decision to make, and I mean, on the Turkey points, I still think they're going to be way behind. It's going to be so difficult. As Jetgo rolls up, takes the last player of XSLAY with 4 elims and 4 teams remaining. Pretty good result for Jetgo, all things considered. The compound that they held, obviously, on that first big south shift. Very strong, very powerful, and maybe a little bit less than they would have liked, but IWNRX looking to end their game will be denied that opportunity as he wraps around the headland. That honor, instead... Oh, no, it was taken by IWNRX. They had a player further up to close that one down. So 5 elims there. We're down to 3 teams.
Asgard with a pretty hefty points total right now at 10 elims overall. Akron, though, wanting for meds. Really not much to go around here. Level 3 helmets on some of them. Anorthosis also still in this game with Spike, Bagdazada, and Mellors, but no default. Went down earlier in the game. He's the heavy hitter of the squad as well, so losing him early might affect their chances at a chicken dinner.
Certainly could. I'm playing as 3, yeah, on this southeast boundary. Sure, they've got this ridgeline. But it is a little bit choking when you have to move. Asgard, they have a downhill in front of them, which makes it really difficult to make an approach with Anorthosis Famagusta's position still in action. And you can see that's why they're thinking about this north flank quite a lot. But with that south shift, I mean, they could head on down. Don't let it fool you. The minimap is saying there's a building in. There is not a building in this next circle. That is a little bit further south of where we're sitting.
Yeah, a lot of these player icons on the minimap are not where they say either. Slightly off to the right.
Yeah, slightly offset.
So
but
all these teams quite worried to go up against each other here, I think. Because they don't have the points to spare. And that is something that's definitely afforded to you as a team like ULF, where you are so many points ahead that you can afford to take risks like this, knowing that likely you are going to remain in that top 3 and be going through to the gauntlet.
NRX, they're right on the doorstep. Asgard more preoccupied with taking out tires, but now they've been signaled. The flares have been lit and they will be in for the fight, but unfortunately the opener is good. 1 down now. Sefkan is there, but that's an immediate response. An immediate second knock as well over towards Kakali. And now Kine is wondering where his team have just gone. On the forefront, you can see Swain on the back lines trying to keep things real. And Anorthosis Famagusta got a strike while the iron's hot here, actually moving Mellors into position. A big nade, but Asgard are like, who do you think you are? Step it onto our turf. There's no way you're allowed in here. They turn around all 3 of their players that are still up, still ready for the fight. Just push on through, and you cannot make an entrance there. They have the wherewithal to do it, but Spike gets the flush, and Asgard are busted down to 3.
That's a really big nade from Spike. On the back lines, will take down Swain as well. Mars does spot over towards him. Shot sent back. IWNRX, Frozen just gives his life pretty much. Really, all he got off the back of that was a bit of information. It's a good nade over towards Spike there. It could have shut down Anorthosis' push, leaving only one player left remaining on the high ground, which is Vagnazada. They're going to go for the res, though. This is bold.
No.
Very, very bold.
But we've seen him. He has the tree for cover, and his teammates will be there on the ridgeline to give him suppression fire. Spike, though, spots it. And the rest of the team, where do they go? Asgard got taken out of the running, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Kain and Vagnazada trading across the open hilltop. But Vagnazada goes lower, has to back off for the heal. No first aid for Kain, only the bandages and the stims ticking him up. Waiting for the angle, doesn't quite have it.
IWNRX versus Anorthosis, a 2v2 in stage 9. Quite nice there. Looking at Asgard, as they went down, it was all fist bumps around. They didn't really mind. They went down in third place. They were very happy with how that game turned out. But Anorthosis getting 10 elims off the back of this match. Could be a good nade over towards Kain. A little bit far, but the Molotov will force him back. And instantaneously, he takes the bullets, leaving just Kakali on a wide wrap.
I don't think they know where he is. Spike, though, is going to find out now because the spray down's there, but it's going wide. It's going wide. Finally, he tags it, but the blue zone's doing the work. And now Vagnazada has the opportunity to try and take him down, but again, he stays too long in the blue, and he's just going to go down to it if he tries to play around like this. Spike spots him. He knows exactly where he is. Vagnazada with a nade out wide, and he only needed to blow on him, and immediately he falls down. It's a crazy close down, but it's Anorthosis Famagusta from the inside to be able to put up big numbers here and find the chicken dinner, denying IWNRX.
Goodness, I mean, IWNRX had a real set of moments there, let's call it that. Frozen just flying into Asgard for no apparent reason, immediately goes down. Right at the end, I mean, Kakali had a really wide rep. I think both players need to play a little bit slower. Kakali need to step up a little bit sooner, deny that Molotov, deny that nade coming through. And even when Kakali did step up, it was, I don't know, it feels mean, but it was a pretty bad spray.
Yeah, it was too slow, right? You shouldn't need that many rounds to be able to get the spray out on someone who's in the open and you're lying down as well. That's the other thing, like the stability is at maximum. He was lying down, complete open season, but unfortunately, he invested too much there and then had to hit the deck to go for the reloads, wasted too much time, and the blue zone started to eat away at the health bar. And that's what allows Anorthosis Famagusta to be able to find the chicken dinner in the end there.
22-point game, I think.
Interesting.
Pretty damn good match for them. I think they're very happy with it. And it's sort of surprising squad to pick it up, considering they're coming from that southeast side. They had barely any information. But I do think Asgard I think for Asgard, they ran out of steam. I think for IWNRX, it looked great, and then suddenly they just started making some plays.
You shouldn't be making plays. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it didn't look.
Bit stinky.
It didn't look great. It didn't look great. Bit of a stinker from IWNRX at the end there. Just kind of unfortunate. I feel like if Regnum Carya had been in that spot, right, which they did leave, and IWNRX kind of backfilled after they tried to curtail Asgard on the west side. I mean, I don't think that Regnum Carya make those mistakes, and I think that that's a Regnum Carya win if you put that team in that spot.
Yeah, potentially. I think for Regnum Carya, you got to admit though that was a very strong rotation. It's still a 4v4 at the end of the day, and they had premonition on it as well. Right, where they were the ones going to hold out Asgard. They still lost the fight. So I think that as much as that was a very cool game from Regnum Carya, some great rotates, they do drop the ball in those last moments. I think actually it was a somewhat of a last minute decision for them to go hold out Asgard, which is why they weren't set up for it already. But Vagnazada, MVP, 6 elims, 825 damage. Damn good stuff from this guy.
Yeah, doing a lot of work for Anorthosis Famagusta. A counterpoint to default, and has been pretty effective, I think, across his history in PUBG Mobile, but never really reaching the highest heights. Certainly not yet.
No, not yet. But he has always been a consistent figure. Again, much like Default, like he's been on teams, always been the star player of those teams, but hasn't always been able to get through because he's playing on these newer squads with PMCO players. So it's cool to see Vagnazada actually on a team with Spike, Default, all really, really good players overall. So that's very cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff to see him twice on the tally. Only one nade elim there. Will be added onto that one. But Mars from Asgard, top damage, and they were absolutely brutalizing a lot of the lobby there. So good to see representation from there.
Here's our match statistics. Very, very good stuff. 596 damage, 825 for Vagnazada. Milas, a little less, but I think Milas is overall just playing support for the team, which is fair enough. Default went down much earlier in the game. So kind of makes sense why he's not really on the board here at all.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate there for his records, but you know, they'll be happy with the chicken dinner. They'll take it.
I think the big thing is though, is that Anorthosis Famagusta proved that they don't need Default to win. That's like that is the big thing for that team, which is really cool to see. And I think Default must be very proud of his team there to be able to make that one happen. And likely a lot of pressure taken off his back. Because I think even if you know your team's good, if you're the one who always has to be consistently there to get a chicken dinner, it's a big thing. In the meantime, though, we're going to head towards the stage and we shall catch you right after this.
Heyecan son derece büyük. Tabii ki Avrupa şampiyonu olabilmek çok önemli ama en önemli konulardan bir tanesi de ne? Dünya şampiyonasına katılabilmek için bilet almak. Bunun için de mücadele sürüyor. İlla da şampiyon olmak değil de ikinci, üçüncü, dördüncünün de çok büyük önemi olduğu bir şampiyonanın devamındayız. İkinci gün bitmek üzere. Artık çok az bir zaman dilimi kaldı. Yanımızda kim var? Rohan var. Bir alkış alalım arkadaşlar.
Arkadaşlar hepiniz hoş geldiniz.
Nasılsın Rohan?
Teşekkür ederim. Sizler nasılsınız?
Sağ olun, ben de iyiyim. Esports nasıl gidiyor?
Talihsizlikler yaşanıyor ya. Ama önümüzde daha var ya. Daha 9 maçımız var. Takım başarılı bir takım. Buralara kadar güzel geldi. Ben bilmiyorum, ilk 4'e gireceğimize inanıyorum ya. Son anda çok sürpriz şeyler yapabilirler. İnanıyorum yani.
Daha önce başardıklarını
Daha
yaparlarsa
önce başardık, yine yaparız yani.
Evet. Arkadaşlar şimdi hediyelerimiz var. Sizleri hediyesiz bırakmayacağımızın sözünü vermiştik. Bu sözü tutalım mı? Ama şimdi bakın, Burger King patpatları nerede? Burger King patpatları. O patpatları birbirinize vurduğunuzda en yüksek sesi çıkaran tarafa doğru hediyelerimizi vereceğiz. Evet bakayım. Evet, şuradan geliyor Burger King patpatları. O taraftan biraz geliyor. Evet.
Adam kolunu kopar.
Evet, bu taraf gerçekten hakkını vermeye başladı. Patpatlarımızın sesi kulağımıza kadar geliyor. Arkadaşlar şimdi şöyle bir şey söyleyeceğim. Bir şapkamız var. Void şapkamız var. Ve Void'un çok güzel spor çorabı var. You want to wear this hat? Yes. Bakın güzel.
It's a little big.
Evet.
It's a little big.
Şapkamız nasıl arkadaşlar? Sahip olmak isteyenler ellerini kaldırsın.
Ellere gelelim arkadaşlar.
Rohan seçecek.
Okay. So we're basically giving out 5 hats, 5 mouse pads.
Olacak. Hepsi ilaç seçmiyorum ben burada. Bak seni seçtim.
Evet, gösterdiği arkadaşımıza veriyoruz bir tanesini. Şapka. Hemen adını alacaklar. Testler alacaksın
up there, over there. We have quite a big group.
Oradan seçelim. Bak şu Babe, altında Babe şortu olan. O arkadaş. Başka kaç tane vereceğiz?
5 tane arkadaşlar. 5 tane veriyoruz.
5 tane versek. Seni seçiyorum. Bir tane de buradan seçeyim ya. Adaletsiz olmasın. Bir tane seni seçtim. Bir tane seni seçtim ya.
I feel like I'm just a
bir tane
model
oradan
here
seçtim.
to present the
Bir tane de oradaki gözlüklü arkadaşı seçiyorum.
Sevgili dostlar, 5 adet şapkamız ve çorap gitti.
Hayırlı olsun.
Dün tişörtler dağıtmıştık, doğru mu? Void'un. Ve Davut'un göstermiş olduğu bu mükemmel mousepad'e sahip olmak isteyenler de sıra. Tekrar açalım.
Beni seç.
X Vega.
Gerçekten
Arkadaşlar,
çok güzel.
X Vega. X Vega. X Vega'nın
Harika bir
koltuklarını da görüyorsunuz. Harika oyuncu koltukları da var. Ama şimdi sizlere bu mousepad'i hediye etme zamanı.
Okay, so I'm choosing now.
Davut seçiyor.
Okay. Right. White and gray jacket right here. That's 1. 2 is, let's see. Up there at the very top, right next to the red jacket, I think that's 2 Carya supporters. Yes, you two, with the right hand up and left hand up. The person on the right, at the very edge, in that very corner. Yes, you get one. Okay, number 3, you know what? S2G wearing the hijab. No, sit down, Brad. Yes, you. That one, yes, with the thumbs up. That's number 3. We're gonna make this very quick. Number 4. I want to say brown shirt at the very end. No, behind the blue jacket. Yes, you. That's number 4. Hold on. And number 5. You know what? I want to give one over there. You know what? With the Fenerbahçe banner, I believe. That one, is it Fenerbahçe? Yes, you. That's the last one.
O zaman şöyle bir şey söyleyeyim.
That was quick.
Bu benim elimde kalmasın değil mi? Hoppa, bir tane gitti. Evet. Penguen'imize bir alkış alabilir miyiz? Sevgili arkadaşlar, yeni update'te Penguin var. Penguin dansını göreceğiz. Çılgın tavuk dansı içinde heyecanınızı sıkı tutun sevgili dostlar. İda Esports'un inşallah performansını takip edeceğiz.
İnşallah.
Ben buradan Kadriye'dekine de selamlar gönderiyorum. Çok büyük destekçisidir. Kadri kardeşime de buradan selamlar gönderiyorum.
Aleykümselam.
All right, well, we've given 5 hats, we've given the socks, we've given the 5 mouse pads, and you know what? I think it's time to jump into game number 5 as well. We have 2 more to go. Miramar's on the way. Ida as well. Rohan, thank you very much for joining us. We wish you the best of luck. Let's head on over back to the studio.
There we go. A little bit more gift giving, and of course, very generous of our stage hosts and our representatives from our teams as well, who have been anything but kind on the battlegrounds so far. It has been fairly high elim chicken dinners, I think, across the board so far today. Pretty record breaking. I think it's safe to say all double digits so far, I believe.
Taking that chicken dinner earlier on was for Anorthosis Famagusta, who were doing fantastic work overall for us all.
Yeah, they were able to jump on up. Asgard as well, doing bits over the course of that game, and some interesting decisions in those final moments from IWNRX as Vagnzada only needed to get it sort of within his general vicinity with that nade to close us down. 12 elims found in the end for Anorthosis, and they find 22 points on the game. And Asgard, 12 elims as well, 17 points. 4 double-digit games, actually, as XSLAY chiming in with 3 and 7 to make 10.
Yeah, I think XSLAY being able to get 10 points in that game kind of surprising for me, considering XSLAY just have been so quiet. But again, it was a messy match for a lot of our squads so far. Asgard getting 17 though, but absolutely outclassed by Anorthosis with the 12 elims that match and the chicken dinner, making them up to 22 points, which is very, very useful. S2G, 4 elims. That's about it. I was very confused by S2G's playstyle that game.
Yeah, it was sort of winding and trying to be opportunistic, but didn't really have the option based on where they were playing in terms of the terrain. Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. It was a tricky entrance from the north side, and we did have repeated south side shifts, but still. What's even more disappointing is Regnum Carya with only 1 point after their miraculous rotation into the middle. They do still hold on to their second place spot, though, as they are going to maintain that with the 1 point they earned up to 86. ULF still on 112, getting 0. And Carya closing the gap a little bit towards second place. Not too much movement towards the top there, but Asgard starting to appear, cresting over the horizon, along with Anorthosis Famagusta on 61.
Yeah, getting back up there. Again, at the start of the day, it looked like it was very hard to catch up to ULF Esports. And it still is 112 points total. But for Regnum Carya, they really haven't moved too much. They were able to shorten that gap slightly from 40 to around about 30. Yeah, Carya have done the exact same after 2 fantastic matches on their side.
Yeah, they have looked to jump up in that third place. I mean, a gauntlet spot's a gauntlet spot. And if you end up in third place, that is, you'll all be all too happy about it. And Asgard being there, I think, is probably the more outside choice. Falcons also joining that front page, up to 60 points now. I say joining, they started the day in 4th place, so trying to maintain that front page. Papara SuperMassive dropping off again down to 54 on that second page. And then below that, it's starting to look like their opportunities are dwindling. I mean, even with that late game performance, IW Next Rüya only able to get up to 15th place. 39 points and only 3 points ahead of the TheNoisyBoys.
Yeah, but at least no longer a position where it looks unthinkable to catch up. Basically, I think that's the main thing that we're looking at here now. For IWNRX, 39 points. It's no longer a position where they were at 24. It's like it's the end of the world for this team. So at least they can get some semblance of maybe some reputation back off this. But it's not looking good. Definitely not looking good. Here's our top 4.
Guys, you know you're supposed to include other teams except for ULF, right? On the tables? Has anyone... Oh, these are just the top 4 in the tournament. Okay, fair enough. ULF, really powerful right now. And it's notable that Eren quite far ahead, but what's more interesting is that drop-off from Ketch down to Scarface. Almost 1,000 damage between them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for ULF, well played. This really has been an incredible tournament so far for this team. And although the points don't look insurmountable for that squad, the amount of damage that they're putting out around the map is phenomenal.
Oh, yeah. They are sort of relentless in their outward pressure that has been seen. A couple of missteps so far, but they made up for that in the aggregate of their performances today so far. Is Miramar going to be different for them? Because that's what we've got coming up next, I believe. We'll be going to a Miramar game and taking a turn around the desert, where things did change up a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, I think for Miramar, definitely some interesting matches. I think that the main one was like we had that super southern playing path, which made life very, very difficult. But overall, it was most of the time down towards the south side of the map anyway. I think it was the same circle basically twice, both in those horrible, choppy, rocky areas of the map, which definitely was unenjoyable for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, it is pretty rough. We did always go down to those southwest hills, you're right. And you know what? I'd go there again. It was great fun, I thought. I had a great time watching it. And as you say, our players, probably a much worse time playing it. Thinking about where I prefer it to go, I guess anywhere else. Maybe Partona. That'd be fun. But yeah, I think it would be interesting to see how teams navigate different rotations on Miramar to try and capitalize. Will S2G find another chicken dinner? That's the big question.
It is the big question. I mean, for S2G, it was a great ending to yesterday's slumping performance. But I don't know. I don't know if they can. I don't know if they can do it again. Honestly, this is kind of mean to do to Metcalf. The exchange students on both teams. I mean, double the elims, almost double the damage. Yeah, I think for Metcalf, still a great player overall. Cannot say that against him. I think that, again, I massively respect Metcalf because he came into Fireflux, which was essentially a team that seemed to not care anymore, to try and carry them as much as possible. And now Aaron's in his boots, except he's doing just a little bit better.
I think more than a little bit right now. He is
quite a lot.
I feel like he is by far and away the only candidate for MVP of this tournament right now, for this certainly for the finals. Maybe not the entire tournament. But yeah, it's very, very impressive what he's been able to do. And actually, it might be for the entire tournament as well, because, I mean, looking at performances of teams that outshone them, I mean, who else is stepping up? I guess Regnum Carya, someone from Regnum Carya, maybe Loxy, would be overall tournament MVP, maybe a little bit more. But even then, I don't know. I think that Aaron has just been phenomenal in all stages.
Yeah, I think what team was he on way back when? I remember he played on Ida, he played on...
I can't remember before Ida.
It was a team that was
Similar
similar
Zeus.
to Lightning. Yeah, there we go, Zeus. Yeah. I knew it had something to do with Lightning.
Yeah, there you go.
But there you go, Zeus. He was back on Zeus. And even then, he was star player of that. Got picked up by Ida, played very well hand in hand with Darkin, said goodbye to him, and now playing with some really, really strong players over there. But yeah, it's hard to compare, especially when Matt Cap's now playing on Ida, who is just not having the best of times. I mean, there's still some great players there, like for instance, Darkin. But yeah, they just can't really match up to this revitalized ULF Esports squad. I don't know if the deal was just better or what, like Fireflux just offering them like a chocolate bar a day or what?
I don't know. I have no idea. But I mean, it's interesting when you look at these transfers and sort of consider the impact that they have, right? Because it's often sort of, it's quite easy to look at this player good. Why, like, why is this not working? And it's to do with so much more sort of complex interpersonal, like how players work with each other, how they get on, even. Like, does he cook stinky food in the microwave when they're in their practice room? Like, it's things like that that can really change the tune. So maybe it wasn't the sort of environment that Matt Cap wanted to go on. Maybe he has someone who he particularly wanted to play with over in the new roster on Ida. Anything could have really prompted that decision. Not necessarily just the money, although I'm sure there was a little bit of money that changed hands because of the deal. We'll have to see.
Yeah, potentially. We are just waiting to get into the lobby, guys. It should be here shortly. I think we're up to almost 60 players in, just waiting on, well, we are waiting on 5 exactly. 4 now.
Ooh.
But I'm not sure what we're waiting for. We were waiting for something.
Yeah.
Like
players.
Penguin to leave, I guess. Something like that. Before we get into this first Miramar of the day.
Yeah.
And then close things out, potentially. At some point.
I mean, you'd hope, wouldn't you? You'd hope that we are going to be able to close this one out. I'm pretty sure we will. But we're just getting everyone locked and loaded right now. 62 players now in the lobby. Oh, we're so close. But even then, gotta wait for the match to start as well. I think what was interesting about that last match was it felt like a very clear demonstration of why teams at the top have been able to earn those points more consistently. In those final moments, this was a group of teams that have not really had the opportunity to be in these late games so far, these finals, who have not really shown the power that we have. And you could kind of feel it, right? It got a little bit mucky. I mean, pointed the finger here at IWNRX, unfortunately. They definitely made some plays that teams towards the top just wouldn't have made. And we've seen far better discipline, far more strength across the board in final circles from more successful teams so far. So I think that was an interesting sort of perspective maker of a final circle.
Yeah, I mean, for Anorthosis Famagusta, it's a good ending, but it was weird in the sense of, like, no one really wanted to do anything. Which it just come down to 3 teams playing on 3 opposite ends of the circle, then finally forced to fight against one another. Like, the circle was the final arbiter of that. It's just curious. It is definitely curious the way that worked out. Like, no one wanted to really take initiative. You saw that with Regnum Carya, who is one of the last teams to take initiative in that circle, which is to go hold out versus Asgard. I'm not going to count Frozen driving the buggy into the midst of Asgard as taking the initiative. It could count. I'm not counting it as that's the case. I think that was just a silly play in general.
Yeah, I think that was frustration that sort of crept in there. It felt like to try and go for that. It's like, oh, why haven't we found a pick, guys? Come on, I'll just do it myself. Oh, I've gone down. Kind of a play. Not necessarily saying that is what happened, but it felt that way. You know, it felt like it was a bit of a desperation, and maybe they didn't want to admit that their flex out to the west could have been a bit flawed. And as much as it was initiative taking, they lost so much because of it.
So our players, so we do have a full lobby now. Unfortunately, I think some of our players got trapped in the elevator for a short while.
Oh, great. That's fun.
Which is why we're slightly late. So they figured out how to operate an elevator properly. So don't worry, guys. They're not trapped anymore. Why I'm laughing?
They were just staring at the buttons.
I would not be laughing if they were still trapped in the elevator. I would not be laughing. But they are out.
They were just staring at the buttons like, I don't understand. It's not a touch screen. What's going on?
I know.
How can I move them around?
I'm trying to gyro the elevator upstairs.
Why are you putting an elevator up the steps?
We'll
what are you doing? Stop that. God, that was their first mistake.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Well, luckily they have figured it out. For us, anyway. Maybe not for their opponents. Depending on which team it is. I mean, if it was ULF, then I'm sure everyone would be like, "Oh, you guys are stuck in the elevator. Oh, well, we'll just start the game, guys. Sorry, that's nothing I can do. See you later.
Bye bye." That's 60 players in the lobby. We're just going to go with 60. You're going to miss out on a whole game, which obviously we can't do. It would be against competitive integrity, and also would be morally wrong to leave 4 people stuck in a lift.
That is true. That is true. I think what's interesting is that ULF, they had these massive games at the start, but again, it's kind of what happened yesterday, right? They have 1 or 2 just like pretty magnificent games, and then the rest of them, not so much. They did manage to keep up the elim counts yesterday, but today that has fallen off somewhat after their massive games, like right at the start, right? So we'll see if they're able to do more here on Miramar to maintain that lead, because we were expecting that bubble to be set at about 120 in first place. They're 8 points shy of it for now. They've got 2 matches to try and exceed that as far as they can and set that smash boundary as high as possible as we head high into the sky over Miramar.
Straight back into it with the Murmur. Lovely playing path straight down past El Pozzo. So many rows that you can pick up over towards the eastern side to get into position. Yes, it's going to favor some of our western teams like Monte Nuevo, El Pozzo, La Cabrera, as well as Picado, but it really doesn't hinder many of our players.
Yeah, it should be okay. I mean, in general, Miramar is normally fine, and teams will be used to having to travel quite a long distance on the road with those vehicles. We will keep an eye out for hot drops, though. You never know. Things could get spicy. Beşiktaş in the northwest quadrant.
Whoa, the Norse.
Yeah, had to
in the Norselands with Asgard.
I had to go for 3 goes on that one. Goodness me. But they are fairly isolated and alone right now over towards La Cabrera. Teams are dropping a little bit more now, and actually Fenerbahçe are going to be moving into backfill onto their further ascent towards the north. The circle yet to show itself, though. Are we going to go back down to the Pmsl Hills? No, of course we're not. We're going all the way up to San Martin.
Yeah, nice easy circle for everyone involved. The northeast side. Said everyone's able to spread over this area pretty easily. I don't know if any team's going to want to push down to Porto Paraíso. Pretty far away from the circle. I think most teams kind of get into a position in this. El Zahar's open. I mean, you have Los Leones, at least the north side of it, to take. I guess you could play Impala.
If you wanted to.
Yeah.
But only if you really want to. I think right now we're not seeing any hot drops, I don't believe. Maybe... Is that a hot drop? Just south of Picado? West of Los Leones? Am I imagining seeing green there? No, I'm not.
I think so.
That's Papara SuperMassive.
I think you are, yeah.
Could be quite close by. Could be dangerous. With Bra, but I think... Are they disengaging? I'm not sure. Papara SuperMassive and Bra, the closest of any two teams right now. With a little stretch over towards the southwest as well. Towards XSLAY. So perhaps a little bit of treachery over near Chumacera.
Asgard have a nice lineup on Torre Armada coming down to the southwest. Not really hampered by any team. XSLAY finding the first shot over towards Papara SuperMassive. I think this team is really struggling. I don't think they realize quite what's going wrong here. I do think XSLAY is kind of a wild card though. Can't really blame Papara SuperMassive too much for it. And I think that has been a problem for a lot of squads so far, is that XSLAY is just doing weird stuff. They're annoying to rotate past. They don't make the regular plays. And I think that kind of variance is kind of frustrating, because I think that the higher level you go up in PUBG Mobile, like internationals are, in fact, even for me, even easier to analyze. Like, oh, they're making the right play. But you could predict that and then go for a play that's, you know, slightly worse, but at least you know it's open.
I mean, that's playing to expected point earnings potentials, right? Like, maybe you make the play that makes the win, but that could also go for a 0-point game. But a slightly less optimal play might net, on average, a couple of points. And maybe that's what you're looking for, a more consistent approach.
XSLAY?
Well, no, not at the moment. But I meant more generally. But they have to make that choice, right? Do you take the variance and potentially have a big upside?
I don't think XSLAY know what they're doing.
Well, yeah.
I'm honest.
So, well, maybe they can't make that informed choice then. You know, they're.
But that's what I'm saying, is that because they can't make that informed choice, it's affecting a lot of other teams in the lobby. Because you have no idea what XSLAY is going to do next.
They are a bit of a wild card on everything, to be fair. They're doing. I mean, they're in 12th place right now, and I didn't expect them to get out of league stage. You know, out of the early stages, they made a big push to be able to survive that one, and did so successfully. But they actually, I mean, they had 42 points in a day, right, back in the league stage to save themselves from elimination. But they are starting to run out of tricks in the old playbook that can give people the slip. But they are still unexpected, which is kind of strange. But 12th place is where they sit right now, and I don't see them moving too far.
Carya making their rotate towards the center, starting very much in a nice position over towards around Picado. A lot of options for them. Ooh. The backstepping. Falls off the concrete. They're hungry for it though. I mean, look at this guy. It's like jumping up and down in excitement to take shots.
Can I shoot at them, please? Please let me. Go on. No, you have to stay calm. We don't have a team shot right now. You have to chill out. Gotta wait. Jetgo rolling up potentially to this XSLAY high ground that they have been operating from. Over towards Papara SuperMassive. They think better of it. A passive Jetgo approach. That's what we are used to seeing.
I mean, everyone's just trying to go for San Martin Plateau, Picado, over towards Hacienda, and if you're on the outside, you're just playing edge. Now we do have quite a few teams, you know, all grouping up a little bit over towards Jetgo, XSLAY, as well as Papara SuperMassive, down to just 2 players now, who have been haunted by both these squads.
So indeed. Ooh, XSLAY spotted. Okay, a little bit less passive now, and there's the the tip-tap from the Mini-14 to get the flush. XSLAY losing 1. Got 2 points on the game, but doesn't look like they have angles at all to take any shots back out towards Jetgo. And Jetgo are going to be pretty happy with this. I mean, on the northeast side, they're fairly central. Not too many teams are going to threaten them, but I mean, ULF are kind of wending their way up here, which is always going to be a worry. Not that they are aware of this just yet. They will be soon, should ULF turn their attention out this direction. Oh, hang on a minute. Different purple team. They're on the southwest side with the blue zone pushing them in. I was looking over at Asgard. Goodness me.
Yes. It's a little. I mean, we have 2 blue teams, 2 yellow teams, 2 grey teams. In fact, we got 3 blue teams, 4 blue teams. I apologize.
We've got 2 pink teams.
2 pink teams, 2 green teams, 3 yellowish teams. Yeah, I think the color choice has been fairly bad.
Yeah, well. Also, no change in it now, unfortunately. We're just going to have to keep up. Jetgo rolling over, able to pick up another point there. And the circle slingshots us back down south.
Because of where all the teams are, it really does highlight how bad this color scheme is.
Oh dear. Is that Papara SuperMassive with a whole team on the west? Oh no, that's IWNRX as well.
I think the only team that's really obvious is Asgard in the purple.
I mean, even then with Jetgo, I got confused just now.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's another purple team down there. What am I saying?
Oh dear.
Oh, there's 3 grey teams actually.
Yeah.
Anorthosis, Ida, and ULF. And both ULF as well as Ida have white logos.
Yeah, that's...
You guys... You really played us big time.
Yeah, we've been had here. Someone's played a prank on us for sure. S2G trying to get up onto the rocks, so at least 2 of them are. The other 2 have made different choices. They're back down in the houses, into the concretes. Playing closer to San Martin.
I mean, this is kind of a difficult circle to play. It's kind of complicated, actually.
I think so, yeah.
You know, the Western Power Grid Plateau pushing down over towards Graveyard in that horrible valley.
Yeah.
And then BRA coming up through there past Minas Gerais. Lambadita still is. You got the crater. It's a lot of unenjoyable landmarks to be playing around.
I feel like the east side might be fairly strong for survival, but is going to start to become very isolationary as time moves on, right? We actually still cut Picardo into this one, and I feel like the hills to the north of Picardo might be fairly strong in terms of longevity into this game. So we'll see who's able to expand over the expanse of the plateau south of San Martin to Picardo and take control of that. Because at the moment it's S2G, right? They're 2-2 split. They're holding a lot of that ground.
Again, I think the reason that S2G is able to hold this much ground as well is because no one really wants it. But it does give you the opportunity to wrap north or south, depending on the Zone 3 shift.
I kind of question why nobody wants it, though. I mean, I suppose IWNRX, Papara SuperMassive, Falcons are sort of stuck against one another, but I'm sure they'd love to push in on this direction. A little clash on the eastern side as TheNoisyBoys are forcing this fight over on that edge, and Bra moving in as well. Having a little scuffle here with Anorthosis Famagusta, who are coming off a chicken dinner but have already lost a player. Why are you doing this to our teams? Goodness me, look at that circle. That is nasty. Picardo's still in, the hills to the north, and Ida having a great time now in their position. The question is, how holdable is it? Will they be able to maintain Emre out on that west side with the Falcons there, with IWNRX there as well? And Papara SuperMassive, I think, are also in Picardo. That's a different team. They're all green, though.
Yeah, I think for S2G, this works out nicely. I think you are quite happy and pleased with this because it keeps a lot of this ridge side in, but they do have to hold off Regnum Carya, who came in very good in position. The good thing is they have a great off angle on the side, but he is missing. Kelsey not finding those shots, allowing Regnum Carya now to reset.
Solke down. As you say, Regnum Carya looking to reset. Hamzy has to back off the angle, knows there's Nate in pocket, will be sent straight up towards him. But there's another player from S2G now chiming in, trying to get that sideswipe spray down. It's not going to work out, though, not just yet. They are only going to take the damage toll over towards them, and Hamzy is still in danger here. Wild spotted, potentially exposed. Could be very dangerous for him, but no. Knows that he steps up, it could be the end of him, and give his position away. In the meantime, moving towards the north edge here, yet to push into the circle. Carya facing off against Fenerbahçe. And at the moment, looks like Carya are doing okay. Fenerbahçe, less so. They've taken a knock and the flush as opposed to just the knock onto Carya's side. S2G moving into position again, overlooking Regnum Carya. They're really forcing the issue here on this one.
He's down. And he's gone. I mean, Carya, push up. That's a nice nade, actually, on the outside. Ooh. I had some moment of indecision from CEO. Respected the play, though, honestly, from him. Where he looks to... he thinks to himself, like, either I'm going to go inside my building or I push out. Pushing out is the aggressive play. Probability of finishing that fight there and then was quite high. But because he steps back before stepping forward, the nade does take him down. Really sad stuff there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Not really too much you can do about that one. Regnum Carya dropping a little bit further down the hill there. And still, against S2G, not really finding anything. Carya try to make it in, but they're not going to be able to be allowed. They're not going to be allowed to do that because Ketch is on the case, and he'll catch him out there on the rotate. So, third place. A back-to-back chicken dinner followed by two fairly lackluster performances. Gives Beşiktaş, gives Jetgo, gives Asgard the opening that maybe they were looking for.
I'm surprised Regnum Carya is still going in this spot, by the way.
I mean, S2G
not an easy
recondensed
position to play.
Well.
Yeah, I just don't think they can find the shots towards them, sadly. What a horrible circle this is.
Regnum Carya slam in reverse gear. Goodness me. You're right, this circle forced them to rotate down south. But where'd you go? Picardo's still in.
It's confusing because you can play ridge side, potentially get a great game with the back of the ridge. You either want to play plateau. Really, this game is just about having options. I think S2G have got a lot of options available to them here.
I mean, it's made harder by Ida, right? They're on their south flank. Kind of in the way, locking them into that north quadrant. Potentially on that hilltop. Could be rough. It depends how they can navigate these rocks, though.
Regnum Carya go for the compound south over towards the southeast there, leaving a outpost towards the ridge side. Looking for more value on this game, it seems. Sorry, not the compound, just the defilade off in the distance there, you can see.
Yeah. For context on how dramatic these circle shifts have been, Blank, Picardo was right on the southwest of Circle 1. So going into this has been a crazy set of, oh, we've all got to go up north, let's play up around, like, north of San Martin, and then everybody's been dragged down through the graveyard now and out into the hills near Picardo. It has been a real trial for a lot of teams. 16 minutes and 14 teams remaining, 44 players as well. Oh, struggling out in the open. It's Regnum Carya to take their heads. This is great news for their approach, but there's still more to do as Ketch is on the case once more.
Loves a nade. Over the top. Hook speed. Ooh, almost. Needs to cook it just a little bit less there. And you would have found both of them. Falcons, on the other hand, getting taken down by Beşiktaş. Aaron, though, comes in to save the day. And Regnum Carya down to just two players. Very unlikely that Wild gets back up on his feet. Aaron's just tearing through the lobby right now.
Why not?
And you get transferred to a popular team and all of a sudden play like a maniac.
I mean, the guy's unleashed here. Ketch is still down for ULF. So they are still dwindling in numbers. And Solke got lost for S2G there as well. I don't know if it was Ida who took that, but they do have 2 points on side for Ida. So it may well have been. Quite a big split for Ida, actually, across these hills. 2 and 2. They've really been doing bits to control S2G's movement south. And actually, people moving into the hills in general. So nice stuff for them. ULF still rolling around. Yet to find the full capitalization onto Regnum Carya, who have put Silas in a shack. See how long he could last.
I mean, it's the best thing you can do, really, isn't it? You don't have much choice at this point in time. Just want to... Basically, the only thing you want to do today is just want to be in range of first place. So it's not that gargantuan of a task to get into the Smash Ruler. Because once you're in Smash Ruling, it's anyone's game.
Oh, we're going to Picardo. Is this for realsies right now? Are Papara SuperMassive just going to be able to win? No, well, sorry, hang on a minute. There's 2 teams. IW and X, are they just going to be able to win this one? Because we get Southwest Shift after Southwest Shift. Always going to Picardo.
Yeah. Oh, it depends even more on that, because I think the knockout stages, Papara SuperMassive actually won this exact circle, but where XSLAY are currently playing. Because it pushed out of Picardo shortly afterwards. And suddenly you had this situation where you're having to leave Picardo into open ground and you just get to take free shots over the ridge side. So, yeah, Miramar's been very unforgiving, I would say. I thought this would be a much nicer game in terms of where the circle originally got set up. A lot of nice places to play, but it has remained so indecisive. And I think that's the best way to categorize this circle. It's super indecisive of where it was going to end. You just get stuff like this where everybody's suffering.
I mean, yeah, going into Picardo in stage 2 was a mad
What is wrong with Aaron, dude?
Oh, he's just rolling in. He's just getting it done, man.
Squished for
Oh no,
Silas.
Solus is gone. Guess I better just keep going, though. That would be fun. Finally, he's been put a stop to as Symphony, able to end his run. But Ketch is still up and in action. Probably trying to change that. Will not be able to, though. Ketch is on the swivel and has got his number. Lands the spray, and they'll keep going. 9 elims now for ULF. They're 121, so we are above where we thought we might be at the end of the day already for ULF.
That cap. Nade over the top, over towards IC. Darkin will just sit back. S2G, I think they're kind of ruined here. Like, where do you go? Circle's going to push you in. You're absolutely just going to get slammed by Ida on the exit. Once again, our top 3 teams are down the earliest. We're noticing a reoccurring trend here.
Not good for holding those top 3 spots. Goodness me. Although ULF's still probably pretty chill about it. But is this an opportunity for Jetgo? Maybe. Could be a chance for them to jump up nicely. They are 4 players. They are a bit out in the northeast side, and we'll see what more they can do. I think I definitely agree with your assessment of S2G's position. It's compounded by the fact that nobody can really challenge Ida from any other angle. They're just going to wait. And this is exactly what's going to happen. This open season, S2G have nowhere to go. Kelsey, I mean, just deny the point at this stage, but no. That one goes over to Ida.
Yeah, super easy. There wasn't much more they could do there. We're heading into stage 6 at 21 minutes into the game. And it still really is so uncertain of where this is going to end up. Or who's favored, in fact. And Papara SuperMassive can't really afford to get stuck into anything right now.
I mean, this is...
And it's going away from Picardo.
I mean, is it though? Like, we've still got a bit of Picardo in there. You never know. But those hills to the north should be very, very effective for Ida, right? That's what they'll be looking for to try and take control here. You've got the remnants of other teams to their southwest point, but they can start to open up. They should be aware that they can get out to their north side now. Jetgo trying to march their way along the roadside as well.
You alright?
That smoke.
Storm doing a little bit better. That smoke's a bit annoying in terms of the positioning on it. They're having to clear out Jetgo. Both teams can't really move in. This valley in front of them is hell. I mean, they could part ways on friendly terms or get stuck into it. On this side of things, I don't think neither team really wants to do it because you want to have full control over the northeast edge. Still will be fairly difficult to do, especially with Ida controlling most of that northern side. Yeah, but again, not a massive change for a lot of our squads here. And BRA can rotate slightly further down towards the south. I think eventually XSLAY is going to take shots towards them.
Here, but Zell gets clipped right on the approach, so does Quantum, and then next up on the menu, all three of them immediately hitting the deck, and that should be the end of Bra's game here. They do have one more player, obviously. They've still got Storm, but I mean, what's he going to be able to do from this spot? Merciless also down in the valley. This is the hell position that you were talking about. It's really nasty. Nobody's getting anyone up from in there. You just don't return once you go. It's a bad trip. The question is, who gets the points? Is someone going to be able to steal them away? Looks like they will go to their rightful owners. No theft on the Elim feed this time. But now we've got 9 teams remaining, and only one of them has 4 players. It's Ida.
I mean, they've just controlled the entirety of this north side. It's been super easy. Circle stays fairly central. It's just nightmarish for teams. It really is just a coin flip for squads, whether they get lucky or not on the next shift.
Darky just making life so hard for these teams on the flank. I mean, if they once they get rid of Narvalo and the last player on Beşiktaş as well, they shouldn't have anyone who can really contend with them unless we get really hard shifts down south to Picardo again, which we seem to be loving to go towards. The next circle popping in about 10 seconds, and we'll see just where it will fall. But still up on high. You can see how difficult it is for Jetgo to move. And I think they're right to wait for this one, because the circle likely going to force Ida off those super high ground positions, but it cuts the difference, and we're going into the middle once more.
Just grim. I mean, wherever this circle could go to make life really hard for everyone in the circle, it has done. Time and time again. This has been such an unhelpful circle. And especially this one, where it doesn't cut the difference and go central. It just goes northeast enough to make life hard for Jetgo, but also just northeast enough to cut the entirety of Picardo out. It's actually so frustrating for teams.
Yeah, Ida moving further south want to maintain their high ground here, and I feel like they probably do still have the best chance here of making the chicken dinner, of converting. IWNRX have to march through Picardo now. As you said, it cuts all of Picardo out. Don't be fooled by the minimap circle. That is slightly offset. It is further northeast than it appears on that minimap. So all of Picardo is in fact cut out. Jetgo still have high ground themselves, but you can see they're getting humbled by Ida. Not going to stop them picking up the points, though. Nice find. And 9 elims now for Jetgo. They're in 4th place, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, they're a good team. Honestly, a good team is Jetgo. Surprisingly good. I don't know what was awakened in them on that final day of knockouts, but a beast has been unleashed. Ida now making their way down. They spot Anorthosis Famagusta. Magnazada is not safe. The vehicle's wheels were not popped out, so still take the shots underneath that.
IWNRX trying to make their way across. Fooled by the colours. It is 2 teams there, and they are coming up against Papara SuperMassive. Kine blasts the door off its frames and gets blasted back as he tries to step in. They will not make it across. Gauntlet there, not going to be run successfully. Now Valo now in a 1v1 against Rookie. Remember, Ida were on oversight on this position. Their attention is turned over towards Papara SuperMassive.
No way!
The shotguns go wide, and Rookie stands up tall for Beşiktaş, taking down the last player of the Falcons. And now with 4 teams remaining, Beşiktaş are still in it with a solo. He's got 3 first aids. He can heal up here, but Ida are putting pressure further down to the south. They're not spreading out over this line.
Yo, if I was not Valo, I would be unbelievably pissed after that. Like, did you see that?
Yeah, it was 3 shots that made him dance, and then he ate one to the face.
It didn't dance. The shots were on target. The reticle was over the player. He was 10% HP.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Just one shell needed to hit. Oh dear me, that is depressing.
Well, sometimes it happens. That's a disadvantage that they find there. Unfortunately, they come off the worst for it. The rest of these teams looking to ladder up as far as they can. The fact that Jetgo has 4th place, 10 elims already. I think they managed to get... No, I'm not sure. I don't think they get any more so far. They're certainly looking for it as Ida looking to gear up in that valley that will see them shoot out into the open ground to their south. I'm sure that's their next move that they're planning here. But they will be lit up and they're trying to soften the approach for themselves. Papara SuperMassive successfully transitioning out.
John's going to have to back down. Looking for a podium finish here. I mean, someone's got to find Navalo a therapist after that. Soul destroying. Gun's broken. But downhill, not easy. Last circle to come. We have been going to the zone 9 on almost every single map today.
Does seem that way, doesn't it? Rookie wants to answer nade with nade. Launches one over. Hidden behind our player cams. But he is there, I promise you. You can see the nade dishing out some damage. Has got one more. But I think Ida might just have the edge here. Good cook, but doesn't quite get it fully. Papara SuperMassive chiming in. The Rookie is taking the fight now. Is sort of forced to. Ida actually chiming in towards them. No, he can't go any further. Beşiktaş down in 3rd. But Papara SuperMassive eating lead at distance. Ida keep it together and Darkin stays alive. No first aid on side, but he can bandage up. Maybe pop one over. The rest of Ida now shooting out that canyon. That's what they were looking to do. As soon as they got rid of those teams on the east, Jetgo had to suppress on the angle, and they cannot step up. Rita taking that opportunity to lead the charge with the vehicle.
From Molotov out. Keep them at bay. It's on target. Hit Salem. Yeah, it's over. Symphony will be going down fairly soon as Rita steps up to the plate. Gets forced in by the vehicle. A little bit of an extra boost and it will be done. Final game there. Anita will be picking themselves up a beautiful chicken dinner at the end. Ida fans are happy all around. Well done. Very, very well done. Really good control of that high ground. But also, let's be honest, absolutely grim circle. Grim circle.
They really were helped by the fact that the Picado Hills stayed on the west side of that circle. No one was wrapping around the north edge. Everyone was playing to that east, that south edge. It was only S2G that they had to contend with. And S2G and Ida both pushed everyone who was on the west further south away from them. That guard on S2G, uncontested. The hilltop position, uncontested. They just moved south, they kept going, and they profited immensely for it. So fantastic stuff for them. Great news for, as you say, the Ida fans.
Yeah, it's brilliant stuff. Very, very brilliant stuff. I think killing themselves on the board as well. It's good to see. 2 wolves, the 2 carriers. That's a whole pack of wolves right there on the board.
For sure it is. It is quite a lot. And remember, so far, we are still on track to potentially have every single team logo on the monolith, right? It can have 2 repeats. We've had those 2 repeats now. So it's everybody else's turn. We'll see if we can get every single logo there.
We'll see. I think some teams just are not really...
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see the IWNRX logo. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate. I think IWNRX have had one hell of a fall off. It's a gargantuan fall off.
Oh, it's brilliant
for the team. It's sad to see. Alas, these things happen. But we'll be heading in towards our final game where we will decide exactly where the marker is set for tomorrow's Smash ruling. And it's looking like it's not going to be that high, actually, if ULF continues the way they do and it keeps being teams that are underneath getting the chicken dinner. 112, I think. I think it's like 112, 114-ish.
It was 121 at the end of that
game.
match. 121.
121. It's like a 131 tomorrow. It's not a crazy difference, but then again, like no one else is really catching up to them.
That's the thing. It's the gap, right? Because those top three teams, you highlighted it during the game, they all went down. So it was Regnum, Carya couldn't do any chasing. Beşiktaş couldn't really do any chasing. Hang on a minute. No, they did pretty well. Maybe they have been able to jump up into the top three. Carya couldn't do any chasing. That's what I was thinking of. And in general, it seems to be the teams looking to get into top three have been gaining all these points today. And so there is still this massive gap. And if you set it at 131, it's still a 40-point gain that you need, right? And that is very unlikely to happen outside of the first, I don't know, maybe 4 games, potentially. So you're looking at maybe game 5 that someone could snaffle it away with a Smash ruling. That's assuming that ULF don't just win it outright with an early Smash.
Yeah, I think at the rate it's going, you're right. It's probably a case where ULF just keep pumping through. They just keep pumping through, and no one really is there to challenge them. But I think that's a complete possibility where there are so many different teams stepping up, and if ULF could just get themselves another one of them big old ULF games tomorrow, yeah, game over.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it will very likely at this stage now be ULF setting that boundary. The question is, where will it be? And if they get 10 points in this last game, and nobody puts up a really huge game in that 2nd to 5th, maybe 7th, maybe 6th bracket, it's kind of donezo in terms of trying to take it away from them. And at that point, it'll be a scramble for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, I think so. I'm kind of worried for a lot of our teams because the gauntlet is so important as well. Where it could be like 1 or 2 game difference between getting 3rd or 2nd place. That's significant. That's very, very significant. But it's also a little bit crushing for me where I feel to myself, for EU, I want to send the right teams through to Gauntlet, right? I don't want it to be coming down to chance on the last game where it's a look on the circle. And so far, there's some teams that I think, absolutely deserve to go through. But then again, we are making some mistakes here and there from some of our top squads where they are just not getting in towards those big moments, those big matches. They're making small mistakes here and there. Can't really quite read the circle properly. Yeah, it's confusing.
Who would you say are the right teams then? I feel like I would kick it off with Regnum, Carya. I feel like they are a pretty big lock for me. Who would you be adding?
Regnum, Carya, I would be throwing in probably ULF as well as Carya right now. But in the meantime, we're going to go back to the stage. So we'll just catch you guys soon.
That's right. You guessed it, boys and girls. It's back. It's the chicken dance. And we want to see your dance moves. Best 3 dances, they're going to get a PUBG Mobile t-shirt the second they show off their dance skills. But of course, they need to know what the dance is, don't they?
Arkadaşlar ekranlarda görüyorsunuz. Büyük ekranlarda dansı birazdan ekranlarınıza gelecek. Çılgın tavuk dansı nasıl bir şey? İşte böyle bir şey.
So who can show us their dance skills? Go on.
Bu danstan yapana tişört vereceğiz. Evet, bir arkadaşımız orada yapıyor. Hemen bakalım oraya.
Bilgehan, does any dance moves so far that impress you?
Evet, bu 3 güzel yaptı.
I mean, I feel like just for his energy, we have to give him one at the front.
Evet.
I feel like
Tişörtler arkadaşlarımıza gidiyor.
Yeah. Okay, so that's our first one.
Güzel bir üçlü grup vardı orada. Onlara tişörtlerimizi verelim. Bir tanesi sen, bir tanesi sen,
at the back,
bir de
yes.
sen. Üçünüz çok iyi yaptınız. Tebrik ediyorum. Dansı bir kez daha görebilir miyiz? Evet, penguenimizin dansını görüyoruz.
else knows that crazy chicken dance? We gotta give out some free shirts. I mean, we had a couple over there. Okay, yes, white hoodie at the top. I see you. Yes, go for it.
Şimdi son bir kez daha çılgın tavuk dansı geliyor. Davut'un dansına da puan verin. Davut'un dansına da puan verin. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Yeni sezonda Penguen'i çok fazla göreceksiniz. Şimdiden alışmaya başlasanız iyi olacak.
Teşekkürler, Penguin. Thank you very much. I think it's time. You know what? I also have a request to our lovely analysts. Yes, yeah. You two have to show us your dance moves as well. You know what? We're gonna go back to the boys. We're gonna get ourselves ready for our final game of the day. And of course, we're gonna see how their dance moves compare to myself and Bill Gahans at the front of the stage. Boys, take it away.
I feel sorry for them. They're going to have to capitulate to his demands of showboating. There we go. Well, they don't have to, I suppose.
Producer wants to know if we like the dance. Seems kind of basic.
Do we like it?
Like the wax on, the wax off. This one.
Yeah.
And you do it over here a little bit, and you do it over here a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I think there was some good dance in the crowd. Yeah. I would break dance, dude. If I want to. I'll break dance right now. I'll start spinning behind us, but probably not. Probably shouldn't do it.
That seems dangerous in a closed space, and that's totally the only reason why he wouldn't do it. Yeah, absolutely. There's some glass cabinets behind you. You know, you've got to be careful, man. That's the first rule of breakdancing.
It is true. No glass cabinets involved.
Yeah, don't do it in a glass cabinet. It's a terrible idea. Second rule.
Yeah.
Don't chew gum whilst you're doing it, because you could swallow it and then it'd be in your gut for like 7 years.
What about a little mint?
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know.
A little mint.
Maybe.
Well, yeah, you can swallow them as well. Not ideal, but they're small enough. I probably wouldn't mind. I have actually swallowed quite a few today. These are Smints.
Oh, okay. So you're fine. Yeah, that's
150 of them.
That's too many.
They're
what
good.
are you doing with that many? You don't need that many.
I don't know. Keep the breath fresh throughout the day. Well, you know, everyone who has to smell my breath virtually isn't unhappy.
God, can you imagine? We're so close to these microphones. We're talking a lot, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some dangerous situations that you could get in with that, but that was the final blow coming on in, and of course MVP going over to Darkin here with 5 Eaglems, 560 damage here for Ida. Not huge, but still very successful.
Yeah, really well played to Darkin. Again, I think for Ida, it was a good spot. They controlled it well. Very much a deserved win for Ida overall. I think the position they played, they realized that it was the best spot on the map, but they didn't let up easily.
No, they were quite forceful, and not losing anyone in those high grounds is probably the most important part of all of that. Top of the damage tables was Emre by probably fairly significant way, 888, all the 8s here, as he ate up the lobby with that long range pressure from that high ground, doing a lot of work, and of course lost there actually from Papara SuperMassive with that nade elim, able to get that one done. Playing all the way in Picardo, they made what generally would probably be a really outside chance play for Papara SuperMassive, and the same for IWNRX, going into Picardo very early when it was hard on the southwest side of the circle. But they just got shift after shift, and that helped them ladder up quite significantly.
Yeah, absolutely. Emre, 888, quite lucky on the damage number.
Yeah.
But I think coming into this last match, I'm hoping for ULF's sake they can get a good game. because without that, then they're going to struggle to hold on to it and going through into that final day, making it a little bit more difficult for other teams to hit that smash ruling. Here's our statistics from that last game. As you can see, a lot of the damage was over on Emre. Matcap with 638, Darkin with 560. Read a little bit further behind. But again, this was just a pretty standard game for this team.
Yeah, they played. It was nothing spectacular, but it was very, very effective in their position, in their execution on it. They played the hand they were dealt. You can't say fairer than that. Nice find there. I think the more impressive result came from Jetgo in this game, right? Playing, always having to move up in the valley as well. The fact that they got so many elims and got into second place to boot has got to be a massive boon to their point scoring potential. I believe they were on the chase as well, trying to get up in towards the top 3, and I think that's going to put them a lot closer.
Yeah, I'd say so. Let me just take a look at the lobby. We are just slowly filling it up right now. Well, we're negative filling up the lobby. We're currently on 0 right now. But yeah, it's been quite some games. There's been some games.
There certainly have. There've been 5.
There's definitely been some games today.
I mean, to be fair, those first couple were kind of nuts, right? The ULF into the back-to-back Carya. Really incredible stuff to kick off the day. And then things went, again, a little bit haywire towards the second half, right? We had our sort of bottom of the table derby on our final Erangel. And then in that last Miramar, Ida able to do so much work controlling so many of the surrounding areas. So we'll see what craziness we've got on the boards for the last match fairly well at some point.
Do not say that. Do not say that.
It will be at some point.
Yes. But 12th match obviously is the most important. It is what's going to set the boundary for our teams. Let's take a look at some of our highlights from that last game. So the Ida did very well. As you know, as we've told you. It's a tough circle. Very, very tough circle. And not the one you want to see coming into this final game of the day either. I think that you'd want something that you can play a much better roundup, where it's round over towards a significant landmark on the map where you can make good rotations to get there. Ida came off the back of that one with 21 points, and Jetgo once again with 16 points. They're consistently getting these points here and there. Not a team, not a name that we were expecting to have such a significant impact in the finals, but here we are.
Yeah, fantastic result for Jetgo, for Ida as well. I do think that at this point we're kind of locking it in to be a battle for second and third, with ULF getting 9 points on that match as well, Blank. They don't get any placements, but they get the elims to make up for it, to account for those losses, and seemingly they're going to be able to keep up that pace, and that bubble will be set. That boundary could be on the cards. Everybody around them, though, everyone looking up towards them, has been scrapping it out with one another as well. And the main victim of that, I feel, has been Regnum Carya. They have had a bit of a nightmare of these last couple, despite a miraculous rotation, right? Even on Erangel, not going to help.
Yeah, not going to help at all. 121 points there for ULF at the top. Regnum Carya with 88. Again, it just really has not moved at all. I think Jetgo has been the big difference maker. Beşiktaş falling down slowly but surely after that game. Ida gets up to 6th. And Papara SuperMassive, they've remained relevant. They have remained relevant, but nowhere near to the strength that we have seen them in the past. Asgard down at 65, tied up with them.
Yeah, they are on that edge of the second page, as we are no doubt going to be taking a look at the back of proceedings. And I think that, obviously we've got some very notable names on this back page that is yet to come, right? The Falcons, they have now slipped down to that second page. You've got S2G and IW Next Rüya, Bra as well, who coming into this one. people would have thought would have been much higher up. So half of this page is teams that you just wouldn't expect to be there. And that's a very interesting turn. It's mostly, I'd assume, a product of all of these mid-season roster shakeups, except for the Falcons. They are still the same roster, and their mid-season performance is still continuing here. And it looks like they're very unlikely to defend their title as the PMSL EU champions.
Yeah, I think for Team Falcons, it's a tough one, just because they have been struggling throughout the majority of the past half a year, I'd say. I don't think they're a bad team whatsoever. I think there are much, much worse teams out there. It's just one of those things where it's tough. It's tough.
Well,
we're going to go to a quick break whilst we get the lobby set up for the next match. So we will see you for the final game of Miramar very shortly. See you soon.
There we go. We are coming to a close on the day. We will be setting our Smash ruling bubble, our Smash ruling boundary after this match. As it stands, 121 points is our leading scoreline, with ULF, who had a monumental start to today, a little bit of a fall off later on, but they are still far and away ahead of everybody else in the lobby. So, are they going to be able to maintain that distance? Is there going to be a massive game on the cards here for Regnum Carya or one of the other teams who are chasing these spots to leapfrog and give them a challenge, a run for their money? Only time will tell. But we have to get stuck into the last match.
Yeah, it's been a real quagmire at the top of the lobby as well, where, really no one's moved all that much. It's been pretty slow. Teams going out early from the likes of ULF, Carya, etc. Sort of weird as well watching that unfold too. And I think that we'll see, because it's just a lot of teams underneath who have been making up for points that I don't want to say doesn't really matter, but doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Where they're not going to catch up enough tomorrow to be having a chance at that Smash ruling, just because of how far ULF struck out early. I think the big question for this final match of the day is how can ULF strike out even further to make it more difficult? Can Regnum Carya catch one good game to catch up again? Can S2G have that final Miramar magic once again to set themselves at least in the running for a podium position? We will see.
I mean, for S2G, it's a real outside chance. They're on 46 points right now, Blank. Third place is on 85. They are 39 points behind that boundary. To profit 39 points over these next 7 games, if we're including this final Miramar, I mean, sure, if you get a 23 Elim game on Rondo tomorrow morning, maybe, but I'm really not holding my breath. They have really not shown what they can do. I mean, obviously the last Miramar yesterday, they had a little bit, but that was really what was propping them up. And since then, quiet.
Very much so. We are actually ready to start the game, and we'll be getting into it in a few short moments. You see the trophy there under all those blinding lights, under all the pressure and weight of this tournament for all the players here. Carya, Papara SuperMassive, Ida there as well. Jetgo, who have surprised all of us. Honestly, really surprised all of us.
Yeah, the push up the tables as of late has been, as you say, fairly surprising. They are now in 4th place, of course, with 81 points, just on 85 is 3rd place. So very, very close. And I was criticizing them earlier today, right, for being too timid. But maybe that's exactly what was needed to weather the storm that seems to have affected all the other teams at the top, right? Be a little bit less involved in all of these fights and just try and make it on through. They certainly do have a nice chunk of placement points. They've got 32 placement points, which is as many as ULF coming into this final game of the day. Obviously, the massive lack there is on the elimination points, which they lack 40 of the points that ULF have right now. So still a little bit of work to do, but that is playing into their timid reputation.
Yeah, which is fair enough. And some teams play like that. Some teams are extremely aggressive, get all their points from eliminations. Other teams are more consistent over the long run. And although first 2 days could look incredible for one team in terms of eliminations, they could easily fall behind. And ULF certainly has that characteristic of big stonks games into really lackluster performances.
Yeah,
Once again, I think we're getting ready. And that looks like a plane to me. That looks like a Miramar to me as well. Here it is.
Okay.
Final match of the day. Match 12 out of 18 here on Miramar to close out day 2 and set the goalpost for Smash in day 3.
We will be heading on over the plane path a little bit on the west side for the south, but it does go nice and central up towards north. Very similar to our last plane path as well. And again, shouldn't be too much bother. Maybe a little bit of a stack up that we saw around that middling area near Picardo, out to the west side of it, could still be on the cards for Bit of a hot drop there, but we shall have to wait and see. As well, seeing if our circle is going to continue to be the nastiest circles we've ever seen. These Miramars have been pretty menacing so far. 2 in the Pmsl Hills and 1 with a massive shifts constantly down southwest, southwest, southwest. Nobody expecting it, because why would you? We'll see if that is going to change this time around.
Yeah, seriously uncomfortable circles time and time again. I mean, yesterday was crazy. I didn't think it could get worse than that. I stand corrected, by the way. That was so grim down towards Picardo. I don't think anyone knew where it was going to end up. And again, like I said, Edith does win the coin toss on that one. But they also did set themselves up in a position that had the highest chance of having a very, very strong end game to it. Going down to Los Leones, are we? Okay.
I mean, we haven't had an urban finish yet, I think, so far, these finals, right? We haven't been inside the building. So maybe it's time to go to the most sprawling settlement in PUBG Mobile, Los Leones. We know how deadly those western staggered plateaus can be. And on the inside, those tall, towering overlooks that can serve as prison as well as powerful oversight position. Can be pretty dangerous, but we've got to get there first, and there's no guarantee that we are going into the city, as much as it is a central, massive feature of this zone.
Asgard still in parachutes 2 minutes into the game. Pretty late start for them. Yeah, there is no guarantee we're heading over to Los Leones, but there is a likelihood to it. I mean, it's very much a high chance of Los Leones, considering how much landmass is taken up by that POI. Wolf is on our screen right now. They're over towards Graveyard.
Oh, don't think Ketchman wanted to hop out there. Took a bit of damage for it as well. Not fun, but we'll get back in.
-1 energy drink right there.
I'm sure they'll be able to find plenty. It depends where they pull up. Solus, you can see, is spending more time looting than the rest of the roster. Everyone else more concerned with getting further in. Asgard, all the way up in the north near Cruz de Valle, will be somewhat back of the queue to move on south, but so far, I think we've got one team in Los Leones. The second is joining them. I believe that's the scout for Regnum Carya, who is making inroads towards the north side of Los Leones.
CG on our screens. Not a terrible game that they had last time around. Could have been 100% better. I mean, they'd set themselves up nicely, but the transference towards Zone 7, Zone 8 just kind of non-existent, really. And I think that's what S2G certainly struggles with, is that they're not a four-man by the time they get to that point. I think the decision-making is just a little bit weird right now on that team.
Yeah, it's seems like nerves are getting to a lot of our rosters. Can be pretty disastrous for them. Something that I was talking about at the start of today, and I think nerves today have been really awful for, is the TheNoisyBoys. And of course, again, a lot of their points in day one came from their chicken dinner, right? 11 elims they were able to find from Observatory. But outside of that, really not a lot done. They got 10 points outside of that game. Today really hasn't been in their favor either. And it's looking more and more likely that Boars are going to get the points qualification spot coming on in for their region, for Eastern Europe, which those are really the only two competitors, which is unfortunate for the TheNoisyBoys after outperforming them here in Pmsl.
Be all right. Just not at all what they once were. I mean, they've managed to pull it back, but I think that's because a lot of other teams have started to step down a little bit in terms of prowess towards that top side of the lobby. For instance, Jetgo being able to get to 4th place is kind of crazy to me. Beşiktaş moving by 8 points. Really? 8 points was it since game 1?
Game 1 today.
Yeah.
They started the day on 42 points for Beşiktaş. And then game 1, yeah, they got a massive elim count, right?
Yeah. So I think they went up to something like 70 or so, and then they just haven't really done much more than that.
Yeah, they've been slowly slipping down the tables. They are still very much in the conversation, though. Only 10 points behind Regnum Carya. Very much possible to jump past that. And in a Smash rule format, having a good start to your day is a massive asset.
It is. I mean, it's kept them healthy, kept them competitive quite some time. Get the welder on the go. Fix the vehicle up. Premature usage of it as well, but I guess you do want 4 vehicles worth to use right now.
I think also, I mean, later into the game, you just don't have the time to spend using those repairs, right? It's sort of mid and early game that I think they'll have most impact. Can be a lot more difficult to repair later on, but still could potentially be a viable strat. But on average, yeah, maybe. But this early on, yeah, perhaps you're right.
Go on the road again. See where they're heading off to right now. Coming in through from the western side of Pmsl. IWNRX are in front of them, as are Papara SuperMassive on that rotate, but most of the area is fairly open. Regnum Carya opening up onto Solus from ULF, and that is a fully flushed player on that side of things.
Ooh,
with the circle centering up on Los Leones. I think a lot of teams are kind of getting set up and ready to
these hills,
hunker down.
These hills for Regnum Carya are, I mean, really incredibly powerful, right? For the time being, certainly. They have a lot of oversight in the surrounding area. They're split, I believe, 2-1 and 1, I think, with Silas further south in towards the buildings. So a lot of control, but some potential vulnerability there. They sit 2 up on the top of the plateau, and I think that's probably the right choice. It's easier for the players up top to regroup if there's a knock onto one of their players further down than it is the other way around. So having Resable buddies, very helpful. Eren sidling on over to the Asgard compound and finds out that that's not necessarily such a good idea, especially as he wedges his tree. And now Sefcan's opening the cannons out his way. Pops the reload and wants to look for more. He's still alive? Eren just surviving.
Well,
finally getting point. There we go. He's down. He's out. Top fragger. No more.
Yeah, I mean, now this is definitely Los Leones, right? I mean, it could be Northeast La Bandita, but I think you have to make the call now, right? I don't think you have much choice. You play on the outer edges of Los Leones, sure, but this is where you start to need to make those decisions early. Regnum Carya have taken a knock. I think that is Silas who is down.
Yeah, the question is, will they be able to get him back up? Because it looks like it's a fight with Bruh that is popping off as they move forwards. And Silas, the only player knocked or anything so far, and looks like they have moved in to get control of this wild, keeping Bruh at bay on the north edge of Los Leones. The question is, how much effort are they putting in to suppressing the other angles now? Because they've had to rally around Silas's position. They do get that res, but who's moved in the meantime? On the north edge, you're looking towards Fenerbahçe, towards Carya as well, and over on the west side, potentially looking at Ida making inroads.
Beşiktaş coming in from La Bandita. That's a bit of a treacherous approach for them through the open fields. Oh, it's grim. Falcons taking good shots for themselves. They didn't quite find the flush just yet, though. ULF down to just 2 players. So it looks like ULF's not striking out too far. Again, this is where Regnum Carya, Carya, Jetgo all need to have big gains. I mean, Regnum Carya's already found 2 elims. They need to get themselves close. Again, you want to be in striking distance game 1. Do not want to leave things up to chance, especially when ULF has somewhat of a history of winning game 2 on the day.
That is true. That is very, very true, actually. Interesting dynamic to be considering there. Moving over onto that Erangel, they seem to be able to transition away from the Rondo mindset most effectively in these finals, certainly. Not only do you want to be within that striking distance, you want to put a buffer between you and the teams beneath you so that if the other team smashes, you still are going to be in with a good shot, right? Third place is obviously the most dangerous place to be because if someone... well, actually... the only way... Could be. I'm not sure. I'm talking about smash rule. If someone
I know.
You get pushed down.
I know. That's SoulK just used a med kit. Heat himself up to 100%. He had the painkillers.
Well, that's fine.
Guess that's his decision to make.
It's fine.
Seems weird.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, he hates us today, man. He doesn't hate us, but he hates the players, that's for sure. I think it was with Lamandita. That whole area on the northeast side, disgusting. I'd spit on that area. It's horrible.
Hey, this is great for the ULF duo, though. They're going to be able to survive for a little bit in the crater. We'll see if anyone wants to join them. For instance, the Falcons. As we're on board with a fight, though, between Asgard and Fenerbahçe, fighting for a very central building here in this scenario. But Asgard getting burnt. Sefkan going down there to the Molotov. Real very low, and the nades continue to pour in through the window, and Sefkan goes fully flushed now. Real still half HP. Hasn't been able to heal just yet. Akron wants an answer with that nade. Potentially down towards Savian, but he shuts the door. Drops the smoke, but he finds Lux instead. A nice pickup. That could slow the roll here for Fenerbahçe. Who's going to roll into this one? Because it's so central, I'm expecting teams to be crashing these, but I feel like we've been severely deprived of third-party performances. Akron, instead, takes a huge amount of damage on the top.
Just launching shells into the building, seeing what he can get done. SoulK will pick up the first loot drop of the game, but a quick cleanup here for Fenerbahçe. Asgard are eliminated in 16, so no more pushing the tables for them in 7th place. Carya did lose a player also. Regnum Carya, it was possible for them to get over towards that northern side. They're currently holding around that slope down towards the eastern edge. So many teams surround them right now, John.
Yeah, they have a rough time. I think they still have some of the high ground for Regnum Carya under control on those rocks. And it's the exit from Los Leones that interests me most, right? A couple of teams made the commitment. They're kind of being punished for it now. Of course, we could still be going back that direction, but for IWNRX, for Papara SuperMassive, for Bra, this is a death box, right? If you try and leave, people are taking shots out of you. People are taking chunks out of you. It is a tough road to roll along. I don't imagine they'll be able to do it unscathed. The question is, how long can they stay on it?
Yeah, I mean, Fenerbahçe Sport's really nice. I can work for quite some time. This circle definitely favors them. Waiting for the next shift, which will be happening momentarily. I think it's realistically stage 5 on a circle like this, where you truly get to see what the circle has in store for us. Because stage 4 on any of a circle that was going down towards Los Leones, it doesn't really matter. You're going to have to be in Los Leones at some point. You have to play that position. But this one, it's a case of Beşiktaş might have the most unbelievable game of their lives because it shifts over towards the northeast and no one can really assault that position. And it's a free win for them. Instead, they move slightly down towards the southeastern area. It keeps Beşiktaş in, but now we have this crescent moon area, playable space. No one wants to be out in that field. Fenerbahçe is going to be the arbiter of anyone trying to play in that area. TMB as well as XSLAY are going to have to conclude their engagement here. Nades are going through and XSLAY are taking a little bit of damage, but it's TMB who are on the worst end of things.
For now, anyway, they did lose a player earlier, so the numbers are in the advantage. Ooh, Wild getting spotted. That's a pretty good inroad for Ida, potentially, over towards Regnum Carya, but I imagine that Regnum Carya should be fairly resible, still up on their high ground, still nice and covered off. XSLAY, oh, who's that? It's on the sidelines. Is that Beşiktaş? They're chiming in from the fields. Goodness me. That's nasty for XSLAY. And actually, look at Rookie. Beşiktaş in general, they're sending across. They've left their compound out in the open. They made a rotate all the way in.
I don't think they had to do that right now.
Oh, they just sent one? Or maybe they're all still on the northern side.
I think it might have just been one player that they sent, just in case, as an anchor. I mean, respect from the rest of Beşiktaş to be taking shots up towards Fenerbahçe to allow that player to get there in rookie. Again, they need to wait for stage 5. That's the most important part for them right now, is to worry about where this next circle is going to go. But as you can see, just from Ida's perspective, this is a lot of open ground. It's a lot of open ground to work with. And I can tell you one thing. Players do not like being out in the open.
It is a bad time. And Ida are getting chewed up and spat out by Narvalo. Look at him go. Lighten up that Elim feed. Goodness me. Looks like they may have been drawn short on their match. The Falcons hugging the rim of La Bendita Crater. I've got that high ground oversight. Last players from Ida up into a fight with Jetgo. They do have an answer. And Symphony does get flushed away. I think that's going to be, it done and dusted for Ida. They will end their day on 71 points. Going into our final day into the Smash zone. But it's going to be very far ahead of them. Minimum 131.
Monstero nade over the top side. Does get a lot of damage over towards Yekta. TMP ideally want to disengage from this. They don't have much of a choice though. This player
Falcons
from Freedom will go down, leaving just 2 players. Well, 1 player up for Jetgo, 1 player suffering.
Yeah, as we hop back to the southeast fight now, Blank. Going all over the map. Kenzor nade out the window, but it's the shutdown from Mazzaro that is good for the TheNoisyBoys. Kenzor with another, but in through the window there's an answer from XSLAY. 2 players now on both teams. Newell steps up, looks to try and defend. The rest of the roster spots the player stepping in, but he's caught on the door frame and cannot make his way through. Yusuf and Newell, but Yusuf goes on as well. The third party, maybe, but it's the nade that comes on in. The explosion that blasts them away. And the TheNoisyBoys just about weather the storm. XSLAY fall, but how many of their players can they get back up to their feet?
I mean, they were able to secure 1. That's it. And I think the TheNoisyBoys likely will be able to clean out all their players here, get them all back up to full HP. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, indeed. S2G actually have a fairly good spot on the map here, John. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, that compound that overlooks a lot of the open fields towards where the majority of Beşiktaş's players are. I'm worried about what Regnum Carya are going to do to them, though. Potentially even Bra from that southwest. Oh, okay.
Regnum Carya, I mean, okay.
Fine.
For Regnum Carya, their kind of goal at the moment is to clear out this western edge. That's realistically the way they play this out, is they've got to clear out Falcons on that north side, who likely have to make their way down at some point. Then they need to clear out Papara SuperMassive. They also need to clear out BRA. They can't really afford to make a mad push over towards the east just yet. They need to wait the game out slightly. Gauge where things are going in stage 6. Yeah, for Regnum Carya, it's all about clearing space.
Oh no, I don't think they're going to be able to do it now though, because Falcons are chiming in, third partying on it, and Bra already opened a whole can of worms right underneath them. Immediately blasted out. They're ending on 91 blank. Wolf will be setting the Smash boundary here with 121 minimum. The placements will start to kick in, and that will start to tick up. As it stands, going into the final day, it is only really, realistically, going to be Ulf that can open up the bidding for that Smash victory.
I mean, it's great for them. But yeah, it's going to be a case of, well, it's a 40-point profit you need to make now. A Regnum Carya. 50-point days are pretty nuts. Regardless, we have seen 80-point days in the past, but those are massive outliers. You know, getting a 50-point day, I think anyone would clap you on the back and congratulate you about that. Doing it under pressure whilst trying to catch up to a team that only needs 10 points and a chicken dinner, it's going to be unlikely. I think Regnum Carya can be happy in the fact that, yes, they might not win Outfall, but they should, and big should right now, be able to get into the gauntlet. There is teams chasing them down. They haven't really extended that difference too much. Beşiktaş looking for a big game here, though. if they can get over the top of Regnum Carya, if they can get over the likes of Carya, they set themselves up a very, very good way tomorrow, because we know that Beşiktaş has a good game on Rondo. Rondo is one of their favored maps.
Could potentially be very, very big and huge for them. Falcons also actually chasing this down. They're on 72 points now with the 8 elims they found. And as I said before, those placements will start to add up. They've got this northwest point. Fenerbahçe have been defending in their building for a long time, but they're kind of crunched in. Their influence is limited. Beşiktaş have sightlines over towards it. So if Falcons go in, I mean, we saw what happened with Fenerbahçe and XSLAY. Sorry, not with XSLAY. And Fenerbahçe, I can't remember who they were fighting with on that building, but it can get a bit messy. That's the one. Oh. My goodness. My goodness.
Dude. It's actually criminal. Falcons need to make inroads over towards Fenerbahçe here. That's their option. S2G. This is where they come away. Last game, guys. We really not got a lot of points. I think we need to get a chicken dinner now. Okay, coming right up.
See what happens. I mean, they're in 12th place right now. Even with the chicken dinner, let's say they get 25 points on the game. They started on...
That's pretty good.
46. That puts them up at like high 60s, right? And
it's not bad.
I mean, it's not bad. It's better than nothing, right? But still, it needs more than the final game of the day to make a tournament. Victor's trying to cross the open ground. Falcons all too happy to add these points on into their tally. ULF are surviving with 2, by the way, and every place now that they go up, they start to, well, not every place. Once they go past 7th, they'll start to add a point every time a team goes down to that smash boundary. At the moment, it's guaranteed to be 132 when you add in the extra placement that they will find.
GG. ULF right now. Sending over. I mean, for S2G, someone needs to tell them tonight, at least, if they do get this chicken dinner, that there may not be 6 matches tomorrow.
Well, yeah.
So you can't rely on that final game. Well, too little, too late stuff going on right now for S2G. It's frustrating because in these final matches, both times, look fairly good.
Ooh, TMB, again, eliminated their day. A bit of a disaster, especially when it comes to those PMGC points. They had an open road to try and catch up to Boar's 105, but they're on 41. They would need 66 points tomorrow. More than that, actually. No, it would be that. 65, something like that, to be able to jump on over them and qualify on the point spot. And they've really squandered their opportunities today. Not able to repeat that observatory performance from yesterday. So we'll see what they can do tomorrow. But they are now locked in at 16th at the end to go into the final day.
I'll move all still alive as well. Impressive to me.
I think it's mostly due to the fact that Beşiktaş got absolutely leathered out in the open field when they tried to cross. Because ULF is the only other team on that north side of the road, right? And they're playing out in the open. If Beşiktaş were a full force, there's no way they'd be able to hold where they are. But that's not the case. And now they can start to earn points.
I mean, Beşiktaş went for the gamble, right? They're like, if the circle goes to the northeast, we win the game.
Which would be true, yeah.
Sadly, the circles today have been real mean and haven't been... Honestly, just have not favored anyone. This circle should be the one that takes down the final player from Beşiktaş now. Not going to make that cross easily. Papara SuperMassive on the southern side here, who are now making inroads. 5 elims so far, up to 70 points.
Ooh,
but a good name from Scarface. We'll find Tron.
But have they poked the sleeping bear here? Drawn attention their way. You can see Lost now knows exactly what he needs to suppress. 2-2 split still for Papara SuperMassive. This is difficult. Kamikaze trying to crouch up to get the res. ULF making a mad dash forwards. Are they in the zone? I don't think so. They're taking a huge amount of damage. Maybe they'll fall down here in 7th place with just the 1 placement point. but look at the sliver of HP that's keeping them alive. Goodness me, this is uncomfy for them.
Nades come through. Redox immediately taken down from the Falcons, who have been able to put up 9 points this game. It's been very, very good. Finally, Beşiktaş is out from a good shot at long distance. Kelsey watching out for Kamikaze. Tron will go down as well as we clump into these final moments of the game.
ULF going down again, getting re-knocked there. ULF having a tough time, but Falcons trying to maintain pace. Fenerbahçe, though, seemingly easily dissuading them from going forwards, but eats a nade to the chops, and that is disastrous for the health. Bruh moving in to try and third-party this as well. Don't want to step out to the east towards S2G, who have 7 elims now. 2 players for the Falcons, and they want to go as far as they can, but it's all up to Koa now as his teammate gets taken away. He's on 74 points now for the team. They do need to put a little bit more in, but they've done a lot of work here. A beautiful Molotov from Koa finds Savian, and now he has 2 players to deal with. Bruh as well, backing off the angle, leaves him in a pure 2v1. Molotov forces the step out wide, but into the face of 2 side eyes. It's just not going to work. Does catch on fire, gets burnt away, and the knock comes on in. It's just Ray-Z now, looking for the res, potentially, but I think the blue zone might chew him up.
And comically, it might actually be S2G who takes the final win of the day. BRA still trying to put up some kind of performance here right at the finish line. In 11th place, 4 elims. S2G was able to put up 7 so far. Fenerbahçe at 6. ULF living for a top 5, by the way, John.
Oh, no. This is crazy. They're extending the boundary every single time. They're up to 3 points now guaranteed, leaving 124 locked in on the cards, and a 134 smash bubble. And that's only if they go down right here, right now, which, to be fair, isn't unlikely, given the situation. Although maybe Papara SuperMassive go down earlier.
Okay. In cover. It's so quiet right now. Our face takes the opportunity to move up. No one seems to be doing anything, so I think that, honestly, for the point, this seems wrong.
Yeah, no, it can't be doing that. Can't be doing that. And immediately, Fenerbahçe and Bra just...
You know, if I'm Ketch, I'd be so upset at Scarface there. Why did you take shots, dude?
Oh, dear. Oh, well. They do lock in 124, so we know our smash bubble into tomorrow. 134 points. We were expecting that the top spot would be around 120 today. What we didn't expect is that nobody else would be nearby. And bruh, look at a rain down hell onto S2G here, but they're playing as 3. Who's going to be able to take this one down?
Soulk. Oh, he's doing Soulk things. I'm not sure I agree with it.
Okay.
But he is up. Azel swings around the side. Never thought I'd see Soulk as a frontliner. That's why.
Wow.
I just don't understand.
This is great for Azel from Bra, right? To be able to get across the road unscathed. Now have a beautiful off angle. S2G preoccupied up the hill. Their backs are to the blue, and it's going to push them in first. Bra have this under control. I feel like they're onto a bit of a winner here. And S2G may have pulled an IWNRX.
It's the thing where, for Soulk, that move is fine if he has a duo to work with. It just felt like no one else trusted him on the team. I just genuinely can't tell if that's a Soulk bad or a team bad thing. Another nice air burst over the top. Ooh. Good damage. One more to throw. Keeping them at bay whilst this blue pushes over towards them. Knows they have to move in. If Icy goes down there, it's bad, but Kiss You is naded. That's a good thing right now for S2G. Down to a 3v2. It's possible. Hamzy G will finish off Kiss You.
On the angle, finding the spot, but it's up to Azel really to do the work here. The blue zone is pushing blank. This is stage 9. It closes dead center. Spray down from Storm, doesn't quite connect. Needs to head up, looks for Habsy G, but he's got the angle. The spray down is good. We're back into 2 versus 2 now as Bra fighting to keep this one under control. They have 8 elims, but they want the full Monty. They want to try and keep it going. Calci nade over the top goes long. He's down in the smoke, and Storm is found with the shotgun. Azel now opening in a 1 versus 2, but he's got nowhere to go. And again, S2G close the day with a chicken dinner. But is it too little too late?
That is hilarious. I mean, that'd be really... To be honest, I'm feeling harsh is that it's okay giving out those high fives. I mean, I respect that he has to bring the morale up of the team, but man, some of these plays he's making are flabbergasting, honestly. It's confusing at best. It really is. And again, I can't tell if it's the team doesn't trust him or he is just making these decisions on his own. Again, that position, like when I think about it, Solk's play is not bad if he plays with the team. But it's like this is not even communicated the rest of the squad. Either way, well done. They finish off the day of a chicken dinner. It's a good spot. I mean, Icy really puts it into his own hands there, where he just sends over the top with the DBS, makes it happen, and really clinches the moment, because they lost Calci, a very critical off angle they needed playing on the wall. They lose him. Suddenly Icy now has to step up, and he does. In that one moment, he realizes, I have to make a play, and that is a very smart call from him.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty pivotal on the spot. And they'll march once more to the monolith to put our day closing placard in, and salute the fans as well, who have been so hard at work for them, and the support and the love and the admiration that they've been giving to them. And frankly, they need it. They seem to be just so willing to please the crowd, but only once a day. That's your lot.
Just the one. That's all you need.
Ooh. I mean, it's not, but, you know.
Get it telling off now.
Uh-oh.
After. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's too happy. And I wouldn't be either. I think it's one of these things for Calci where he is a great player. And if you look at Calci's past, there is some unbelievable moments for him. Some unbelievable moments, but it really has not looked the same since. And I think that he is particularly upset about that game. That's a critical position he loses. And that's a fair thing to say. I do feel bad for him. I really do feel bad for him here. But they make it happen. They get that chicken at the end of the day. But like I said, reiterate, there may be no final Miramar tomorrow.
And they need to find those games earlier. Make as much progress as possible. Calci relying on his family for comfort, both in and out of his team. And the support of everyone around him. And that's what we talk about with organizations, with this sort of legacy, with this sort of support
system. I feel bad for going in on them. But
yeah, well, they should have played better, but they're at this juncture now. And they do need to make the most of it. And that is where support is most needed. So it's beautiful to see that is there in spades. Everyone's out in force.
Indeed. Have they been to the monolith yet?
End of day yesterday.
Oh, no, I mean, did they already go over?
Oh, yeah, they put in their placard fairly early on. And they were able to get their shot. But that is going to close our day down blank. And what's interesting is, again, ULF, I mean, they kicked up to over 100 very, very early on, right? Within the first 2-3 matches, right? Then again, it slowed down. But in a smash ruling, you know, they get a big game, they win game 2. Like you said, they've done it 2 days in a row now, where they've been able to jump on up there. I think, in first day, they were able to get 5th place with 8 points, which is 3 placements, 8 points over 10, which will put them over that boundary. Then a chicken dinner. And looking at Rondo tomorrow morning, it is going to be really terrifying for a lot of teams if ULF kick us off with a 10-point game. which is very, very possible.
Yeah, I think it is. On Rondo, well, I think that's the thing, right? Is that it's so likely for you to hit the 10-pointer. It's so likely for you to hit the 10-pointer on a Rondo. Like, I think some of even our lowest scores for our good teams is like a 7.
And they drop Stadium as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think for ULF, it's very possible to set Smash ruling in effect after game 1 on Rondo. And I think the PUBG Mobile team did it on purpose. I think they knew what they were doing. Those guys are smart cookies. They know exactly what they're trying to do by placing Rondo first there. And I think it will make the rest of the day fairly exciting.
I think we may see an instance of 3 players from ULF hot dropping someone and the other one going for a recall beacon, right? You might just come away with 2, 3, 4 points off the end of that as Koa picks up an MVP, actually, for the Falcons, who, to be fair, did some dastardly deeds on the overlook from there, but their crash down to Fenerbahçe did slow them down. But I don't think it's unlikely to actually see ULF go targeted, right? Which is sort of something that we talk about as generally being inadvisable, but with the recall system, you drop on like IWNRX, for instance, and all of a sudden, maybe you just get 4 points towards the 10 that you need.
I was about to disagree with you because I thought you were going to say something like drop on Regnum Carya to try and hold them out. But you know what? You're just dropping on. I mean, you could go further than this, John. You drop on IWRX, you eliminate 3, you let the poor guys survive.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So you get 7 out of 1 team.
You get 7 out of 1 team. I mean, you
could go even further.
You could let them revive again. You could honestly farm a team, and because your end goal is not to win the game. Your end goal is to get 10 points.
Yeah,
I think ULF has such incredible firepower that it's possible. Here is
depends how cooperative the enemy team is, right? If they keep using the revive beacon in the same place, then sure. But you send someone else, right?
You just follow them. Just follow them down.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you just keep finding them. Icy with 591 damage. Great addition to the team. Hamzy was able to get 631 at the end there. Solke. It's an evolving decision on the team. Put it that way.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think I'm wrong in saying that. I really don't think I'm wrong in saying that.
His decision at the end there was beyond questionable, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fair few decisions that have been made like that from Solke recently.
I'm unhappy for Regnum Carya there as well. I thought they might be onto a winner, but the circle just keeps being so terrifying on Miramar. They had such a good position. They weren't really able to convert on it either. I thought the Falcons could potentially be doing a little bit more here as well, but no, they couldn't get down off the hill against Fenerbahçe. And in the end, Bra couldn't face off against S2G either. The curse of the last Miramar strikes again, and Bra fall at their feet.
Here's our match rankings. S2G ending the day with 20 points. BRA underneath them 14, Falcons with 13 themselves. Fenerbahçe got 11. Papara SuperMassive got 10. Quite a few points there overall, going to quite a lot of our teams trying to chase the top side. But we will have overall rankings coming up next. Right now, overall rankings included 3 points there for ULF as well. So we'll see where that sets them. I think you said 124, which I believe you are correct, John. But there should be some shakeups. I definitely think that the main interesting part about tomorrow is going to be 2nd and 3rd place. And I think you'd agree with that.
Yeah, it seems fairly clear that ULF are going to be head and shoulders above the competition. As you can see here, it is indeed 124. That sits them 33 points ahead of Regnum Carya blank, which is a huge gap to make. But we've seen a 32-point game already. So maybe it's a single match that stands between Regnum Carya and jumping up to meet them.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. Of course, Rondo really changes the dynamics of things here. But around that 3rd place bubble, you've got Carya and Jetgo. 1 point separates them. And on the outside here, anybody on this front page, anybody has the chops to do it, to push up. I think at the moment, the team that hasn't really proved themselves capable, well, there's 2, Falcons and Papara SuperMassive. I feel like I would say, are less likely than Ida to be able to jump up there. But we'll have to wait and see just who is going to be able to claim that accolade. As the back page appears, we can see that drop-off is a little bit towards that second side.
Yeah, I mean, S2G, 10th place, 66 points. There's a chance. There's a chance for tomorrow. I mean, it's like, let's say 85 points. There's profits as well. So for them, tomorrow, they need to earn 30 points fairly quickly, right? That's the only way they do it. It's a tough target to hit. And Solke can't be giving his life up to enemy teams anymore if that's going to happen. Or, because I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here, or the team needs to start listening to Solke's calls and acting upon them.
Okay,
because there is definitely two sides to this story right now. It's either Solke is doing some crazy stuff, or the rest of the team is just not listening to him.
Something's not quite connecting.
Because it could be both.
Sides of the team.
Because Kalsi, Hamzi, and Icy have all played together now for quite some time. You're adding a foreign element to this now in Solke. It's like, I don't know. It's tough. Scarface, daily MVP, very well deserved. 12 elims, 2,381 damage. Incredible performance from him.
Yeah, it's definitely very impressive stuff coming on through. Obviously, the start of the day, they were able to farm so much. And this is actually mostly from the start of today. Scarface, the long-range assassin, playing big numbers, especially over on Rondo, doing so much work there and dropping a lot. And I feel like that's reflected in the survival time here, Blank. 2 hours over 6 matches, generally not great, right? You're losing out at least an hour of game time there, which is what happened to them over the course of the second half of today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think ULF definitely fell off quite a bit, which was a little bit unfortunate. I want to see a little bit more of them. Aaron was still going Rambo towards the end of the day, though, so there was still that, at least. But yeah, Scarface definitely showed off his skills over on that first Rondo in terms of that long-range engagements, which was very fun to watch for me personally.
Yeah. I mean, actually, that's a point. I'm kind of surprised that it's not Aaron today. Like, what?
He thinks?
I guess.
No, yeah, I suppose so.
Like,
it's taking in survival time, I guess, but I think Aaron's been alive a lot as well. So it is interesting that Scarface is there. Was Aaron our daily MVP yesterday?
Probably.
Maybe we can do it twice in a row.
Maybe? Not sure. Either way, yeah, both days ULF getting MVP makes total sense, right? They're top of the tables. They have good games. They have big elim games as well, where they pick up a lot of damage onto the rest of the lobby, a lot of elims onto their players. So yeah, seeing those daily MVPs go their way, that's fair. Can they go 3 for 3 though? And maybe even take the tournament MVP title as well? I don't know if we've ever seen that. All 3 days getting MVP.
No, I don't think we have. I don't think we have, John. But
that would be.
I'd love to see it at some point. Maybe over at PMGC, we'll get to see something like that.
Maybe.
One particularly incredible team. You? Daily MVP every day? I thought you said me. You say me?
I said maybe, sorry.
Oh, I thought you went me. And I was like, maybe. You could be the daily MVP. Depends how many coffees you're getting us, honestly.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I actually need to start taking down orders. Yeah, I should get that prepared.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh dear. Well,
yes.
That has been an incredible day today for so many teams, and ULF have set some pretty high standards. The rest of the lobby sitting in their wake right now. The battle for second and third is really the story as we go into tomorrow, but we'll have to wake again in the morning. We'll see you guys nice and early as we kick off our final day here at the PMSL Europe Finals. I've been John Allen. With me has been Blank. We'll see you there to see who will take the gauntlet spots.